25 Rugby World Cup. So this is huge stakes. So looking forward to seeing what happens there. And no doubt we will report on that on Fresh Off the Field when we get the results. All right, thanks everyone. Some wonderful stories of amazing sporting talent from across the Pacific. Now, before we go, I want to play Quizmaster to test your knowledge of sport in the Pacific.
Fresh off the dome.
Every week I'll ask 3 questions. Talay and Priestley, you have to use your name as your buzzer if you think you know the answer, and you can play along at home too. We're going to test your buzzers. Priestley, show me your buzzer. Just say your name.
Priestley. Sorry. I was confused.
Oh, see, this is why we do a practice. Talay, can I hear your buzzer?
Tally.
Okay, great. All right, looks like they're both working. All right, question number 1. As soon as you know the answer, say your name as fast as possible. Which Pacific Island team will be competing in the Men's T20 Cricket World Cup next month?
Priestley.
Yes, Priestley.
Vanuatu.
No, it's not Vanuatu. Good guess, though. Talay, it's open to you. I'll say the question again. Which Pacific Island team will be competing in the Men's T20 Cricket World Cup next month?
Papua New Guinea.
Oh, we got a winner! Well done. Was that a guess or did you know?
I knew, but I was just too slow.
Okay, 1 to Talay, 0 to Priestley at the moment. Question number 2. The Pacific Netball Series kicks off on the 10th of June in Brisbane. Name 2 Pacific teams that are competing.
Priestley.
Yes, Priestley.
Cook Islands and Tonga.
Oh, you got 1, not 2. Talay, I'll say the question again. The Pacific Netball Series kicks off on the 10th of June in Brisbane. Name 2 Pacific teams that are competing.
Fiji. Fiji and Samoa.
Oh, we got a winner. Well done. So Tonga, Samoa and Fiji. So you got one of those, Priestley, but unfortunately you didn't get the other one. Look, you've got 2 of them. So you are the winner. We don't need to go to question number 3. We don't need to go to a tie break. I'm going to keep those questions for next week. Congratulations, Talay. Well, that does bring us to the end of the show for this week. A big thank you to my co-hosts, journalists for the Fiji Times in Suva, Talay Mateira Kula, Vanaka Vakalevu, Talay.
Pinaka Bobby, thank you. This was fun.
And thanks to my other co-host, one of the founding editors from the Island Sun newspaper in the Solomon Islands, right here in the studio, looking at me now, Priestley Habru. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby, and thank you, Talay, as well, for co-hosting together this morning.
Thank
you to Paramount Plus and Oceania Rugby for the extra audio used in this episode. To our producer, Declan Byrne, and of course to you, especially you, Nauru. Welcome aboard Radio Australia. Thank you for listening to Fresh Off the Field, the sporting pulse of the Pacific, right here on ABC Radio Australia. Next week, I won't be here. I'll be in Hawaii working on my other show, Stories from the Pacific, at the Pacific Arts and Culture Festival. Oh, geez, it's a tough gig working here. But I've got the wonderful Michael Chow, one of the breakfast hosts of Nesia Daily. He will be co-hosting next week with 2 co-hosts from across the Pacific, talking all things sport in our region. This episode was produced on the lands of the Kaurna people and the Gadigal people.
This program has been funded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
You're almost out of time to do the best feel-good thing you can do. Vote in the Classic 100 Feel Good. Voting closes this Monday. Head to the ABC Classic website to cast your vote. Whether it's music that makes you want to sing, dance, or puts a smile on your dial. Vote now in the Classic 100 Feel Good before it's too late. abc.net.au/classic.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Yvette Gray. The Bureau of Meteorology says damaging wind gusts and heavy rainfall battering large parts of Victoria will begin to ease tomorrow. Severe weather warnings have been issued as a cold front moves across the state, bringing heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding in the northeast this evening. A road weather alert for dangerous driving conditions has also been issued for metropolitan Melbourne. Senior forecaster Joanna Hughes says the wet and windy conditions will continue overnight.
But we're still expecting the potential to see damaging wind gusts above 90 kilometres per hour about the Otways and about the northeast ranges continuing overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning.
North Melbourne coach Alistair Clarkson has been cleared of wrongdoing following an AFL investigation into language he used during the Kangaroos' loss to Port Adelaide on Saturday. Clarkson swore close to where umpires and officials were sitting during the match, but the league found that his comments were not directed towards them. The four-time premiership coach has a 2-game suspended sentence hanging over him following a homophobic slur he used on the field during a pre-season match earlier this year. Details have emerged about the breakdown of more than $1.8 million in legal costs faced by journalist Lisa Wilkinson after she and Network 10 fended off a defamation action by former Liberal staffer Bruce Lehrmann. Elizabeth Byrne reports.
Bruce Lehrmann tried to sue Ms Wilkinson and Network 10 for defamation over an interview on The Project when Brittany Higgins alleged she'd been raped, but lost when the judge found on the balance of probabilities he did rape Ms Higgins. Mr Lehrmann's criminal trial was earlier abandoned with no findings against him. Today, invoices and retainer agreements revealed Ms Wilkinson was billed for hundreds of thousands of dollars by lawyers, including charges of $8,000 a day in court by top defamation lawyer Sue Chrysanthou.
The federal opposition has accused the government of prioritising its relationship with New Zealand over the safety of Australians. Oliver Gordon reports.
New Zealand has long complained about Australia deporting Kiwi-born criminals who've grown up in Australia. Ministerial Direction 99 required officials, when considering whether to deport a foreign national convicted of serious crimes, to factor in their ties to Australia. The direction, now scrapped, led to non-citizens convicted of crimes avoiding deportation. Opposition leader Peter Dutton says the directive made the country less safe.
But the Prime Minister doesn't have the guts to stand up here and to admit that they've made a mistake.
The Prime Minister says Australia determines policies based on its own interests.
A cybersecurity expert has warned that the full extent of Ticketmaster's global data breach is still unfolding. The Department of Home Affairs has acknowledged it's working with the company following reports of a data leak affecting 560 million customers. Hackers have put names, addresses, credit card numbers, phone numbers and payment details up for sale. Professor Richard Buckland from the University of New South Wales says it could have multiple impacts on those affected.
One, if you have a Ticketmaster account and it's been compromised and you've used that password somewhere else, everywhere else you've used it's compromised. Identity theft is another thing. It's apparently containing the sorts of details you'd need to impersonate someone's identities. And thirdly, I guess if you have tickets with Ticketmaster, then it's hard to know if your tickets are safe.
Melbourne Rebels players say they're heartbroken at the decision for the club not to compete in next year's Super Rugby Pacific competition. Sam Wilkinson reports.
After months of uncertainty in the club in administration, Rugby Australia today told the Melbourne Rebels they're out of Super Rugby Pacific in 2025. It said the consortium hoping to take over did not demonstrate sufficient financial viability. Rebels prop Taniela Tupou posted a breaking heart emoji on social media. General Manager Nick Stiles says the players are devastated.
You want to leave a legacy, you want to compete at the best and the highest levels, and you know, they've had that ripped away from them.
Straight after the meeting, players headed to the airport to catch a flight to Fiji for their next game.
To the weather, there's a severe weather warning for damaging winds and heavy rain for the central, east Gippsland, north central, northeast, west and south Gippsland and southwest forecast districts. There's a gale warning for the west coast and a strong wind warning for Port Phillip, the central coast and the central and east Gippsland coasts. For the state, widespread rain and showers during the evening with possible heavy rainfall in the northeast. For Melbourne, partly cloudy tomorrow, a top of 17 after an overnight low of 13. Saturday, a possible shower 14, Sunday partly cloudy 15, Monday a shower or two 15. It's currently 16 degrees. ABC News.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled, that's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies. It all starts June 2nd.
What about that? Unbelievable.
On the ABC Listen app.
There's a swag of great movies on ABC iView. Bold, beautiful, and uniquely Australian.
Give me a bucket.
There's Mystery Road's Detective Jay Swan in Goldstone.
Things are going to change sooner or later.
Dance sport drama in Strictly Ballroom.
I want to dance with you your way.
Tim Winton's novel adapted in Breath. Plus Sisters of War, Looking for Alibrandi, and so many more.
Because that's how life is.
Great Aussie movies. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. God, what a practice!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment. Something's in the air. Listen to the roar. Feel a different energy. The pressure's certainly gone up. Feel it on your skin. Punches the air with the right hand. Feel the electricity. That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out. Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes. This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal.
Oh, what a moment. Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best. Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, it'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
We're halfway into season 2024 and the malleability of the top 8 continues to take us on an incredible roller coaster ride, with tonight set to be another unpredictable chapter in the tale. Port Adelaide have flexed their muscles the past month and now have a golden opportunity to jump into second with a 4th victory in a row. Their opponents, Carlton, clinging on to their finals credibility after a mixed bag of form, but a major statement on the road would thrust them into the top 4 tonight. Surrounding it all is the major change to holding the ball that is sure to cause chaos between two of the top tackling sides under lights. It is the absolute definition of a Thursday night blockbuster. The Power and the Blues, live and ad-free on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app around the country and the globe. Aaron Bryan's calling the action this evening, and alongside me, we've got a special guest who's made the trip out from out west, Clint Wilden. It's good to see you again, Wheelie.
Fantastic to be here, Aaron. Adelaide Oval always looks a picture, particularly for night games. It would be a bit of an upset. History tells us if the Blues were to get up tonight. They do sit on 8th on the ladder against Port in 3rd, but they are still winless when it comes to facing the South Australian teams here at Adelaide Oval. They broke their drought in gather round earlier this year with that controversial win over Fremantle, but they're 0-7 against the SA-based teams, the Carlton Blues, and Port have won their past 4 here against Carlton as well. So history against the Blues in this game. Normally we talk about milestones and big numbers of games that people have been involved with when we speak of players. When you talked about the tweak to the holding the ball interpretation, the first thing I did was have a look at the umpires for tonight, and understandably they put on some heavy hitters, the AFL, to make sure that this game, with the entire football world watching how this is going to play out, there's 1,005 games of experience amongst our umpiring group tonight. Matt Stevic, of course, unbelievably experienced. 483 games, a couple of 200-plus gamers in Nick Foot and Craig Fleer, and Jamie Broadbent, the only one who's got less than 100 games to his name. But they've decided, the AFL, by having a tweak to this rule about the reasonable time and what is reasonable time now, that they've got just about the best group that they could put out there tonight. Keen to see how it all pans out.
They'll be very thankful as well that the wet weather has subsided. We had a lot of rain earlier today here in South Australia, and it was all set to make a chaotic evening, but I think there'll be some relief for the men in green tonight, and hopefully that does result in a bit more clarity around the new interpretation of holding the ball. Two of our experts who are, I guess, the perfect people to ask about this new rule change. Firstly, it's great to welcome three-time Premiership captain and four-time All-Australian Chelsea Randall back to the box. Good to see you, Chelsea.
Good to see you guys too.
And alongside her, All-Australian midfielder, three-time Showdown medalist, Josh Franco. Good to see you, Josh.
Likewise, and evening, everyone.
Tell us a bit about how you interpreted the changes. The AFL put out 5 examples of 3 of them that were holding the ball and 2 that were play on. Essentially, I guess the general clarity is they're going to reduce the time the player can hold onto the ball to.
Yep.
A reasonable time has been reduced, but did it give you enough of an understanding heading into tonight of what's about to play out?
Well, it's interesting, even watching the first few rounds, and even the most recent rounds, watching it live or on television, a lot of times I'm thinking to myself, how the heck can you actually get a holding the ball if you're the tackler? So they have been giving the ball carrier plenty of time to get rid of the footy, almost to the detriment of the actual tackler. So I think that's terrific. Obviously, we'll see it play out tonight. We'll make our judgment as the game unfolds. But I think it's a really nice change in terms of getting the game going. And I think the other benefit as well, as we talk about the sling tackles, potentially it reduces that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the example with, obviously, Charlie Curnow last week and Mac Andrew with, Mac Andrew's got him in the tackle and he's made the sensible decision he's got the arm pinned and he's not taking him to ground or making the rotation to keep the duty of care of the player that he's tackling. But he's obviously still taking his time there and manages to get a kick away. And as a tackler, that's what you're trying to prevent, is that them being able to dispose of the ball. So having this reasonable time, it is one of the hardest things to, I guess, umpire. It's a hard game to umpire in general, but I think as players, the biggest thing that you're just going to worry about today and moving forward is just play to the whistle. Whatever the whistle's called, you play it and move on.
Do you think that the AFL decided they had a problem of their own making by not blowing the whistle quickly enough? We saw players almost feeling like they had to bring the player with the football to ground to have any chance of receiving a free kick or stopping that other player getting the ball away. And that put them in a dangerous situation when, if you bring them to ground, they're more likely to hit their head. And so there was a responsibility on you to not get the opposition player hurt as a tackler, but then by just hanging on to them, they were able to get the ball away. So it was almost like by not blowing the whistle, the AFL caused a problem of their own making. They now seem to, and credit to them, have recognised that this is an issue and they've tried to fix it.
Well, it's interesting as well, even being involved as a coach in the AFL system now, I haven't been for the last couple of years, and I know the rules have changed around the sling tackles and the concussion protocol, but I know when I was coaching over in Sydney, the players were instructed to bring the player to ground. And obviously now there's a real risk when you do that. And I guess just the law of averages, the longer you're going to hold on to them, if you're not going to pay the free kick or get the ball going or blow the whistle and stop the play and allow the tackler to sling and take him to the ground, you put the players more at risk.
Just on that, Josh, you and Chelsea are in very unique positions where Chelsea, you're coaching in the Sandful right now, and Josh, you're coaching school footy. So you can see what the interpretations at the major leagues are coming down to lower levels. Is that translating to kids footy?
Absolutely it is. The umpires at kids footy, particularly school footy, they're really hot on the sling tackles, and I think rightly so. We spent 3 years up in the Gold Coast as well, and they're obviously a developing state in terms of footy at grassroots level, and there's some there were incidents that we witnessed that were really dangerous for players. So it has definitely filtered down and definitely for the better.
Yeah, and it's about also coaching the athlete as well and letting them know in that tackle, making sure that we're doing the right things, because we don't want to kind of sling, we don't want to pin the arm. And it can be frustrating on the other end of it if you are the tackler and you're not getting rewarded, because you have this kind of, I guess, you want essentially to stop them from disposing the footy, so you want to try and bring them to ground or break their posture. And so calling that whistle just a little bit quicker, I think we'll be able to see that. Last week it was over 100 odd tackles and only 4 holding the balls.
Yep.
So the tacklers aren't being rewarded, and I think we'll see that overcorrected definitely this weekend, and we'll go from there.
Thoughts of Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco, your experts tonight. 5 All-Australian Blazers between them on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans and Clint Wilden calling the action for Port Adelaide and Carlton, the start to round 12. If you do want to get in touch with us, the text line 0437 774 774. There are no late changes. Jeremy Finlayson is the sub for the Power and Jack Carroll for the Blues. We'll get stuck into our game preview in a moment, but a couple of other big ticket items through the week. Josh, I wanted to ask you about Kohler, because reportedly it's about to come back in New South Wales for the Swans and the Giants, albeit more towards the soft cap rather than players. But you coached, as you mentioned, at the Sydney Swans about a decade ago.
Yep.
What was it like back then being in the system and living in Sydney from a cost perspective, and what you were receiving from the AFL?
It was tough. I mean, we moved over. When I say we, as a family, we moved over. We had 3 young kids. We had a dog. We were actually living in a 2-bedroom apartment. We had 2 boys in one room. We had one of the boys on the lounge room floor. We were living, sleeping in the main bedroom. So it was challenging. And to rent a house over in Sydney is ridiculous, crazy amount of money in comparison to what you get here in Adelaide or potentially even Melbourne. So it is real. We often had this conversation at home that we'd probably or potentially still be there if we could have afforded to stay there. And then we had to think about schooling and all the rest of it. So in terms of the Kohler, we talk about the players and the cost of living for the players. It's real for the coaches as well. Now, if you go over to Sydney as a single, or you go over with your partner and you rent a little apartment, it's doable. But I think if you want to get a mature age coach that has a young family, it becomes logistically and financially really challenging.
Did you actually receive Kohler?
You know what? Not that I was aware of. I must admit I didn't ask too many questions when we went over there in terms of what the contract looks like. This is what you're getting, and that was fine, and we were happy with that. So I don't even know if it was actually eligible for the coaches back then. I'm assuming it was, but I couldn't categorically say it was.
Outsider looking in here, one of the problems for the other clubs were that the expectation that Sydney wasn't using Kohler to prop up people that needed a little bit of extra help. They might have been able to put that in to make sure they could sign a couple of massive names. And I think back-to-back, Kurt Tippett and then into Buddy Franklin tipped everybody over the edge with Kohler not being allowed to happen. If it does happen again, the AFL surely, because clubs will do whatever they can, whenever they can, have to put it that it's only available for people, say the rookie players who can barely afford to live there, and it goes into the soft cap to look after your football department staff, surely.
Oh, absolutely it is. And it's interesting too. I arrived in Sydney in 2014, the same time that Lance Franklin got there. Maybe that's why I didn't get paid very much money, because it went all in his pocket. But no, look, Kohler it's absolutely real, and unless you've lived it and breathed it, you're probably a little bit oblivious to it and a bit naive to it, but it's definitely a thing. And included in that, living in Sydney, without getting the violin out, you've got tolls, you've got, parking. The overall cost of living is crazy.
I think I went there for parking once for an event, and it was $70.
Yeah, crazy.
For the day. Yeah. It was outrageous. But we've got similar things with AFLW players as well that are living up in Sydney, and there's about 6 of them living in one small household, just trying to afford the rent. It's hard to get players and good coaches to obviously stay there with that cost. So, yeah, very important.
The Blues have made their way out onto the Adelaide Oval, a record of 7-4 this season. They've won 2 of their last 5 games, including the victory over Gold Coast last week by 29 points. Sitting in 8th, but a win tonight would rocket them into the top 4, at least for the early stages of round 12. And as Clint mentioned earlier, their record at Adelaide Oval isn't great. 1-7, their first victory coming earlier this year in contentious circumstances over the Dockers. Chelsea, the other big breaking news story this week was surrounding Alistair Clarkson, who was being investigated for directing profanities at an umpire. The news tonight is that the AFL has cleared him of any wrongdoing. So the AFL statement reads, after talking to match officials, the AFL was not able to be comfortably satisfied that Clarkson's swearing was directed towards a specific person or persons, and in particular an AFL match official or officials, and as such no finding of a breach of the AFL rules has been made. In North Melbourne's statement, Clarkson has been put a few quotes down saying, "I acknowledge that during the third quarter of Saturday's game, In a moment of frustration, I lost my temper and swore while I was coaching on the bench. It was undisciplined by me, and I've expressed my apologies to the AFL. Chelsea is someone who's currently coaching the State League and part of the Adelaide Crows right now. It's Alistair Clarkson's 7th incident with senior officials. Does it frustrate you seeing someone at such a senior level consistently disobey and, I guess, be unable to control his anger around a pretty senior league?
It's an interesting one because, I mean, yeah, you think at the amount of time that he's spent in the game, he knows and understands that. But we also know that we're human beings, and when you're so emotionally attached to something that you care about, we are going to show that emotion because we care. I think at the end of the day, yes, he should know better because he's been in it for a while and continue to keep setting a good example for others. But yeah, we love what he does and what he does for this game as well, and the emotion that it brings. Yeah.
But my only sort of take on this as well is that, and I've been coached by Alistair Clarkson, know him well, and he's a terrific guy. But it just seems like there's this dark cloud hanging over him at the moment with all these things going on off field, and North Melbourne not going very well, the frustrations of that as well. It's just, I don't know, just the optics of it isn't great.
It doesn't do the Roos any favours.
No,
in a winless season where they're just looking for positivity to consistently have to deal with off-field issues as a result of their senior coach.
Yeah,
it'd be frustrating.
Yep, definitely.
The Power are making their way out onto the Adelaide Oval. Fireworks and elation. What's the hopefully 40,000 plus in the house for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Power come in 8-3, their record, so pretty comfortable on a 3-game winning streak. They knocked off Geelong at Cardinia, which was a massive upset, and then Hawthorn and North Melbourne in their past fortnight, albeit the Hawks pushed them right to the dying stages, and beating the Roos at Bellerive, certainly no easy task, but they did it by 59 points. So in third at the moment, and a win will move them into the top 2, at least temporarily, with obviously Essendon still to play later this round.
Isn't that staggering? We watched the Hawthorn game, and I think we mentioned it on air at 3/4 time. Port Adelaide on the live ladder were 9th. Now they win tonight, they go to the top 2.
That's how close the 8 is right now. There's a game separating essentially 2nd and 8th.
Yeah.
So it's an incredible season, and it means every game matters, which is so exciting as a fan and as a caller, as a spectator as well. So Port Adelaide at that point, we might as well get stuck into it, Josh, in our game preview, but we were starting to write them off a little bit at halftime of that game, that when the pressure is mounted, they tend to capitulate. We saw it a bit against Geelong where they were hot early when the game was on their own terms, and the pressure lifted. They nearly coughed up that lead. Hawthorn struck them early and caught them off guard and shocked them. It's happened a lot through this year when the best teams have pressed against them. Do you feel like Carlton, who are a high tackling side, can unravel them tonight?
Well, it's interesting. I think you've absolutely nailed it, Aaron. I have a real big question mark over Port Adelaide at the moment. To what you just said in terms of when they're really challenged physically, even though if you look at their contested ball numbers, their tackle count, their ground ball gets in terms of where they sit in the competition, the numbers are really good. So people are probably sitting home saying, what are you talking about? But when they're really challenged, and we've seen it over the last few years in finals, in the big games, when they're playing the best sides, but when they're really challenged, I'm really concerned with how they deal with the pressure. Are they able to deliver it back to the opposition and get the game on their terms? We saw it a couple of weeks ago against Hawthorn. For 3 quarters they were absolutely outplayed, and then Hawthorn flicked the off switch and Port Adelaide got back into the game and obviously got the 4 points. But that sort of a win, I think, just covered up the cracks that we saw starting to open throughout the course of that contest. So again, I know it sounds quite negative, but until they actually start taking big scouts in Melbourne against the quality sides when they're really challenged, I'm always going to have a question mark over Port Adelaide.
I agree with you, Josh, because I think I'm a bit the same with the question mark. I mean, they're just kind of, it's almost like there's these moments where we're just kind of thinking, yep, they're almost there, or it's we're just not being able to string together the consistency in that, and in those big games in particular. And especially with Connor Rosie out tonight and Willie Rioli, yes, they've got Charlie Dixon back in and Ivan Soldo, but I think just that it might be a struggle for them tonight. And I'm really excited by this battle, though, because it is going to be a hot one. The contest is going to be real, a big midfield battle. You've got Carlton, who's the number 1 contested possession side, against the number 1 Port tackling side. So it's going to be a really hot contest, and I'm excited for this one.
But interesting, Alex, this is interesting as well, and I just talked about having question marks over Port Adelaide. I know Captain Negative tonight, but I had to say same question marks over Carlton. But for some, you go through their list line by line. They've got stars in every line. They're midfield strong in terms of talent. They bat deep. Up forward, Curnow and Mackay, they're almost unstoppable when they're on. And down back, they've got the runners and Wiedering and those sorts of guys. So in every line, they look really strong. But again, for some reason, they continue to sort of disappoint.
Well, against top 8 sides, they've conceded an average of 99 points per game. So they're one of the worst teams in the league for it. And there is factors around that. So you touched on the big names in the back 6, but they haven't had them all there consistently. So Wiedering's played 9 games, Sard 6, McGovern 8, Young 5, and Marchbank's not in tonight. So there are reasons they haven't had their best 22 throughout the year, but yeah, against the better teams, they are being exposed a little bit.
Yeah, they are. And that's what makes it an exciting game tonight, because it could really go either way because of that factor that both teams are, showing great signs when they're on. They're playing such great footy, but the consistency throughout their games and throughout the season has been, interesting.
How did Carlton deal with Port's ability when they get first use of the football to go bursting out of the centre? That's when they're up and about Port. That's in the games that I've watched. I watched them live twice, and I've seen them another 5 or 6 times this season.
Yeah,
they're unstoppable there.
Yeah.
What do the Blues do to try to combat that? Because it must be something that they're aware of.
Well, it's obviously in Port Adelaide's DNA. They have this, and I've mentioned a lot of times throughout calls, they have this appetite, this thirst to go through the corridor. And when they get it right, and if opposition sides don't defend the corridor well, they absolutely destroy you, particularly with guys like Houston off halfback, Farrell, Burton, guys that kick the ball really well. And you'll see it tonight. They'll every time they get hold of the footy in their D50, their first instinct is to look corridor. So I guess primarily, Carlton need to be able to hold them up, so their forwards have to get up and at least get a slower play coming out of their forward 50 from Carlton's perspective, and then load the corridor with numbers so that they have to go around you rather than through you. The other thing with Port Adelaide, even when sides have done that, they still roll the dice and they'll still kick to a 50-50 in the middle of the ground. They just can't help themselves. So in one sense, if you get it right, you can absolutely destroy opposition and carve them up. You get speed on the ball and good luck stopping them. But on the flip side, if you don't quite get it right, they can get scored against quite easily.
And when Melbourne were playing against Port, they were able to generate that +1. And so when Port were kind of coming through and they'd look up to try and hit the last line in their forward line, they'd have to hesitate and use the numbers and everything, because they were actually stopping them and trying to slow them down as well. So, yeah, it'll be interesting what Carlton do to try to prevent that from happening.
Thoughts of 3-time Premiership captain Chelsea Randall and 3-time Showdown medalist Josh Franco, your experts tonight for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Port Adelaide up against Carlton. No late changes. Jeremy Finlayson is the sub for the Power. Jack Carroll for the Blues. So Ivan Soldo back into the home side's lineup. Connor Rosie, Willie Rioli out. And I imagine that might be why Jeremy Finlayson is the sub, Josh. Maybe
possibly
after he's missed a couple of weeks from knee surgery, to have that back up in a mobile ruck forward. Maybe that's why Jeremy's, pulled the trigger.
What's Soldo missed? Would you say 4 or 5, isn't it?
So he last played in round 6.
Yeah.
So, been about a month.
Potentially. We saw Port Adelaide use Zerk Thatcher as a sub a few weeks ago, which was a strange move as well. But I think that's a pretty good theory that they're using Finlayson in that role, for the fact that I guess there's question marks over Soldo. The only issue they also potentially have is if a small goes down and they've got to activate Finlayson, are they too tall? But they played Marshall, Finlayson and Dixon all in the same forward line, so they should be able to cope with that as well.
And poor old Jack Carroll, the sub for the Blues, the 6th time this year, and it's a contract year for him, so he's not really getting the chance to strut his stuff, but it'll be the injection of energy late in the game.
I was just going to bring up a point with the sub. I know this is a discussion for another time, but I reckon someone like a Travis Boak, instead of retiring and play him as the sub.
Permanent sub.
I
don't mind it.
I don't know. Anyway.
Not a bad idea, just to lengthen the career out even longer.
450 games.
Push him closer to 400. A couple of texts to rattle through. 0437 774 774. Marcus in South Melbourne says, regarding holding the ball, the rule change is simple. Just get rid of the ball quickly and play to the whistle. Keep it simple, stupid, he says. And to be honest, the address from the week from the umpiring community, incorrect disposal wasn't touched on. So potentially, I guess, by pushing players to get rid of the ball quicker, we may actually see them drop it more, because they purely just want to get rid of the footy rather than be pinged for holding the ball under the new interpretation. Jason from Geelong has texted in saying, surely Kohler's not right. Sydney make the finals every year. This is unfair. Well, we need to grow the game in New South Wales, Jason, but I do agree that the Swans have a couple of leg ups now with their academies and possibly Kohler.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a few things working in their favour. Michael says regarding Kohler as well, the cost of living in Sydney and Perth is similar, and in some categories more expensive than Sydney. That's from Michael, I imagine, is out west. You'll know more about that.
Oh, Perth's not quite like that, but I do remember when Chris Scott moved across to Geelong from being an assistant at Fremantle, talking about Kohler. He said, have any of these guys who made these decisions been in Perth? that was his exact line. He was an assistant at Fremantle. I think Sydney's leapt way ahead of Perth in recent times.
Now, great to see we're having another gift exchange in the middle as Port Adelaide are wearing their Indigenous Guernsey, once again designed by Byron Pickett. It was all part of the Aboriginal Power Cup that occurred earlier as the curtain raiser, which was First Nation students here in South Australia, secondary school students, getting a chance to basically play out on the Adelaide Oval. So really good to see that occur once again through Port Adelaide, and great to see Jace Burgoyne out in the middle alongside Lockie Jones, Jeremy Finlayson and Jason Horne-Francis, the 4 Indigenous players for the Power tonight. Dave on the text line also says, hi team, Port will win if they play aggressive, tackle efficiently and kick straight. Can do agree there, Dave. Let's head down to the 5th member of our commentary team. Josh Money's downstairs at ground level. Good evening, Josh.
Good evening, Aaron. Wasn't really looking forward to sitting down here when I woke up to pouring rain this morning, but the conditions, they've cleared up beautifully, and for now at least it's a great night for football. The ground does look quite dewy, so expect to see some slippery conditions perhaps early. Patrick Cripps has just won the toss for Carlton, so they will kick to the southern end of the ground in this first quarter. Speaking to both teams pre-game, with Connor Rosie out for Port, expect to see some extra attention for Zach Butters in that engine room. Not that it worked for North last week. Starting on the benches, Lockie Jones, Ollie Wine, Schmitz, George Ayres and Travis Boak for Port Adelaide, Matthew Kennedy, Lockie Fogarty, George Stewart and Lockie Cowan for Carlton. Jack Carroll, as you mentioned, is the sub for Carlton, and interesting to see Jeremy Finlayson in that role for Port Adelaide.
The lockdown role did work for the Blues last week on Matty Rouse, so we might see it again with Zach Butters tonight with Horne-Francis, he and Willem Drew in the middle, you imagine, matched up on Sam Walsh. Port Adelaide and Carlton to kickstart round 12. It's great to have your company wherever you're listening around the country on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden to kick us off for Thursday night footy.
Connor Rosie for Port. Here we go. Soldo against the Koning. Soldo slaps it down. 2 hands. It comes back to him as well, but knocked back by Butters. Gets a kick inside the forward 50. Dixon's up. Someone's lost the boot out of all this. Spills down. Chance for Mead to snap around the body. Leading out to Mark. No. Touched on the way through. Marshall thought he'd taken the mark. Spills out. Comes to Elijah Hollins after De Koning was immediately involved. We're going to have a ball up. It's Wiedering who has to put the right boot back on. Ran through the traffic. Ball up inside forward 50 for Port. One down by De Koning. Got to try to get a kick away to Walsh. Attempted to duck the tackle of Horne-Francis. Umpire says we'll ball it up again. Still in the right forward pocket. 35 out from goal. Cathedral end of the ground. De Koning tapped it down to Horne-Francis. Hand pass away to Burgoyne. He slipped. Was he taken high? He was. And he'll get the free kick. Pretty much straight in front of goal. Frustration then for Boyd.
Well, it's interesting as well, looking at the first couple of stoppages, Horne-Francis is going to Cripps. And on that occasion, Cripps giving Horne-Francis no respect whatsoever, just got on the fly and a beautiful hit. I'm not sure whether it was off De Koning or the Port Adelaide ruckman on that occasion, but able to get it to Burgoyne and draw the free kick. Needs to go back and start well for Port Adelaide.
He would have considered himself a bit unlucky, but here's a chance for Burgoyne. Right in front, he'll put boots a ball from 40 metres out. It's through for the first of the night. Jace Burgoyne, first goal of the season for him. What a start it is for Port Adelaide at home. The Power, 1 straight 6. The Blues yet to score. We've gone about 2 minutes in the opening term.
Well, it's interesting as well, even looking at Jace Burgoyne, he's a player that he had a breakout game probably 3 or 4 weeks ago. I can't put my finger on, might have been the showdown potentially 4 weeks ago. He had a breakout game and he's just gone from strength to strength. He's playing on the wing here tonight and a reasonable user of the footy, but just seems to be gaining in confidence each week he plays.
Nailed it, Josh. Averaging 22 touches per game in his last 4.
Yeah,
so
very good.
Absolutely blossoming is Jace Burgoyne, and now is his first for season 2024. Port Adelaide on the board first in this Thursday night blockbuster under lights. Awkward bounce in the middle. Favoured Soldo. De Koning launched, couldn't win the tap, but Sam Walsh is there for the crumb. Hooks it around the body for the Blues towards the 50 errantly. Burton was sitting back, the 150 gamer, in his milestone match. Sends it to the broadcast wing. Didn't favour Butters. And Akers floats across to cut it off. Carlton with possession on the 45. He pops it to Walsh. Suppose a number 2 coming his way. Imagine he's got plenty loaded up tonight at the Adelaide Oval. Searching for options as Port Adelaide floods back. He kicks it towards the Riverbank stand. In the right forward pocket, bit shallow for Alia, who dove down. Trickles past him. Radagalia's at the back. Fantasia becomes the tackler and escorts him over the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play. 15 out, right forward pocket. On the right-hand side of your radio dial, the Riverbank stand end. Port Adelaide up by 6.
Looks like Radagalia is going to Curnow and Zirk Thatcher's got the job on Mackay.
Carlton in the away uniform tonight. White shorts, predominantly white Guernsey. The blue shoulders. Oh, De Koning takes it himself and then snaps. And he misses the right-hand side. Saw an opportunity to pounce in the right forward pocket. The big ruck couldn't convert. 5 points the difference in favour of Port. They're 1 straight 6. The Blues 1 behind. We've travelled 3 and a bit minutes in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Here comes the booming boot of Kane Farrell, who loads up on the left all the way towards the broadcast wing. Dixon, his target, had to fist in the end behind Wiedering. Bounced off the bootlaces of Mead, trickling through the centre square. It's picked up by Newman, who hands it off to Walsh, and then Wiedering through the logo broadcast side. Spears it forward to the chest of Williams. Played predominantly forward last week, kicked a career-high 4 goals, but now up at half forward at the moment. Close to the boundary line. He'll set it up into the 50 for Carlton. Mackay outnumbered. Big fist comes from Soldo. Knocks it down to Burgoyne for the power, but he misses his kick. Just caught the side of the boot. Over and out over the boundary line. Free kick Carlton. Blake Akers has it. He'll dink it into the pocket. De Koning waiting. Port Adelaide caught napping. And the uncontested mark goes to the big man for the Blues. Tight angle, 35 out.
That's almost inexcusable, isn't it? That little held ball, slow play. Blake Akers, terrific little sort of 20-25 metre kick to find De Koning, but Port Adelaide, I think you said it, Aaron, just switched off.
Inaccurate, yeah. De Koning 7-8. Beautiful looking kick on the left though as he splits the big sticks. And Carlton hit the front. 5 minutes into the opening term, they're up by a point. 1-1-7 to Port Adelaide's 1 straight 6. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco.
It was good there, I mean, by Soldo. He came across and obviously did a nice little spoil, and I think they all thought it kind of went out of bounds. So Port were kind of caught napping there, and it was actually the free kick. And then, off they went. Had a nice little short option, and De Koning finishes off well.
Had the side up. Missed taking it out of the ruck. Then able to go back with that set shot. Scored all of Carlton's 7 points so far. And he's back in the middle to do the ruck work once more. Tom De Koning waits. Soldo stares across at him. Across the centre circles. Magnificent night in Adelaide. Rucks go at it. Soldo tapped it down, but straight to De Koning. He breaks the attempted tackle of Horne-Francis. Kicks Carlton inside the forward 50. Diving out. Terrific grab.
Great kick.
Fantasia across. It was set for him. As he hurt himself here as he's gone to ground. So De Koning's kick was an absolute beauty.
Well, I'll tell you what, De Koning's got the 3 Brownlow votes at the moment. He's been outstanding. He's been in everything. And I think you said it, Chelsea, that kick from a ruckman, his follow-up work was outstanding and just put it beautifully to the advantage of Fantasia.
No, he's fine, Fantasia. He can stay down for a moment, but he's up and he's all right. He marked it about 45 from goal. 45-degree angle to the left. He kicks from 50 out. Is it going to have the carry? It does, but not the accuracy. And the goal umpire gets bundled over as well. He's okay. It's through for a minor score. So scores Carlton 1-8. Port Adelaide 1 straight 6. 6 and a bit gone. Nearly 7 minutes gone in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Houston rockets it towards the centre square. Long ball that Sard's waiting for. Got in front of Dixon. Landed in his lap. And the Wolf is carried over from the eastern seaboard. Little 1-2 with Cripps. Then dinks it to Akers at left half forward. Called to play on. Stepped off his line. Burne-Jones closing. He'll rush the kick high into the pocket. Mackay waiting at the back. Ball drops to him. Quick kick up towards Curnow. Can't break away from Radagalia. Ball comes out. Waiting for the new interpretation to be applied, and it wasn't. Play continues. Wines gets it back to Jones, who thrusts it out of there for Port Adelaide. Sport back towards Chincotta. 55 out Cowan. Brushes off McEntee. Kick smothered by Horne-Francis. Ricochets to the centre square. Akers can't break away from the Waterman man. Horne-Francis gets him. Spills out to Newman. He's handing it off to McEntee. Pinballing around in the centre square at the moment between the Power and the Blues.
Here it comes for Wines. Great hand pass. Out towards Bergman, takes a bounce, he's bursting away, takes a second, runs to 51 out at right half forward, sends it towards goal but misses.
That almost deserved a goal there, didn't it? I mean, Port's pressure up the ground there was sensational. They were actually outnumbered and then they pressed their opponents, Carlton, very, very well.
Pushing it across the face. Port 1-1-7, Carlton 1-2-8. The Blues by a point, 9 minutes into the first.
Young Lockie Cowan in game 13 sends it to right half back. He's looking for De Koning. Fist came late. Spilt towards Walsh. Diving handball to Newman. Breaks off a couple and sends it wide to Hewitt. Bit of time at right half back to send it through the broadcast wing. Mackay down the line waiting for it. Past him. Before the footy. Aliir tried to keep it in play and ends up shoveling it over the boundary line. So it'll be tossed back into play just behind right half forward for Carlton. They're currently leading by a point. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Adrian on the text line says, "Hi team, go Blues." Josh Money downstairs.
It was a feature of Orazio Fantasia's time at Port. Injury problems. He's just gone down to the room with a shoulder. I think Clint picked that up when he took that mark earlier in the quarter.
Not quite, Josh, to be fair. Nice of you, though. I thought it was a leg problem. Nonetheless, bursting through Cripps at right half forward. Broke one tackle, broke a second, kicks the full forward. Curnow in a pack of four. Sensational play from the Blues. Cripps just went surging through and is able to find someone who'll be hoping to kick what would be a goal in 59 consecutive games. He wanted the play on quickly. Umpires aren't going to allow that to happen. He'll try to snap it from left full forward. Charlie Curnow brings it around, kicks the goal. 59 straight games of goals for Charlie Curnow. That is some run. The Blues lead is out to 7 points, 2-2-14 to Port 1-1-7. But what an effort from Cripps earlier on.
Well, my first impressions, and we played 7 minutes, is Carlton are actually dominating this game currently. And some of the numbers in terms of contested ball and ground ball gets, so they're +7 contested possessions, they're +3 ground ball gets. Inside 50s are 7-2 in favour of the Blues. Worrying signs and worrying trends for Port Adelaide at the moment. They can't get their hands on the footy. We saw that passage of play where Bergman kicked the long-range point, where they probably the only time they've had any opportunity to get some flow in their game. But at the moment, Carlton are choking them at the stoppage and the scramble and getting first use of the footy.
It's all Carlton at the moment, isn't it?
Voices of Josh Franco, Chelsea Randall and ABC Sport Thursday night footy. In the middle, Soto taps it down looking for Butters. He bounces off Elijah Hollands and gets it out to Mead. Clearance to Port Adelaide with a high wobbler. Up to half forward. Bouncing wide of Evans. Gathered there by Bergman. He goes back to Wines. Trying to break through the Ollie Hollands tackle. The little 1-2 with Bergman. Frees up the Brownlow medalist. Wines to Butters. Hooks it in. McGovern read it best in front of Marshall. And cuts it off for Carlton in the left back pocket. They lead 2-2-14 to the Powers 1-1-7. 10 minutes into the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
McGovern with a massive kick towards left half back. Jones is up for Port, got a hand on it, spills over the boundary line. Ollie Hollands can't keep it in. Throwing. Left half back for Carlton. Blues up by 7. Aaron said 11 minutes into the first on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. De Koning won it down against Soldo. The Blues overran it. Chincotta picks it up. Gave it to Hewitt. Kicks down towards the wing. Ball bounced past Curnow. Well, trying to keep it in here was Ratugolea. Was good enough to do so to Farrell. And then a clever hand pass over the shoulder back to Ratugolea. Port have it. And they kick towards right half forward. Cowan up. Couldn't take the mark. Spilled out again towards Oliver Hollands. Hand pass wanting De Koning to run onto it. Hand pass then tapped on by Cowan. Cleverly done. They thump it forward here, the Blues. Inside attacking 50. Aliir won it to ground. Spilled out though. He should be holding the ball, surely. Curnow had it, got wrapped up, got the arm, done by Aliir. And now we do see that free kick paid. Aliir rewarded with a holding the ball free kick. Yet wasn't able to play on tonight. Charlie Curnow, and Aaliyah has it at fullback for Port.
There's the new rule in action as Aaliyah sends it to the broadcast wing. Dixon had to fist over the pack, knocked it straight down to Mead, who hands it to Burton. Across half-back go the Power. Dinky little kick, hits Soldo at the defensive edge of the square. He's on the outer side. One of the 3 inclusions for the Power tonight. They'll switch it back to the broadcast wing. So Soldo to Bergman. Finds Zert Thatcher, who weaves his way past Williams and hacks it. An awkward kick up towards left half forward. Cowan didn't know where it was dropping. Bounces off him to Dixon. Couple of fumbles. Gets it on the third bite. Hands it to Evans. Spears it to Marshall. Just lost it late. Kemp stuck a fist in. McGovern's there. And he chips it wide to Akers as the Blues compose themselves at right half back. Still up by 7. 12 minutes into the opening term. 2-2-14 to 117. If you want to get in touch, the text line 0437 774 774.
Akers with his 5th disposal sends it to the wing. Zerk Thatcher was up, couldn't get it. Fogarty thumps it forward towards right half forward. Curnow gathered, was tackled by Aaliyah. Ball jarred free, but can't keep it in. And Kennedy right behind him. It's a throw in right half forward for the Blues.
Port was struggling to really connect inside there. I mean, Todd Marshall last week, he kicked the 4 goals, but he wasn't challenged in terms of his actual contested marking through there. He's only had 3 contested marks for the whole year out of his 35.
Port get the clearance. They hand pass it towards the logo. Going to ground was Butters trying to gather. The ball spins away and Mead takes it over the boundary line for another throw-in. The Blues by 7 points. 13 gone in the first.
And again, just highlighting that bit of play there. Carlton's pressure around the footy and their ability to close time and space on the opposition in Port Adelaide has been outstanding.
Towards the 3-time showdown medalist Josh Franco, tossed in a little shallow. Mackay got there first, paddled it towards Walsh, disposal number 5. Not a great one as he put Akers under a bit of pressure. Drew closes and escorts him over the line. On the text line, George, who's usually from Glen Iris, but in Canada, says it's 5:45 a.m. here. Love the call, very descriptive. Go you Blues, I'll follow them wherever I am. Very dedicated from George. Up by 7 at the moment, the Navy Blues. Toss back in. Wine's doing the ruck work against Mackay and easily beaten. He taps it down to his skipper in Cripps. Quickly gang tackled by a couple of Power midfielders. So quick ball up. Attacking edge of the square for the Power at the moment. Down by 7. Wines takes it. Hands it to Burgoyne. He releases Boak. Darting his way out of traffic. The veteran finds Burgoyne. Lowers the eyes. Perfectly weighted kick. And sliding in is Mitch Georgiadis. 40 out. Slight angle to the left.
It was funny too, even going back to my daytime job where I'm coaching kids footy, we talk a lot to the mids about driving your legs. That's obviously a trendy word that they use in the AFL currently, and Travis Boak on that occasion was outstanding. Just drove the legs 5 or 6 metres, opened up the field of play, and it was a beautiful connect inside forward 50 for Georgiadis. Now, goal kicking hasn't been his strongest suit in recent weeks. Needs to go back and nail this for his confidence.
Game 358 for Travis Boak. He found the 58-gamer in Mitch Georgiadis. He crosses the paint of 50, leans back on the kick and just can't squeeze it through. Was flirting with the right-hand goalpost and ends up through for a minor score. 6 points, Carlton's lead. 2-2-14 to the Powers, 1-2-8. Closing in on time on in the opening term.
Blues through Boyd. The quick kick in. Newman in the left-back pocket. The Cathedral lit up over his left shoulder. Goes towards left half-back. The ball's taken across the boundary line. Houston with the spoil. Let's go downstairs. Josh Money on the boundary.
Clint, the Blues doctor has emerged from the rooms, but Orazio Fantasia hasn't, so that shoulder's still a big question mark at this point. Jack Carroll hasn't warmed up at this point yet on the bench.
Spun back into play. Wine's doing the ruck work against Kennedy. Got it down for Drew. Kicks the Power into the right forward pocket. No mark taken. Good pressure being applied here from Carlton. Mead tries to pick it up. Cowan got him. Ball jarred free. Drew gathers again. Swept the hand pass forward straight to Wiedering. Tackled immediately. Lost possession of the footy. Trying to put his head over it. Here's Elijah Hollands. Got the arms free and then gets a kick away towards the wing. Trying to turn onto it. He'll race back to gather here, Jones. To arch the back and then sends the ball out towards the commentary wing where it'll be gathered by Port once more.
Put it in his path and plenty of time to think about the disposal. Jace Burgoyne takes a bounce in the end all alone and finally sends it inside 50. He was waiting and eventually Georgiadis scot-free. Hits him beautifully. Thought about giving it off with the outside run of Kane Farrell, but in the end he'll have to take his set shot as Carlton read it pretty quickly. Lockie Fogarty all over the lethal left boot.
In the exact same spot that he was before, and he's been looking to try and give that handball off to about 2 or 3 different people, so hopefully he can learn from the last set shot.
12-12 for the year now, Mitch Georgiadis. Here he comes on the second bite. Hooks it a bit better this time on the right, and it's curling back through for a major. Mitch Georgiadis has his first for the night and levels the score at the 18-minute mark. 2-2, 14 apiece between the Power and the Blues. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, three-time premiership skipper Chelsea Randall and All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco in a moment. But firstly, Josh Money downstairs.
I may have spoken just a touch too earlier. Razio Fantasia ran out of the room with his shoulders strapped, took a few painkillers, and he's back on the ground. So a nice rare break for the former Port forward.
And that was a brilliant kick inside 50 from Sean Burgoyne, from Jace Burgoyne. We watched it unfold up here. Carlton had defended the play really well. He looked up, all he saw was Carlton Guernseys, but had enough time and space and poise to be able to spot up Mitch Georgiadis just in the top of the 50. And as you said, Chelsea had to go back and learn from that previous kick, and he certainly did by nailing that goal.
Yeah, he kind of went out to the right a little bit more just to give it a bit more, and it swung back in for him. It was very good.
As we were at the start, scores are level. Kai will throw this aloft. Kai won it down against Wines, running over the top of it and soccering it forward once and then twice was Vaughan Francis. Clever to Mead, broke away from Sard, hands it off to Bergman, runs to 52 out from right half forward, sends it towards goal. Great mark on the goal line by Kemp. Right back there for the Blues. A goal-saving mark, and Carlton quickly into the right back pocket. Still scores level, 2 goals, 2 apiece between Port and Carlton.
Tell you what, Carlton need to get De Koning back on the ground. McKay's getting an absolute bath in the centre.
Elijah Holland sends it to the broadcast wing. It cleared the pack and Houston was waiting behind. Dangerous kick though as he tried to pick off Vaughan Francis. Sard racing across, brings it to ground, paddles it to Cripps. Here come Carlton on the surge. Charging forward, Fantasia can't beat Boak to it. And it's Evans who gathers. His kick smothered, ricochets up towards the 50. And a quick tackle lay there to hold things up by Hewitt. The North Adelaide product forces a stoppage just outside the 50 at the moment for Carlton. Quick reset. Cripps with a double tap down to no one in particular. Boak was waiting. Gathers in game 3:58. Hands it off to Drew. Close to the boundary line out of side. Dangerous kick as he curls it towards Georgiadis. It cleared a couple of defenders and Mitch read it best. Gathers at the back. Couple of bounces, slipped over on the boundary line, running out of room with Kemp on his tail and has to roll it over in front of the Gavin Wanganeen stand. That might have been the dew from earlier today, catching up with Mitch Georgiadis.
He just needed to keep running, didn't he? Just keep going, just keep testing it out. I think he thought he was going to get caught there.
Well, he had the wheels, didn't he?
Yeah, and then he just pulled up and propped up and slipped over.
Soldo slaps it forward to Georgiadis, gave it back to Bogue, spears it in towards Marshall, and he marks hard up against the boundary in the right forward pocket for Port.
Well, Chelsea, you mentioned a couple of times of the entries of Port Adelaide. They haven't been quite on target, but that kick there from the 350-plus gamer in Boak was the Travis Boak of old, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Tony Marshall there, he does his work early. He needs to create that space so it is an uncontested mark for him, because that's where he's really good, out on these angles here.
He'll start from beyond the boundary, Marshall. Steps across the line now from 45 metres out. He's putting it across the face. And it's slapped across the line for what will be a throw-in out of bounds off the hands of Wiedering. He had the spoil in a pack of about 6.
Scores level, 2-2, 14 apiece. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport as it's tossed back into play. Port's 50. Soldo charges out trying to take it. De Koning knocked it away from him late. Wiedering was there, spun a full 360, holding the ball. Barely any prior, but there's the new rule in play. Gathered, spun, pinged, and Soldo will get a set shot. Tight angle, 20 out.
Well, I reckon that's a terrific decision, and I reckon in any era that's holding the ball. And whether that is an interpretation of the new rule and adjudicating it, holding the ball, that was a terrific tackle and got duly rewarded for his effort, Soldo.
The big man on return. Last played in round 6 and then had knee surgery just to clean up. Back after a month. Looks so promising in the opening month at his new club. Soldo trots in. Just dinks at it from 25, but it's a beautiful finish. Casual from the big man who says that Ruckman can't kick. Ivan Soldo has his 5th major for the year, and Port Adelaide hit the front. Our second lead change of the night. 3-2-20, to Carlton's 2-2-14. Time on in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco.
Just nice and calm and composed in that goal routine, wasn't he? I mean, sometimes when you look at goal routines and people go back and then they try and kick it as hard as they possibly can, and that's often when they spray it. So just that tiny little, just kick it over the goal umpire's head is all you've got to do to try and get it through the big sticks. It was very calm and composed by him.
Aaron, I'm not sure if you've got how many goals he's kicked this year, Soldo.
5 now. So.
Yeah, he's especially early in the year, he was actually hitting the scoreboard.
Yeah.
And not many ruckmen do that, but he was definitely hitting the scoreboard early in the season. And good to see him continue that form.
Here he is again against the Coney. He palmed it down. Kennedy soccers it though for the Blues towards the wing. Cincotta was there. Burton goes crashing in. Cincotta tapped it to his own advantage, and he gathers it about 52 out from goal. Centering pass, Farrell. Defensive mark. He's up.
This is the kick. I was going to say, Farrell, always desperate to go back through the middle of the ground, just took the safe option, the little lateral kick to the pocket.
Down Houston there, who marks. Farrell presents an option. The left back pocket. Houston decides to spear it towards Bergman. It's been touched on the way through. Tried to go by hand to Burton. Back to Bergman. Now to Drew, and then he turns it over. Marking in front of the logo on the wing. Out of sight is Wiedering. Thought about going inboard for a moment. Decides instead to head towards the outer side of the ground to Boyd. Long sleeve jumper on tonight for the Blues. Kick towards left half forward. Wanted Curnow. Butters tapped it down. Drew gave it back to Butters. Hand passed into traffic. Comes out the side to Walsh. Goes back by hand again to Boyd, but not before he's gone over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in at left half forward for Carlton, who trail by 6 points. Porter 3-2-20. The Blues are 2-2-14. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Toss back into play. High angle drop. De Koning trying to reach it. Soto kept him out of it. Spilled towards Horne-Francis. He toes it off to Wines. Then receives it to Mead. Back to Horne-Francis. Bursting through the corridor. Up towards half forward. Kick intended for Georgiadis. Knocked down though by Cowan. Thrusts a handball over the top to Ollie Hollands. Right half back for the Blues. He flares it wide. Hits Williams on the logo. In front of the benches.
Love to see Georgiadis just be a bit more aggressive in that body contact before he goes for that mark.
Momentum slowed down. Williams to Sard. Looks to switch it through half back. Kick was a little shallow. Wiedering had time to gather though. Uses Kemp. He chips it over the top to Boyd. Through the centre circle he'll go. Spots Cincotta. And then wide to Newman on the broadcast wing.
Newman trots back. Almost, well, now every player in front of him. Plenty of pointing going on from Newman. He'll switch play. Marking just inside the outer edge of the centre square. Kemp plays on quickly towards left half forward. Bounced in front of the Koning. Allows Burton to try to soccer it and picks it up himself. He got taken high in the process.
Not sure about that, Freed. To the naked eye, looked like two guys just going for the footy.
Agree with that. Akers was the one to receive it. Kicks inside forward 50 for Carlton. Big pack flies. Burgoyne at the drop. Hand pass couldn't be taken cleanly by Farrell. Now he's in trouble. Tackled to ground. Ball up the call. Good pressure being applied there by the big forward in Curnow. Wrapping up Farrell. Ball to be put into the air at full forward for the Blues. Coney arrived late. Soldo won it down straight to Burgoyne. No chance of getting that out. Tackled immediately. Mead came one way. Umpire throws it up straight away to Koenig. Palmed it down. Burgoyne picks it up again. Ricocheted away off Kennedy. Hits the deck. Umpire has called for a free kick here. It's going the way of Port. And they'll have it in the left back pocket. Jones to take it. Received the free kick. It's against Walsh.
Pinged for holding there. Jones will cash in. Heads across defensive 50 to Bergman. Takes it in front of the Rashudo stand and spots Drew all alone in the square. The power released. Drew kicks over the top to Burn-Jones. Through centre wing on the outer side. The All-Australian backman sends it to half forward. It's intended for McEntee. Wine stuck an arm in. Now they're under pressure. McEntee just hacks it in hope into the 50. It'll bounce in the path of Burgoyne. Ricocheting all the way out to left half forward for the power. Farrell comes in with the assist. He's buffeted off it. Picked up by Ollie Hollands, who kept his feet. Breaking away for the Blues. He'll hand it off. Hughes Hewitt, then wide to Owies. Running out of room. He tries to keep it in the field of play. A looping kick that gets a kind bounce. over the line. And it'll be tossed back into the field of play behind right half forward for the Blues. Robbo from Mount Gambier sent us a text. He says, interested to see how you see Travis Boak's current form in terms of the top 10 all time. We'll get stuck into that in a moment, Robbo, as it's tossed back into play. Soldo winning it down, but only found Cripps. He tried to kick towards the 50, but Drew smothered. Spills out towards Walsh, but he couldn't control it. Houston now. Long ball through the broadcast wing.
Dixon can't drag it down. Kemp arrives. Gets a hand pass away for Carlton to Newman. Newman on that broadcast wing is able to find the logo, and there marking his Cripps. But no real hurry to move it on. He takes a couple of strides backwards and then sends it inside forward 50. Stretching and marking Hewitts. 48 out from goal. They were calling to him to move it on quickly. Those opportunities to go short seem to have evaporated. Mike Akers, one of them, is pointing at the big sticks.
And that's one of those kicks too. If you turn it over at the top of the 50 in the middle of the ground, you do get exposed to the other way. But George Hewitt, the ex-Sydney Swan and North Adelaide boy, took a terrific mark.
From right on 50, not going for goal. He tries to put it at the top of the square. Curnow went out to gather, and he was infringed as he attempted to mark. And he'll have the free kick from right in front.
Smart by Hewitt there. Just he realised he's probably not got the distance there, so he pulled the kick just to the top of the square. And, gave Charlie Curnow a chance to jump at it.
He didn't want to block the copybook. He had 4 straight for the year so far, Hewitt. Thought, well, can't risk a behind here. So we'll send it to Curnow, who was infringed by Aliir. Charlie Curnow right in front. No more than 15 out. Pops it through. He's got another. 2 for him tonight. And we're all square. Right on quarter time. Port Adelaide 3-2-20. Carlton with that goal 3-2-20.
Living up to the hype of a top 8 clash between these two premiership contenders, Port Adelaide and Carlton. The goal scorers at the first change for the Blues, 2 to Curnow, 1 to De Koning. For the Power, singles to Burgoyne, Soldo and Georgiadis. So we'll get into some of your texts in a moment's time on 0437 774 774. But wherever you're listening around the country, around the globe, on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
If you love country music, you'll love ABC Country.
You get a fast car.
It's Australia's home of country music. The music you grew up with.
You'll be the captain.
All the latest country hits.
I ain't proud of all the punches that I've thrown.
And emerging artists.
Because, baby, we've been apart.
24 hours commercial free. ABC Country. It's on your DAB Plus digital radio and the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
De Koning tapped it down to Horn Francis. Hand pass away to Burgoyne. He slipped. Was he taken high? He was. And he'll get the free kick. Pretty much straight in front of goal. Here's a chance for Burgoyne. Right in front. He'll put boots a ball from 40 metres out. It's through for the first of the night.
Free kick Carlton. Blake Acres has it. He'll dink it into the pocket. De Koning waiting. Port Adelaide caught napping. De Koning. Beautiful looking kick on the left though as he splits the big sticks. And Carlton hit the front.
Bursting through his Cripps at right half forward. Broke 1 tackle. Broke a second. Kicks the full foot. Curnow in a pack of 4. Charlie Curnow brings it around. Kicks the goal.
My first impressions, and we played 7 minutes, is Carlton are actually dominating this game currently.
Soldo charges out trying to take it. De Koning knocked it away from him late. Wiedering was there, spun a full 360, holding the ball. Barely any prior, but there's the new rule in play. Gathered, spun, pinged, and Soldo will get a set shot. Soldo trots in, just dinks at it from 25, but it's a beautiful finish. Casual from the big man who says that Ruckman can't kick. Ivan Soldo has his 5th major for the year, and Port Adelaide hit the front.
Charlie Curnow right in front, no more than 15 out, pops it through. He's got another. 2 for him tonight.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
A seesawing affair, and scores are level at the first change in this Thursday night blockbuster on ABC Sport. Port Adelaide and Carlton stuck at 3-2-20 apiece. Great to have you with us on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. Aaron Bryans and Clint Wilden calling tonight. Our experts, three-time premiership skipper Chelsea Randall, All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco and Josh Money downstairs. A couple of your texts on 0437 774 774. Callum says, my dad's gone on holidays and left me to finish seating, putting the last of the radish in. Calm the Blues. Hopefully we can get you through, Callum. It sounds like a tricky task. Fran from Melbourne says, hi to my favourite SAABC team. Love the call and the experts. Come on, Port, and go the Pies for tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it, Fran. The Magpies and the Western Bulldogs from 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at the Docklands. We'll give you the team news at half-time, but plenty of changes on both sides. And just following up Robbo's text as well, Travis Boak's current form in the top 10 of the all-time in the AFL. He's currently 15th for games played, and he's about to pass John Blakey in 14th, 359. And the issue there when you compare those two is Boak hasn't won a premiership. So I guess it depends on, the type of player that he is or the resume. Some people rate more things than others, Josh, but it's always a tricky one when we talk about the greats of the game.
Yeah, and you're talking about some pretty impressive names when you start talking top 15, top 20 players, all-time players in the competition. But look, Travis Boak, use the analogy, he's like a wine. He's almost just getting better and better with age. And his last, few weeks of footy has been outstanding. We saw a few weeks ago when Connor Rosie was out of the side with the hamstring. He went back in the middle. So they've still got enough confidence. When I say they, Ken Hinkley and the coaching staff still have the confidence in him that he can still play a role, whether it's wing, whether it's forward, whether it's in the midfield. He's still a superstar and a great player.
Chelsea, what did you make of the opening term?
Yeah, super interesting. I mean, the figure that's coming up to me a lot here is the clearances. Port are winning the clearances. It's 13 to Carlton's 5, which is huge. The contest possession pretty even still. There's 34 Port, 32 Carlton. Ground ball gets 22 for Port and 21 for Carlton, so pretty even in the contest there. But it's the clearances there that the ability for Port to be able to win it, and in particular Jason Horne-Francis, God, I love watching him.
Yeah.
He is a superstar. Just his attack on the footy, I think he's got 4 clearances already through there. He's dynamite through there and helping him out a lot.
Well, it's interesting, Horne-Francis, and we've called that obviously over the course of this season. He doesn't have to have a lot of the ball to have a real influence on the game, and he flashes in and out, and he's had 6 first-quarter disposals, and I agree, Chelsea. He's been outstanding, and he's a player that if you don't pay attention to, his ability to hit through the stoppage at speed and get the ball moving forward is as good as there is in the AFL.
Definitely. But it still will be an interesting quarter going forward because you're still looking at the likes of Mackay down there and Curnow, your 2 big twin towers that are just sensational in their contested marking through there. So, I mean, if I'm a defender down on them, I'm really scared that when the ball comes down there. So it's going to be an interesting quarter to see how this unfolds.
You are just joining us. Well, the breaking news that the AFL has cleared Alistair Clarkson of directing profanities at an umpire in last week's matchup against Port Adelaide. So no case to answer for Alistair Clarkson. They couldn't determine if he had directed that at anybody in particular. So he gets out of dodge there. Text line 0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch. Scores level at the Adelaide Oval. We get the second term underway between Port Adelaide and Carlton. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport as Soldo stares down De Koning. Awkward bounce favoured the Blues big man. Soldo gets there though, wins it down, but De Koning does the ruck work. He flung it out. Whistle's coming back though.
Yeah, it was holding on. Yeah, it was holding on to De Koning. The umpire about 100 metres away from the footy paid the free kick.
Plays on quickly and spots Fantasia on the broadcast wing. Puts it in his path and he takes the uncontested mark on the logo. The former power forward spears it up towards the 50 for the Blues. Aaliyah matched up with Curnow. Beat him to it using the bodywork, but couldn't quite reel in the mark. Gathers on the bounce anyway. Hands it to Mead, then Drew. Across half back go the power. Bit of electricity here. Butters combining with Soldo. Didn't quite get it back, so Mead has to thrust it forward the fist. Horne-Francis can't get away from Sard. 360, ball up.
I reckon that's the one, Aaron.
Yep.
I reckon that's the one they were referring to in that interpretation. That, in my opinion, is holding the ball.
Soldo arrives against De Koning, palmed it down. We're able to get a kick away around the body from Butters. Defensive mark taken by Sard. Just inside his back 50. We'll move it short to Hewitt, marking for Carlton at left half back. 100% with you, Josh. That was absolutely what we saw in the replays and the vision that was given to everybody that should have been holding the ball. Nonetheless, not to be at the moment.
We should be out umpiring.
No, I'm too fat and slow to do that sort of thing. Newman from the right back pocket to Williams. Is at right half back, and it comes back again to Newman. Trots back with Burne-Jones standing in front of him. Touch of deja vu as it's sent towards right half back. Ball marked there by Kennedy this time.
Definitely don't want to give up the ball. They had 24 first quarter marks, Carlton. They had 126, I think it was, against Gold Coast last week, which is a huge number. And just trying to maintain possession of the footy by kick mark.
Moves short to Akers at right half back. He goes down the line. That's a good grab to the Koning. Got in front of Soldo. Plays on immediately. Sends it into the right forward pocket. Curnow up. Spoiled by Aliir. Spills down again. Walsh with it now. Hand pass for Hewitt. Draws the opponent. Hand pass again. Snapping at goal. Kemp travelled over the two that were standing on the goal line. That is a good finish with just enough weight on it as well. The Blues, they take back the lead. They're up by 6 points. 2 and a bit minutes gone in the second term. Carlton 4-2-26. Port 3-2-20, our third lead change of the evening.
Well, Chelsea, I reckon Michael Voss would have been sitting up in the box and said to the IT bloke sitting next to him, that's the clip we're going to show on Monday in the review. The build-up from the back half, it was no risk. They were kick mark, not willing to kick it to a contest. They were, in the end, forced to kick long down the line and then able to get speed on the ball and start to get some energy in their game and energy in the ball and able to manufacture Carlton's fourth goal. Good to play.
Also worth mentioning, Kemp, just his first of the season, just the second of his career.
There you go.
In his 33rd game as well. Carlton by 6, Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. Soldo wins the tap down uncontested. De Koning staying down. He's put it down the throat of Butters. Electric out of the middle. Butters to Horne-Francis from 50. Misses to the right-hand side. Gee, they soared away, Port Adelaide, but couldn't cash in. And a 5-point deficit now for them as Carlton look to move it quickly to the outer side.
McGovern long to Akers. He's too strong up against Burgoyne. Marks and plays on. Flying through as Ollie Hollands gives it to Mackay and then steers it back inboard. Just on the outer edge of the centre square. Marked there by Akers. Hands it on again to Mackay. Thumping kick. Deep inside attacking 50. Aliir took front position. Brought it to ground. Couldn't mark it though. It's still there to be won. Umpire circles. Would come out the back. Boak tries to emerge with it. He's tackled immediately anyway. So we will be balling it up inside forward 50 once more for the Blues.
Just Carlton's ability to win the 1v1s there in their contested marking. Sensational.
Bounced off Soldo's head, came down to me. Clearing kick beyond defensive 50. Akers across half forward, couldn't gather. Butters could, and he hands it off to Burgoyne.
A wobbler, but he's put it in the path of McEntee. Foot race on with him and Sard. Neck and neck. Who'll get there first? The Blues defender gets a hand on it and knocks it to the boundary line in front of the Rashudo stand. That's why he's one of the best, Adam Sard.
How quick is he? I know that's stating the obvious, but McEntee's got some legs as well. And he ran him there, gave him about a 4 or 5 metre head start and ran him down.
Fresh off a month-long hamstring injury as well, Adam Sard. He's put it to the test right there.
Put it out.
Carlton by 5. Toss back in. De Koning gets the double tap towards Walsh, holding free kick. And it's going Carlton's way.
Tell you what, I've liked De Koning's game so far. He's been outstanding. And not only what he's doing in the ruck, but his ground level work has been...
His follow-up work, it's been sensational.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Walsh from the right back pocket. Goes towards the wing. Well read, though, by Aliir. Got in front of Kennedy and he takes the mark beneath the Max Bashir stand. Moves it back inboard with the kick to Drew, who marks. Measured kick short again towards left half forward. Chance here for Butters to wheel around and stab it inside attacking 50. Not the kick he was hoping for. Bounces past Dixon. Tracked to the boundary line by McGovern. It's out at left full forward. Throwing. Was it the Riverbank stand in?
Wasn't the perfect kick, was it? But not a bad result for Port Adelaide to create another boundary throw in close to their point post.
Charlie Dixon in the ruck against De Koning. Tapped it behind his head, put it in the path of Horne-Francis, gathers at his toes, may have caught one high. Whistle stays away, non-controlling umpire comes in. Craig Fleer from the broadcast wing, racing towards the 50 to hand the footy to young Jason Horne-Francis. He'll receive the free kick. 35 out, slight angle to the left.
Oh, look, I'm just looking at the replay. I'm not sure that's...
The first one was there.
You reckon?
Yeah, the first one was there over the shoulder. The second one was just a little bit of extras.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool.
We're starting to see this young man flourish. Averaging 26 touches in his last 3 games and 8 clearances. Jason Horne-Francis crosses the paint of 50. Booming kick, starting left and not coming back. Minor score again for the Power. 2 consecutive in this second quarter to Carlton's 1 goal. They trail by 4 points. The Blues 4-2-26. The Power 3-4-22. Approaching the 7-minute mark of the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
McGovern's got the kicking duties for the Blues, who are up by 4 points, as Aaron told you. Comes into the middle of the ground. Big pack up. Spilled down there to Soldo. Hand pass over the shoulder. Butters got a hand pass out to Burton. Tried to shovel it forward. Intercepted though. Fantasia had it stolen away again. Butters once more. Now to Wines for Port. Kicking towards right half forward. Scooped up there. And then the kick into the right forward pocket. It came off the boot of Evans. And it's been marked by Horne-Francis. He's got it about 25 from goal. Right up against the boundary.
Geez, hasn't Zach Butters lifted this quarter? He's had 7 touches.
Oh, Horne-Francis tried the remarkable to send it back in towards Wines. It got touched on the way through, though. And then the mark won't be paid. Good effort there from Elijah Hollins, just stretching. Horne-Francis not confident to take that shot from deep in the right forward pocket. De Koning had a touch from the restart. Comes down, the clearing kick from the Blues, spins its way over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in.
Wow.
It was more a poor kick than anything else from Newman, but I've seen them given, Josh.
I reckon he knew exactly what he was doing there, Newman. I reckon that's as deliberate as it gets. Admittedly, he was under pressure, but he was going for the boundary line.
All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco there. Carlton by 4, toss back in. Soldo wins it down, looking for Wines. He's set upon by 3 Blues. Gets it out, but the same result for Jackson Mead. Caught in the meat sandwich. We'll get a ball up.
Thought there might have been more reaction from the Port Adelaide crowd then. They must have been asleep as well.
De Koning taps it down. Only found Farrell. He's spun a good 360, maybe 720 in the end by Owies and pinged for it.
Rightly so.
Big foot all over that one. Free kick to Carlton and 50. Ball didn't come back. So it will be handed to Owies, who's racing his way through the centre square, trying to get away from Ollie Wines. Eventually plays on around the mark, sends Carlton into the 50. Mackay outnumbered, did enough to bring it to ground. Pouncing there was Williams, just missed his boot and funneled it like a couple of metres towards the goal square. Elijah Hollins there couldn't control it. Lockie Jones rips it away, finds Aaliyah, who fell into the footy as he gathered, tackled, ball up, top of the goal square. Looked like Carlton had that as a shoe-in. Zach Williams just couldn't make the connection. Quick stoppage now, close to the goal line. Soldo against Cripps. Coming in late was De Koning. He wasn't the elected ruckman there. And as a result, the free kick going to Port Adelaide for the third man up rule.
Oh, dangerous kick into the pocket. They've turned it over. Looking to find Burgoyne. That's an absolute blow from Soldo. Instead, it's been marked by Mackay, who had the height and weight advantage. Soldo saw Burgoyne. He had to wait. Mackay attacked the football, got in front, takes the mark. Harry Mackay with a chance to kick what would be for Port an awful blow. Mackay snaps with the left. He brings the Carlton fans to their feet at the Cathedral scoreboard end of the ground. Oh, that hurts if you're a Power fan, particularly if you're Soldo as well. He stole it away, Mackay. He gives Carlton their 5th. Their leaders 10 points, 5-2-32 to put Adelaide 3-4-22. 10 minutes gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco.
Well, probably strengthens the case for ruckman not to kick short or play on, and that was just a bit of a brain fade, wasn't it? The kick was probably on, but he gave it too much height, and Harry Mackay was just on it like a flash, read the cues, intercept mark, and that's probably his bread and butter, those snaps from the boundary on his left foot.
Read it really well, didn't he, Mackay?
Yeah.
But, yeah, Soldo's kick, he was just one step, didn't really get over it. You've got to be punchy with those.
Carlton by 10. Beautiful high bounce in the middle. Tap down to Wines, who gets away from Walsh, kicks it towards the 50. He was looking for Marshall. Kemp gets a fist in. Spills to the back. McEntee trying to reel it in. Closed down by Boyd, who brings him to ground. Ball stuck between their legs. We'll get a ball up. 20 out, straight in front. Port Adelaide's 50 right now, down by 10. So dangerous on a quick clearance. The Power. Dixon takes it out of the ruck against De Koning, but missed his boot on the ball drop. Gathers again, wrapped up Another stoppage to come inside the 50 for the Power.
Port haven't kicked a goal this term. The restart. Butters tried to work it away. It's been locked in. Umpire will ball this up. No prime.
Shout out to Mustang Darcy and Les on the text line who say, up the mighty Blue Baggers.
DeConey wins it down into a pack. Still the Wiedering. He's able to get a clearing kick away towards right half back. Nicely gathered. Fogarty was onto it and takes the mark. Spins around. In a kick into space at left half forward. Trying to meet it, Williams. Did well to gather. Swept the hand pass back inboard. This is Cripps. Just threw it on the boot. Hoping for anyone to get to it. Instead, trying to attack it first was Zerk Thatcher. He got tackled, got the ball out, only as far as Kennedy. Walsh for Carlton into the right forward pocket to Mackay. Well done, Bergman was strong. Won it down, got the footy, but then turns it over down the throat of Boyd. And he moves it short again. Now it comes to Ollie Hollins. He has it at right half forward for Carlton. Puts the Blues deep into the right forward pocket. Well read by Soldo this time. Got in front and took the mark. We'll have it at left full back. Carlton's lead remains 10 points. 13 gone in the second. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
In front of the scoreboard, Soldo sends it to the outer wing. Dixon the target, fisted away by Wiedering. Trickles back into the 50 for Carlton. Chincotta loses his footing, tumbling into the footy. Ripped out of there by Butters, and ultimately left the footy behind. Shoveled out by Wines, hits Bergman. We're about 40 out from the Blues goal. Jones into Farrell, now Drew. They get out of dodge. And a low and hard kick up towards Georgiadis, who dropped to one knee to pull it in. He looks to switch now to Marshall. Had eyes for the footy, back with the fight. Newman didn't. Did enough to bring it to ground, though, the Blues defender. Spills towards the centre square. Fogarty couldn't control it. Evans gathers, uses Georgiadis, then Drew for the power. Chips it up to half forward. And finds Boak. May have been collected after, but no penalty against Sard. The veteran Boak spots Soldo, who's floated forward all alone and perfectly weighted as he pulled the kick 30 out from goal to the big man on the tight angle.
Well, Chelsea, we saw him in the first quarter just nonchalantly go back and nail a set shot. Important goal here, I reckon, for Port Adelaide. Just under siege at the moment. The momentum swung a little bit in favour of Carlton, so in the context of the game in this quarter, really important kick for the big ruckman.
Carlton got numbers back, didn't they? But they just didn't reference. They just were taking up the space rather than referencing an opponent.
Ivan Soldo. Long run up as he starts in front of the Williams stand. Methodical in his approach. Soldo head down. Heads towards goal. And it's across the face for a minor score on the right-hand side. Deficit now 9 points for the Power. Carlton 5-2-32. Port Adelaide 3-5-23. We're at the 14-minute mark of the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So the ball moved towards Curnow, who marks it left half back. Has it for the Blues. Govan again taking the kicking duties for Carlton. Curnow will bring it towards the commentary wing. Lear got away from his opponent in Kennedy. Goes forward to take the mark for Port. Puts it back into the middle of the ground. Soldo couldn't mark. Thought he had his hands chopped. Umpires thought different. Cripps quickly to Fogarty. Goes to a one-on-one inside forward. 50 for the Blues. Going to ground. Williams thought he was infringed. He'll get the free kick. The locals are not happy. What do you make, Josh? Chelsea having a look at the replay. Thought the free kick was there myself. Burton came back, had a look.
He had eyes for the ball, but it was just the fact that his arm actually came and slapped the guy in the face. So unfortunately, he actually had eyes for the footy, but just the method there to execute that didn't pay off.
Just gave one across the mush to Zach Williams, who has an opportunity to kick Carlton's sixth. In he comes. 40 metres out. It starts out to the right. The locals think there's a bit of footy justice. He's missed. Minor score to the right-hand side. Carlton, they are 5-3-33. Port 3-5-23.
We talked about Port Adelaide. It's in their DNA to go back through the corridor. That's a classic with Lear trying to go back through the middle, turning it over and getting Byrne on the other end.
Houston, excellent kick to Radagalier at centre-half back. Releases Wines in the sidecar. Sends it through the outer wing. Charging across Newman. Monstrous fist as he thumps it towards the boundary line. Just had a bit of backspin, though. Kept up for McGovern, who's bowled over as he kicked forward. Down the line anyway. Free kick paid to Elijah Hollins, who tried to look inside for Hewitt. Drew cut it off with a hand. Spilled down to Ollie Hollins. Gives it off towards Walsh into the scoreboard pocket. Kick was pretty miserable. Nowhere near Owies, and only found Zerk Thatcher with the intercept mark for the Power.
Even that kick's risky from Zerk Thatcher. He found Ollie Wines, but you turn it over there, that's coming back with interest.
He rebounds to the Brownlow medalist in Wines. Now looks to switch to the broadcast wing to Jace Burgoyne. Carlton by 10. 16 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Goes back to Aliir. Marking just inside his defensive 50. Get told to move it on now.
Defended well that.
Yeah, congested in front of him. Nowhere immediately to go. Kicks to a pack on the commentary wing. Wines was there, shoveled it back to Drew, was tackled immediately by Hollins. That's the Elijah version. Throwing up again. Solden tapped it down. Burgoyne elects to just soccer it forward. Didn't take possession. Worked out pretty well too. Chance here for Port once more. They scooped onto it through McIntyre. Got it back to Georgiades and then went forward into the right forward pocket where Mead is tackled over the boundary line for a throw-in. Let's head downstairs. Josh Money's on the boundary.
Yeah, Zach Butter's leading all comers on the disposal front. Michael Voss has seen enough, so Alex Chincotta has gone to him. He's following them everywhere, including to the bench just now, so that's one to watch.
Ball back into play. Mackay with the more telling tap. Knocked it down to Cowan. Gave it back to Wiedering for the Blues. Kicked it up in the air, not far enough to be a mark. Wanted to get rid of it eventually, though. Thought Kennedy had been paid the mark. No, the umpires let them play on. Wrestled away from him and then sent back towards right half forward. And that is going to be deliberate. Now, that was just hacked out of there more than anything else. It was a desperate attempt to get it away from danger. Aliir's been pinged, so it's a free kick at left half back for the Blues through Boyd.
That's stiff, that one.
That is stiff.
Yeah, definitely.
Boyd down the broadcast wing. Radagalier sandwiched between two Blues. Takes the contested grab to cut it off. Kept Nick Larkey goalless last week. He's settling in well at Alberton. Sava Radagalier sends it to the defensive edge of the square to Houston. The All-Australian backman finds the former Bomber in Zerk Thatcher as they switch to the outer side. Carlton by 10 at the moment. Zerk Thatcher down the line. Hits Drew. Career best season himself, averaging 20 touches. Certainly shining in the absence of Connor Rozee. Runs into the centre square and pops it up to half forward. Big mark. Soldo launched himself a good metre into the air and clunks it bang on the pane of 50 straight in front.
Well, he had an absolute mare about 10 minutes ago, but his quarter's actually been quite influential from Port Adelaide's perspective. He's had 5 disposals, so he's lining up for his 5th disposal this quarter. He's already had a shot on goal and he has looked threatening.
Underrated his impact. He's 3rd in the league for ruckman and hit out to advantage percentage as well, 33. So a bit of an everyman and back into Port Adelaide's side for the first time in a month. He'll hand it off. Charging by was Burton and the umpires sent them back. As he started his approach, he has to take the set shot. So at the end, he'll kick it wide to Farrell, who's all alone. Speaking of lethal, left boots running by on the pane of 50. Just gets under it a little bit too much. It'll sit up in the goal square and fisted through by Blake Hakers. So a bit of a messy affair there from Ivan Soldo, caught between two minds. And in the end, it is the behind for Port Adelaide and the deficit 9 points once again against them. Carlton 5-3-33, Port 3-6-24. Time on in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 4
behinds in a row now for the Power. They haven't kicked a goal in this term. The Blues have got a couple. It comes towards the broadcast wing. Mackay has it. Measures his kick almost perfectly. It sat there for Kennedy. Went back by hand to Walsh. Walsh not sure where to go. Goes back again to Mackay. Gets it back again by hand. Walsh. Walsh will kick into the left forward pocket. Curnow! Big fly. Didn't complete the mark. Gee, got hands on it, but just not for long enough, according to those in yellow downstairs. Really did attack the football. It would have been spectacular. Rose from a long way out. Just dropped it on the way down. From the restart, Walsh is tackled. Got a hand pass out. Farrell's there. Gives it back to Houston. Now to Burton. Hand pass to Burgoyne. Deep in the right back pocket. He'll kick towards the broadcast wing. Wiedering against Marshall. Wiedering brings it to ground. Boat tries to go in to lend his presence to proceedings. It's been locked in. Ball up the call. 21 gone in the second. The Blues lead by 9 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Dixon taps it down, only found Saad though for Carlton. Wheels away from Horne-Francis. Hands it to Newman, his kick smothered by Evans. Here come Port Adelaide on the counter. Fast break for Horne-Francis. Perfect kick into the 50 to Georgiadis.
That was an outstanding kick from Horne-Francis then, wasn't it? I think his first instinct was just to bang it long, kick to a contest, but he spotted Georgiadis just at the last split second, pulled the kick, and a really nice connection inside 50.
Matter of moments to pull the trigger, and he spotted Big Mitch, who took it 30 out, 45-degree angle to the right. Looking for his second of the night after 2 last week against the Roos. Georgiadis trots in. Kicks from 35. Magnificent finish. 2 for the night for Georgiadis. Back down to a 3-point ball game at the Adelaide Oval. Carlton 5-3-33. Port Adelaide 4-6-30. Time on in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, 5 All-Australian Blazers between them. Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco.
Well, it was a beautiful finish, wasn't it? But, I mean, we underestimate the smothers and the 1%ers because just the ability for Port to be able to get a hand on that smother, it spills out. Then Jason Horne-Francis is able to scoop it up and just lower his eyes. Like you said, Josh, he just took that half a second longer to be composed and really hit up Georgiadis there. And they've got a shot on goal and he finished it strongly.
On the text line, Jared, Ben and John say driving a freight train from Adelaide to Melbourne, enjoying the coverage, go Port. And the Ward brothers listening to you on ABC Radio on the train from Paris to Amsterdam. Great to have you with us.
DeConey for Blues, got it down. Walsh was involved. Elijah Hollands working it away here. Hewitt will kick towards centre half forward. Cincotta goes out after it, coming the other way. Radaglia for the power. Then well done, Drew. Moves it short to Bergman. On in turn to Boak. He marks just shy of the logo. On the opposite wing from our broadcast position, it comes to Burn-Jones, who marks and plays on, and he couldn't hit Marshall, who was leading out. Marshall turns. Kemp gets there first, tries to break one tackle, was able to get a hand pass away to Elijah Hollands. That's got to be holding the ball. It is. Got tackled by Evans. He'll win the free kick. Almost the dictionary definition of incorrect disposal. Was under pressure, tried to get it away, just dropped it cold.
And I wonder if obviously the new rule, the interpretation of it, Elijah Hollands there just, maybe last week he would have held it for that split second longer. Maybe he just panicked a little bit, tried to get the kick away, and as you said, incorrect disposal.
So here comes Francis Evans. For his 3rd of the season, it's going to go across the face. And it misses. Another behind. 4-7-31 now. So they've kicked 1 goal. 1 goal 5 for the quarter, Port Adelaide. Carlton are 5-3-33. The Blues lead is 2 points. 25 gone in the second term.
In the left back pocket, Boyd spots Newman. Had leather poisoning tonight. This will be his 6th touch of the second quarter. Dangerous one, though. Lofted in the air a little bit for Wiedering, but did enough to get away from Marshall to take the mark. 4-time All-Australian. Pops it wide. It's Akers, the journeyman. West Aussie. In the right back pocket. Long ball, high, up through the outer wing. Pat converges. Wines launches. Knocked it down straight to Walsh, front and square. Tumbles one through centre wing. Just missed Soldo. Misread the bounce. Oh, he's at the back. Tackled. Flung it out to Saad, who toes it forward. Then volleys it all the way from 50. This would be extraordinary. Oh, the bounce is unkind. At the last possible moment, it nearly got through. Have we ever seen a volley from that far out that could have been a goal?
My gosh.
A minor score. Carlton up by 3.
Wow. That could have been a goal of year contender, surely, if that went through. But it didn't.
He knew exactly what he was doing, didn't he? He sort of had a little toe at first and then tried to kick it from,
It was a thumping soccer.
Yeah, it was.
Didn't quite work, unfortunately. Mead's got it on the outer wing here for Port. His hand pass intercepted, though. Came only as far as Newman, and he's under pressure. Got tackled, put it down the throat of Alier, who marked it left half back. Moved it short. Was able to find Bergman. Thought about playing on to Alier. Thought the better of it. Stab it short, though, to Wines, marking just shy of the logo. In front of the Max Bashir stand. Directly opposite our broadcast position. They wheel around and send it with the right. Inside forward 50, Wiedering flew. Great spoil. Punched it down. Cincotta in the vicinity. So too Kemp. It's been locked in here. Ball up will be the call. Butters, the last player underneath those two Blues, is helped up off the ground. De Koning against Soldo from the restart. Both missed it. Horne-Francis bursting through, gathers, gave it off to Boak. Boak goes for goal from 51 out. It's across to the right-hand side. You could feel the crowd rise when the 358 game player had a shot. Minor score though. Carlton's lead cut back to 2 points. Porter 4-8. Carlton 5-4. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
The kid from Devonport, Lockie Cowan, loads up to the broadcast swing. Mackay lost his footing and it enabled Burton to cut it off. Intercept mark for the Power. Just behind right half forward. Late in the second term. Dangerous to the boundary line, looking for Burgoyne. Had his back to it as he was running back and fisted away by Cowan over the boundary line. So it'll be tossed back into play, 40 out. Front of the Riverbank stand. Owen at Bruce Rock in WA on the text line says, I'm not familiar with Carlton's backline, but it seems they lack a backman with a bit of John Worsfold in him. Tossed back into play. De Koning taps it down looking for Horne-Francis. Rare fumble enables Newman to get it out. Found Elijah Hollins. Hacks it out of there. Hoisting it towards centre wing. Mackay waiting for it as it landed in his lap, but Asava Radaglia stuck a fist in and knocks it over the boundary line.
He did that superbly then, Radaglia, didn't he? He was under all sorts of pressure, almost pushing the boundaries of giving away a free kick for holding, but managed to effect the spoil.
Loving that match-up, Mackay and Radaglia.
Spun back in, De Koning got in front of Soldo. Got a tap on it, but was infringed. They'll take the advantage here. Quickly onto it was Walsh for the Blues. Kick towards left half forward. No mark taken. Spill down to Burton. His hand pass straight back into traffic for Port. It might have been a throw, I thought, coming out there from Owie. He's got it on in turn to Elijah Hollins. Oh, then an almost marvellous goal. It was socked hard up against the boundary by Fantasia. Sent it towards goal and just missed. Wow, that would have been something. We've seen two almost remarkable soccer goals in this game, but not.
What are they doing during the week? They're playing a bit of soccer here. Some of their foot skills off the ground.
They've learnt from Darcy Byrne-Jones a few weeks prior.
Yeah, rushed through for a minor score on that occasion. And that is half-time in a hugely entertaining game of football, which sees the Blues lead by 3 points. Carlton are 5-5-35. Port, who had been inaccurate in front of goal, find themselves 4-8-32. So scores were level at quarter time. The Blues up by 3 at the major break.
So Carlton kicking 2 goals, 3 to Port Adelaide's 1-6 in that second term. The goal scorers at the major break for the Blues, 2 to Curnow, singles to Kemp, De Koning and Mackay. For the Power, 2 to Georgiadis and singles to Soldo and Burgoyne. Aaron Bryans and Clint Wilden calling the action for you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco. The text line 0437 774 774. Darren's got in touch and says, G'day, listening in from Budapest. Close game. Hopefully you're enjoying it, Darren. And Bill's not happy. Says, hi team, sorry, Ken has to go. Another wrong selection with Soldo. I reckon this text might have been sent before he kicked his 1 goal and had a couple of set shots after that as well. Bill says, should have been left until after the bye. Hands on his knees already. Charlie hasn't done much either. Cramps, Mitch and Todd are still okay. Have a good call. So Bill not too pleased with selection for Port Adelaide, but they're holding their own right now, down by 3 points at half-time. 5-5-35 to Port Adelaide's 4-8-32. And the big news of the week, if you're just joining us, the AFL has cleared Alistair Clarkson of any wrongdoing in terms of directing profanities at an umpire in last week's matchup against Port Adelaide. So no case to answer for Alistair Clarkson. Chelsea Randall, Josh Franco, all Australian midfielders in the box tonight on ABC Sport. An excellent half of footy, Josh. What did you make of it?
Well, it's interesting, and obviously the scoreline's only 3 points in favour of Carlton, and statistically, I guess the KPIs in terms of how the game's being played are reflecting that. So from a tackle perspective, it's pretty even. The contested ball numbers, where early in that first quarter Carlton started to get a little bit of momentum in the ascendancy, but Port were able to wrestle it back. But at half-time, it's only +1 in favour of the Power. The ground ball gets are pretty even. Probably the only area where we saw a dominance from Port Adelaide was that first quarter from a clearance count perspective. But overall, it's been a pretty even contest. Inside 50s, slightly in favour of Carlton. But overall, I guess from an inaccuracy point of view, that quarter, Port Adelaide missed opportunities in front of goal, likewise to Carlton. But it's been a pretty even contest, Chelsea.
Yeah, it has, and I think you're right. So Port Adelaide's inability to hit the scoreboard and kick the goals at the minute, I hope that doesn't affect them by the end of the game and bite them. But I think on the flip side, look, with Carlton, there was... at the beginning of that second quarter there, I reckon, Josh, you said that's the clip that the coaches are going to take, and they're going to use that one to show the players on Monday at review that that's how we play the game. And it was the uncontested marks, and they had time in possession, and they were just controlling the ball. And when they saw it, they see it, they hit it, and then they were able to actually break the lines and actually get one forward and go and kick the goal. And right now, I just feel like they're just trying to hack it forward, and Radaglia, those guys from Port, they're just intercepting the ball, reading it really well. Aaliyah down there, and they're able to intercept that and go back at him rather than actually just maintain that possession, time in possession, uncontested marks. See if we can just get Port falling asleep a little bit and then attack with their foot skills through there.
And even further to that, to what you're saying as well, Chelsea, you talk about Curnow, and they don't look threatening forward. Just the one disposal in that second quarter. I'm trying to look for McKay as well. He had 6 touches, but a lot of those possessions were higher up the ground and not where he needs to be getting them, closer to goal and having those influential shots on goal. But look, I agree that the game at the moment is really evenly poised. As we said, the margins statistically it sort of supports that, but. No doubt the coaches will go into half-time reasonably happy. There'll be areas to improve, and I reckon from Carlton's perspective, their clearance work, as we said, they need to tidy that up a little bit. From a De Koning perspective, he's had a real influence on the game. He's getting his hands on the footy. I'd still like to see potentially even just knocking the ball forward rather than trying to look for a perfect hit out to advantage to one of his mids and get the game on his terms and get it going forward and get momentum going forward. And I guess from Port Adelaide's perspective, they're getting the opportunities ahead of the ball. They've just got to be able to convert. Yeah,
definitely. But Zach Butters definitely lifted in that kind of second quarter, though. I think he had 8 touches there, but he had 6 contested possessions, 4 ground ball gets, 3 clearances just in that second quarter there. But yeah, he's been lightning, and obviously we saw... who was it that ended up going to him? It was Chincotta, wasn't it? Yeah, that ended up going to him to try and put a stop to him because he was getting too much of it through there. So Vossi obviously saw that and did something about that there. But yeah, look, it's been a pretty even contest. I think for Port going forward, can they just their ability to maybe hit the goals and hopefully score off that a little bit more, and for Carlton just continue to keep using that uncontested ball and just be really poised with that going forward.
Has been a problem for Port this year, so they've hit the double-digit behinds in about 9 of their games this season, so inaccuracy certainly a problem that may cost them once again. Carlton leading at the moment at half-time by 3 points, 5-5-35 to Port Adelaide's 4-8-32. The thoughts of 3-time premiership skipper Chelsea Randall and 3-time Showdown medalist Josh Franco. We'll run through all the team news for the remainder of round 12 and also what's happening in the NRL tonight. Your text welcome as well, 0437 774 774. There's plenty of sporting action coming your way this weekend. We've got Collingwood and the Western Bulldogs tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at the Docklands. You can hear the call with Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. The round ball game is more of your area. The Matildas and China tomorrow from 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here at the Adelaide Oval. You can hear that on the ABC Listen app with Ned Hall. If cricket is your fancy, the T20 World Cup kickstarts this weekend, and we'll have every ball live on the ABC Listen app through the World Cup button from Sunday, June the 2nd. So whatever sporting code you're after, we've got it on the ABC Listen app, be it football, soccer or cricket. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport at the moment. Carlton leading 5-5-35 to 4-8-32. It is great to have your company on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. The second half coming your way in a moment, but for now, let's get the latest from the ABC News.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Survivors of the massive landslide in Papua New Guinea have been slow to move to safer ground as authorities prepare to use heavy machinery to clear debris. Government officials and experts have examined the stability of the land surrounding the landslide and have 2 excavators and a bulldozer on standby to start digging on one side of the massive debris. There are fears that using the heavy machinery could trigger another landslide. This man says more than half of his community was crushed by the first one.
I'm one of the disaster survivors. I was inside of the house and the storm covered me. And it covered about 100 of houses. Total population is 3,895. Half of the population was sink and still there.
Palestinian local media is reporting the Red Crescent Society is dismantling a field hospital in southern Gaza amid fears of continued Israeli bombing. The reports say the hospital was transferred from Al-Mawasi, a tent encampment for displaced Palestinians in a coastal area west of Rafah. Earlier this week, Gaza's health ministry said at least 21 people were killed in a strike on the camp, which Israel denies responsibility for. Meanwhile, Israel's military says it's seized control of a strategic corridor along Gaza's border with Egypt to cut off smuggling tunnels. The Bureau of Meteorology says damaging wind gusts and heavy rainfall battering large parts of Victoria will begin to ease tomorrow. Severe weather warnings have been issued as a cold front's moving across the state, bringing heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding in the northeast tonight. A road weather alert's also been issued for metropolitan Melbourne, with the significant rainfall expected to cause dangerous driving conditions. Senior forecaster Joanna Hughes says the wet and windy conditions will continue overnight.
But we're still expecting the potential to see damaging wind gusts above 90 kilometres per hour about the Otways and about the northeast ranges continuing overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning.
The ABC's managing directors rejected suggestions that the high-profile journalist Laura Tingle should leave the organisation over comments she made about racism and the opposition leader. At a writers' festival at the weekend, Ms Tingle said that Australia was a racist country, criticising the opposition leader Peter Dutton for blaming migrants for shortages in housing and services. The ABC's news director counselled Ms Tingle for not providing sufficient context, balance and supporting information in her remarks. In response to a question from the Liberal Senator Sarah Henderson at a Senate estimates hearing, the managing director David Anderson says the lack of context at the time was problematic, but he stood by Ms Tingle's journalism.
Should Laura Tingle leave the ABC?
I don't believe so, Senator. So I don't believe that Laura Tingle should leave the ABC. What Ms Tingle said, she has regretted not having context analysis with it. For everything else she has reported on platform, I think that journalism stands the test of scrutiny.
A cybersecurity expert is warning the full extent of Ticketmaster's global data breach is still unfolding. The Department of Home Affairs has acknowledged it's working with the company following reports of a data leak affecting 560 million customers worldwide. Hackers have put names, addresses, credit card numbers, phone numbers and payment details up for sale. Professor Richard Buckland from the University of New South Wales says it could have multiple impacts on those affected.
One, if you have a Ticketmaster account and it's been compromised and you've used that password somewhere else, everywhere else you've used it's compromised. Identity theft is another thing. It's apparently containing the sorts of details you'd need to impersonate someone's identities. And thirdly, I guess if you have tickets with Ticketmaster, then it's hard to know if your tickets are safe.
Updating sports news, and the Victorian government says it's extremely disappointed following the decision announced by Rugby Australia that the men's Melbourne Rebels team won't compete in Super Rugby Pacific next season. The governing body rejected an application from a private consortium to fund the club in the future after it entered voluntary administration in January with debts in excess of $23 million. The Minister for Sport and Major Events, Steve Dimopoulos, says his thoughts are with those affected by the news, and Rugby Australia CEO Phil Waugh says the league simply can't continue to support the Rebels.
It is not an ideal situation having to remove the Rebels. However, I'll keep coming back to the fact that we have limited resources, we have limited finances, and we need to invest in the game that's going to drive the greatest connection to community.
And a decision on the Rebels women's team is expected to be made later in the year. That is the latest from ABC News, and a reminder you can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
Hey Google, play the footy on the ABC.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Oh, that is amazing!
Play
ABC AFL.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Get the best call, the biggest experts in the game. Every round of the AFL season.
Can he bend it back? You bet he can.
On your favourite station, ABC Radio. Your home for footy. Now on your smart speaker.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country. Hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Hand pass for Hewitt. Draws the opponent. Hand pass again. Snapping at goal. Kemp travelled over the two that were standing on the goal line. That is a good finish. The Blues, they take back the lead. They're up by 6 points. Oh, dangerous kick into the pocket. They've turned it over. That's an absolute blow from Soldo. Instead, it's been marked by Mackay. Mackay snaps with the left. He brings the Carlton fans to their feet.
Hands it to Newman. His kick smothered by Evans. Here come Port Adelaide on the counter. Fast break for Horn Francis. Perfect kick into the 50 to Georgiades. Georgiades trots in. Kicks from 35. Magnificent finish. 2 for the night for Georgiades.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Close game to kickstart round 12. Carlton leads at the major break by 3 points over Port Adelaide in this top 8 clash. 5-5-35 to Port's inaccurate 4-8-32. And Andy's not happy about it on the text line from Wodonga. He says, "Hi team, kicking for goal is my most frustrating part of the game. Players get paid so much and they can't convert from inside 50. I just don't get it." It's a tricky one, Andy, and it happens across all the different codes as well. You can argue, why can't a penalty taker convert, or why can't it in netball, the netballers hit super shots? But they're tricky things under pressure when you've got big booming crowds. So unfortunately for Port Adelaide, it's been more error than joy over season 2024. Aaron Bryans, Clint Wilden calling the action for you. Your experts, Chelsea Randall, Josh Franco, 5 All-Australian Blazers between them. Josh Money downstairs as well. Dave on the text line on 0437 774 774 says, "Hi team, Port needs to change gear and get ahead and win the match." I like it, Dave. Pretty simple. M from Melbourne also says, "I don't mind the Thursday night games, but this week and last week's game have been a bit of a snooze fest. Not sure why. It certainly has been low scoring, M, but at least it's close." So Carlton by 3 points at the major break.
I'm not sure this has been a snooze fest.
I've enjoyed it, but there's been a lot of uncontested play across the half-back line at times. I think maybe that's dragged it possibly for a television viewer, but it's true. We've enjoyed it.
By the way, for those playing along with these sorts of things, which I do, all the discussion about holding the balls and tackles, 64 tackles so far in the game, 28 to Port, 36 to Carlton. There have been 4 holding the ball decisions so far, 3-1 in favour of Port, just for those who like these sorts of things.
So 4 from, what's the combined amount there?
64, 4 from 64 as opposed to, what was it, 4 from 100 and something?
I've got the numbers here. So last week, St Kilda had 41 tackles and didn't get a free kick. Richmond had 1 from 37 at the MCG. So already we're looking better as the night progresses. Over in the NRL as well, it's half-time between the Eels and the Sharks, and Parramatta leads 16-10. And the team news for the remainder of round 13. Tomorrow night we've got Collingwood and the Western Bulldogs from the Docklands. You can hear our coverage from 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. 5 changes for the Magpies, a lot of them forced. Pendlebury, Myercheck, Richards and Cox are out injured. Ed Allen omitted. Markov, Bytel, Johnson, Howe and McRae in for the Magpies. For the Dogs, 3 changes for them. O'Donnell, Rory Lobb and Lachlan McNeil in. Scott, Norton and Richards out injured. On Saturday, no change for the Crows, whilst Ned Reeves returns for the Hawks with Lloyd Meek injured in the ruck. West Coast have welcomed Andrew Gaff back to the side, and Matt Flynn will play his first game in Eagles colours after a hamstring injury earlier this year. So they are both part of 4 changes, with Jack Williams and Tyrell Dewar both omitted, and Josh Rotham's going to miss with illness. Jaden Hunt out injured. St Kilda welcome back Dan Butler and Tim Membry alongside Hunter Clark as well as their 3 inclusions. Geelong will miss Mark Blitzabs and Jai Clark through suspension, but Gary Rowan's back into the team. A debutant for the Tigers with Caleb Smith in. Jack Graham will also return, but Shea Bolton's out injured and Dion Prestia has been managed. Extended squads for Sunday, Melbourne and Fremantle. Jack Billings is in the team for the Ds. No Jacob Van Rooyen, who's injured. Meanwhile, the Suns and the Bombers to round out round 12. Sam Flanders back in after his illness, and Nate Caddy's going to miss for the Bombers with a flu of his own. We'll also have the Matildas and China tomorrow from 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here at the Adelaide Oval. You can hear our call on the ABC Listen app with Ned Hall. And in the cricket world, the T20 World Cup starts this weekend, and you can hear it all, every ball on the ABC Listen app through the World Cup button starting Sunday, June the 2nd.
How good was the airport? Have you been to the airport recently?
The Adelaide Airport?
The Adelaide Airport. Rolled in today. There's Matildas stuff everywhere.
They've taken over the town, Clint.
They are... We know this because they're now averaging crowds of 50,000, and everywhere they go is a sellout, and we were lucky enough to have them in Perth earlier this year, but they are absolute box office, the Matildas. I loved what the Adelaide Airport did to try to just get a little bit of hype up. Not that they need hyping, but it's still great to have that hype about the Matildas.
We went to the Matildas training session the other day, and I was thinking about pushing past all the 6 and 8 year olds to try and get my autograph from them. But look, we just kind of watched from afar and cheered them on.
They're tremendous, and they are so entertaining to watch. And best of luck to them as they continue to build for the Olympics.
Plenty still to play out here at the Adelaide Oval. Carlton by 3 points over Port Adelaide. It's anyone's game between these two top 8 sides. If Port win, they're in the top 2. Carlton win, they're in the top 4. Josh Franco, Chelsea Randall, any tips on how you see this playing out?
Well, I was just thinking, looking at the stat sheet in front of us, they've still got Finlayson and Port Adelaide sitting on the bench as the sub. I'm looking at some of the numbers. Marshall's touched the ball 2 times. Dixon's touched the ball 1 time. And you've got Soldo, who's potentially going in as gamed time managed. So there's a bit of scratching their head, I reckon, in Port Adelaide's coaching box about what they do with Finlayson when they finally decide to pull the trigger on activating him.
A couple of the stats. In terms of total possessions, Port Adelaide's had 165 to Carlton's 154. Wines and Drew both with 13 apiece for the Power. For the Blues, who lead by 3 points at half-time. Newman with 16 disposals. So too for Walsh. The tackles, as we mentioned, the way of Carlton, 37 to 28. The contested possessions to Port, 62 to 60. The uncontested, fascinatingly, to Port as well, 96 to 88. The ground ball gets Port by 3, 43 to 40. The inside 50s to the Blues, 25 to 21. The hit outs to 1 at Carlton at the moment, 15 playing 14. Second half on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport about to get underway. The Blues will take a 3-point advantage into the third serve. Good bounce. Ups to Koning, wins it down, bursting onto it though. Bunners hands it off to Houston. Sweeping hand pass, intercepted. Holland's got it. Gave it off to Walsh. Runs through the middle, spears it inside forward 50. Stretching Mackay, couldn't quite mark it. Tap down out the back. Alir gathers for the Power. They dodged that one. Kicking to the middle of the ground. Came off the shins of Sard for the Blues. Broke the horn. Francis tackle. Kicks back inside forward 50 for Carlton. Juggling it, Farrell. Spilled to Zerk Thatcher. He's tackled to ground. No Pryor. Ball up. Oh, he's got him and wrapped him up at right full forward.
Carlton by 3 points. Chance to push it out here. De Koning taps it down. Rising up, Hewitt claimed it. Spun a 360, got a handball out in the Wines tackle. Finally found Alir, who mistimes his delivery to Burgoyne. And over the boundary line in the right forward pocket.
Need to see some movement from the Carlton forwards here. Just zipping through this stoppage. Create some chaos.
So Walsh with 17 already tonight. He's lurking. Newman with 16. Tossed back in. Soldo won it down. Straight to Farrell. Tried to get the ball drop, but quickly spear tackled by De Koning, who brings him down. We'll get a ball up. 20 out, straight in front. So Carlton forcing it closer towards goal. De Koning down looking for Cripps. Couple of fumbles. Spills out towards Chincotta. He's set upon by a couple of Power players. And we'll see if third time is maybe the charm here. Pushing it out towards 25 out. Tossed into the air. De Koning down, found Chincotta. Did he hand it off cleanly to Walsh? It won't matter because play continues. Hooks it around the body to the goal square. Curnow collapses the pack. Cripps was front and square. Hands it to Chincotta. Snaps. Mackay stayed alone in the goal square. Fumbles between his knees and it's towed through. for a minus score there by Burton. Oh, it was all Mackay who read it best. We're going to see who it actually touched last here, because maybe it has come off Mackay's boot. He played it perfectly, just sitting forward. It looked like Port Adelaide were going to get the counter. Mackay stuck a boot out, as has Burton. And I reckon the Power defenders got there first. So it will be a minus score for the visitors. Poor Harry Mackay. Just a little low for the big man. Couldn't get down enough. It will be a 4-point lead to Carlton. 5-6-36 to Port Adelaide's 4-8-32.
Tell you what about the aerial contest from Curnow? He just crashed the pack. I think he nailed Farrell in. It was a little bit slow. I think it was Farrell getting up slowly from the ground. That was outstanding from Curnow.
Here come the Power. Burton with the kick in towards the commentary wing. No mark taken. Spills down the direction of Chincotta under pressure. Good by Marshall. Came out to Walsh and he was held in the tackle. Ball up with a call across half forward for the Blues.
We're seeing a lot more stoppages, aren't we, at the moment? So a lot of contest between the two, just trying to bail that out.
DeConing took it cleanly, sent it quickly towards full forward, bounced off the bonce of Ratugolea. Alir out after it, gathered it, got a little handy shepherd from Bergman. And then kicks towards right half forward. Mead marking. Right half back, rather, for the Power. Marking in front of the Foss Williams stands. He has it for Port. Glance back inboard. Now decides instead to send it down the line. Go past the logo. Beautifully weighted kick to Georgiades. Hand pass was a hospital one. Immediately to Horn Francis. Tackled by Cripps straight away. Had no chance of being able to get rid of it. Wrapped up in the middle of the ground. Still a 4-point lead to the Blues. We've gone 4 minutes in the third.
Plenty of dare in their ball movement. Carlton's waiting for it. Out of the stoppage, Wines hands it to Bergman. He's wrapped up, dropped the footy. Walsh bounced off him. Wines back to Bergman, brought down by de Koning. It's a hot footy right now, and we'll get a ball up on the outer side. Carlton by 4. Early stages of the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Tossed up, both rucks missed the drop. Walsh was there, hands it out to Chincotta. Underground one to Cripps, spun around by Mead, but gets it back to Chincotta through the centre circle. Penetrating kick, one-on-one. Kennedy beat Alir, but couldn't take the mark. Just slipped out of his grasp like a bar of soap. And Houston back to Zerk Thatcher as they compose themselves in defensive 50. Kick a little shallow for Bergman, running out of room, so he hands it around Ollie Hollands to keep it in play. Cutting it off, Fantasia gets it back to Hollands. Walsh lowers the eyes and chips it to Kennedy. Wasn't 15, has to spear it around the body and gives it away. Found Wines for the Power, looking for Butters. Buffeted off it in the air by Chincotta, but they keep going, the Power, surging through the outer side. Mead found McEntee, tucks it under one arm through centre wing, darts it up to Marshall on the 45 to Horn Francis. He marks plenty of options, but he misses his boots on the ball drop and gives it away to Carlton.
And Carlton right up the corridor through Hewitt. Now to Elijah Hollands. Puts it out towards Hewitt.
Poor old Horn Francis. That was a goal gone begging then. I think he caught it superbly. Looks like he actually missed his foot. Kicked it off his shin.
Just got the tiniest touch. So here's Hewitt from the wing. Sending it into the left forward pocket. Houston, good mark. Had a battle against Mackay. And he drags it in for the Port Power.
Under siege at the moment, Port Adelaide, their defenders. Inside 50s this quarter, 6-zip. So Carlton absolutely peppering away, but can't manage to convert.
Port send it back down the outer wing. No mark taken. Sard at the drop. And a hand pass away. Here's Newman. Just steady with the kick and finds Ollie Hollands. Points towards left half forward, and that's where the kick goes for the Blues. Going up Burton. A little helpful assist from Houston. Made sure he got in the way, so no chance of anyone else flying for the mark.
Unfortunately, those balls that are coming in forward 50 are just going straight on the Carlton's head right there.
Port Adelaide put on the Jets again. Wines to Mead to Houston, but they run out of room. Walsh the brick wall, forces the turnover. Cripps a looping handball to Hewitt. Attacking edge of the square. High around the body as he snaps it into the pocket. Ratugolea outnumbered, did enough to bring it to ground. Farrell trying to gather, thrust it in the path of Fantasia. Spun around, got his kick towards Owies. Gathers, 20 out, tumbling it on the left and misses. Minor score. Carlton up by 5. Just the 2 behinds in this third term so far. 5-6-36 to Port Adelaide's 4-8-32, 6.5 in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just making it really hard for those forwards right at the moment.
It goes right up the corridor again. Mead for Port. Gave it to Butters. Back to Mead. Racing by. Sends it in the direction of Marshall. Has options on it. Right half forward. There was one short. Instead decides to go inside forward 50. And in the right forward pocket, Georgiades takes the mark. He's got a chance to go back and kick what would be his third. He'll put boot to ball from about 35 outs.
Well, I reckon if you've got a blueprint of the way that Port Adelaide want to play, particularly from the kick-in, that was it. That risky kick through the middle of the ground. It's not really going to anyone in particular that's clear in space. It's almost to a 50-50 contest with even numbers, but they're prepared to pull the trigger on it. And ultimately, they get the reward from it. Quick hands, and then the speed on the ball and the one-on-one for Georgiades to take that contested mark was outstanding.
Looking to become the game's leading goal kicker. He's on two. He wants a third. He's got it. Never looked like missing. Mitch Georgiades has got three. Port Adelaide are back in front. Port lead by a point. 5-8-38 to Carlton 5-7-37. 8 gone in the third at Adelaide Oval. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Josh Franco and Chelsea Randall.
Just Port there, their ability to go forward. There was about 5 Port players inside 50 when that ball came in, and only about 3 Carlton players. So their ability to run and get inside and support. And on the flip side, I'm saying from the Carlton, it's not good enough. I need urgency from you to get back and defend, help out, because we know that Port want to spit forward and get their numbers down there. So you need to work hard and get down there and help even those numbers up.
Always great to have one of the game's greatest. Chelsea Randall in the box tonight on expert commentary. In the middle, Port Adelaide up by 1 and knocked down in the path of Butters. Fresh air, easy, tried to tow it forward. Won't matter. Horne-Francis scoops it up with one arm, gives it to Butters. Then Drew sends them inside 50, forcing to spoil Wines as he knew McGovern was behind him. Went straight up and down, and Akers was there for the Blues. Hands it off towards Boyd. And through the outer side he'll go. Perfectly weighted. Found Cowan. He can hand it off to Owies running by. Hot footy up towards the attacking edge. Kick found Curnow. Wheels around. Deep kick towards Mackay. Knew exactly where it was going. Separated himself from Aaliyah and took it on the chest. 10 out. Slight angle to the left.
And I guess from both sides as key forwards, you do want speed on the ball and you want the ball coming in quick and hot and giving you a chance to get at least one-on-ones, because defences these days in the modern game are so well set up that they get air assists and they get support from teammates. But on that occasion, Harry Mackay got his one-on-one. There was speed on the ball and took a terrific contested mark.
Mackay comes in and spears it hard and strong into the Riverbank stand for his second of the night. And just like that, Carlton are back in front. Our 5th lead change of the night. The Blues 6-7-43. Port Adelaide 5-8-38. 10 minutes into the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco.
Zach Williams plays such an important role in that inside 50 there. His ability to actually lock down Aaliyah, and so he's not able to come off and actually impact that contest there, and allows him, Mackay, just to run and jump cleanly at it.
And I think even from Carlton's perspective, these centre-backs, mentioned it at half-time, De Koning's getting above Soldo. I'd like to see him getting or punching the ball forward and getting momentum going forward rather than hitting it where they're getting beaten at the ground ball at ground level.
Soldo stayed down and won it down as well. The Horne-Francis was probably tackled without the football by Hewitt. And he was getting up off the deck. But they'll throw it back to the umpire, so no push paid either. Soldo, one tap and then a second, looking to slap it forward straight to Newman. He's taken by Mead, and that'll be holding the ball.
Good decision.
Making a genuine attempt to get rid of it. So Mead will get the free kick for Port. Sends it into the forward 50. Flying. Georgiades couldn't get there. Drew hand passed over his shoulder. Hewitt was there. Tackled immediately. It'll be a ball up. 40 out from the Powers goal. Dixon got the fingertip touch. Spilled the chin collar of the Blues. Another ball up the call. Immediately thrown aloft. Dixon armed it over his shoulder. Only came as far as Fantasia. Got it to Wiedering. Kicks the Blues beyond their defensive 50. Radaglia up, knocking it forward. Oh, crunched in Hewitt. He was hit solidly by Butters from behind, taken to ground. He'll climb slowly up off the deck and just make sure the ribs are all in the right spot.
He made him earn it. Dixon down, only found Hewitt, and he gets the clearance in the end. Bouncing footy towards the centre square. Soldo charging out to meet it. Kicked it straight into Elijah Hollands. The ricochet to Radaglia. Run down by Kerno. Got a handball out to Burton. Burn-Jones fumbled though. Oh, he's trying to pounce. Just ran past the footy. And Burton's wrapped up by Fogarty. Centre half forward at the moment for the Blues. Just trying to force it forward. They're up by 5.
Great pressure from both sides.
Tossed up. Soldo wins it down. He's looking for Drew. Beaten to it by Hewitt. Paddled it towards Chincotta. He fumbled. Bergman there. Gathers. Kicks long and deep into the 50. Newman waiting back. Sport away from him. Butters was waiting. Stalking. Kicking and missing. Lost a bit of balance. 45 out. Did his best to heave it for home. But in the end, a minor score on the right-hand side. And Carlton's lead down to 4. 6-7-43 to 5-9-39. 13 minutes into the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Neither side's made their sub yet. Finlayson for Port. Carroll for the Blues as Boyd with the kicking. Goes long. Mark there by DeConing at right half back. He'll take a bounce. Wobbly looking kick. Comes down the broadcast wing. Sat there though for Mead of Port. Gave it to Houston. Immediately sends it back from whence it came. Still can't find a target. Flew over the top of Burton. Hits the ground. Kennedy attacked the football and the man, but it was the opposite 70 Burgoyne who gathered. Gave it to Boak. Now to Burn-Jones for the power. Coming through the middle. Kick bounces the way inside forward. Bip give Horne-Francis. He goes for goal from 45 out. And he brings Adelaide to its feet. Those here at Adelaide Oval like that a lot from Horne-Francis. That's a cracking finish. He's got his first of the night. 1-2 for him, and Port are back in front. A 6 lead change. Port 6-9-45. Carlton 6-7-43. 14 gone in the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco.
Well, once again, that little kick back through the corridor opened up the other side of the ground. So when they looked up inside forward 50, Horne-Francis had probably 15 to 20 metres on his direct opponent, and what a game he's having as well. 14 disposals, he's hit 1 goal, 2, and he, again, is threatening as the game breaker.
He's an exciting player to watch, isn't he? But yeah, you're right. That shift the ball off the line opens up so much more space.
Port by 2. Dixon trying to claim it out of the ruck. Mackay wrenches it away. Hands it to Hewitt, and Carlton get a long inside 50 entry. Asava Radaglia edges out Kerno. Just a slight nudge and takes the intercept mark in defensive 50. Big Sav looking for some options. Called to move it. Drives it low and hard towards Houston and a little wide. Couldn't reel it in. This spills down towards Fogarty. Hands it out to Walsh. Put it in the path of Fantasia. Coming the other way was the brick wall and Radaglia. Ricochets. Williams tumbles one from 10 out. And across the face it goes for a minor score on the left-hand side. They look dangerous, Carlton, but not quite clean. Well, Adelaide's lead is a point.
That was superb from, I think it was Fantasia. 50-50 ground ball. Had Radaglia coming the opposite way. Not a great position to be in for a small guy, but just got the hand in and kept the ball alive.
1 point ball game.
Probably should have converted with a major.
Burton with the kick in. Comes towards the commentary wing. It's off hands. Mackay eventually is able to get it. Sends it inside forward 50. The measured kick was perfect to Elijah Hollands. He's got it 45 from goal. He'll start in line with the right hand behind post.
Well, it's interesting, I guess, when you talk how teams defend. When the ball's not in your area as a defender and you can't influence the play, you've got to lock down your direct opponent. I reckon Port Adelaide got caught napping just a little bit on that occasion. It was the quick turnover, the quick kick in, and found the uncontested mark with Radaglia about 4 or 5 metres off his direct opponent.
Here he comes, Elijah Holland. Kicks on its way. It's starting out to the left. It continues on that path.
Port want you to kind of go long because they read off that and they drop off. So when you do those little kicks up in front, it gives you so much space because they're preempting that it's going behind.
Minor scores level, 45 apiece.
Port Adelaide send it straight up the spine. Long kick from Farrell to the centre square. Marshall put one down in the pack, gets another chance. Tackled though, dropped it, missed his boot, and the whistle has stayed away. The Baggers will be bluing about that. Up towards the attacking edge of the square. Sard paddled it towards Boyd. They get it through the broadcast wing. Farrell waiting back, buffeted off it. Ripping it away was Elijah Hollins towards the 50. Curnow with one arm has reeled it in against Radaglia. One of the toughest tasks in footy. But the Coleman medal leader has plucked it. 45 out. 45-degree angle to the right.
My goodness, he had absolutely no right to mark that, did he? That was phenomenal. He was out of position, out-bodied, but he was strong enough just to hold Radaglia off, get a hand on the footy and affect the mark. That was unbelievable play there from Curnow.
Great body work.
Yeah.
Charlie Curnow, 2 for the night already. 4 last week. Leans back on the kick from 55. You can hear the jeer as it's through for a minor score on the right-hand side. 6-10-46, but it does give Carlton the lead by a point.
7th lead change of the night.
Yeah. And when you're coming over here, you haven't won at Adelaide Oval against one of the Adelaide teams. They're the goals you need to nail. Missed opportunities this quarter for the Blues.
Houston to a pack. Left half back. Remark taken. Butters. Good hand pass to Boak. Releases Mead. Sard goes with him. And decides to send it towards Bergman. Marks on the outer edge of the centre square. He'll go down the line. The kick had to be precise. It wasn't to Boak. Sard tackles him. Got it away though. Now a chance for Jones going through. Got tackled, lost it. Umpire says play on. Carlton emerged with it anyway. Hurried kick forward came from Kennedy. Punched though by Radaglia. Well, that punch, great spoils. Gone about 30 metres. Still Cripps is able to work it onto Walsh. Comes then to Elijah Holland. That's a lovely foot pass. Out towards right half forward. Finds Owies. Moves it short to Williams. 55 from goal. Puts it into the right forward pocket. He wants Curnow. The mark's been paid hard up against the boundary. He was floating very close to the line, but I would say the boundary umpire was in the perfect position.
That was the perfect kick to advantage, because a lot of these kicks going inside 50 for Carlton at the start of this quarter were just on the forward's head. So to put it out to advantage for Curnow, beautiful play.
It's starting to look threatening, Curnow. Just the 2 disposals this quarter, lining up for his 3rd, but he's looking dangerous.
He snaps around the body. Curnow, he's got his 3rd. And he turns to stare at the Port Adelaide crowd and then celebrates with his teammates. He is up and about, Big Charlie. 3 now to his name. He's got 3 of Carlton's 7. 7-10-52. Port Adelaide 6-9-45. The Blues lead by 7 points as we approach time on in the 3rd. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco and Chelsea Randall, your experts.
Well, he missed the easy one just a few moments ago and then kicked the hard one. But from Port Adelaide's perspective, again, we go back to the point in the game where coaches are starting to think about what they do with the sub. They got Finlayson sitting on the bench, Soldo and De Koning. De Koning almost seems like the potential game breaker if Soldo's off. So if they've gone in with a pre-planned, I guess, strategy to take Soldo off to time manage, then it does leave Port Adelaide open.
Carlton by 7. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. From the ruck contest, socket out of there by Soldo. Only found Fantasia. Scrubs an underground handball through. Was looking for Newman. He toes it up towards De Koning. Spun in a tackle from Soldo. Got it back out to Newman. And here come Carlton. Fantasia through the outer wing. Towards the 50. Curnow caught behind. Aaliyah beats him in the matchup.
Terrific mark. Aaliyah.
Intercept to Port Adelaide. And Aaliyah will go through defensive 50 on the switch. Here's Thatcher. Now to the left back pocket. He finds Lockie Jones.
Jones got the defender's black boots on. Steps back and then elects to switch play again out to Aaliyah, who marks and plays on. Takes one step and then a bounce and then a second beyond defensive 50. Curnow runs to him. He gets the kick away. Trying to work his way there. It comes against Lee to Cowan. Gave it again to Fantasia. Almost turns it over. Fantasia trying to dive on it. Emerging with it. Free kick's going Carlton's way here. They'll take the advantage. It came to Elijah Holland, then to Cowan. They'll pop it forward. Blues with an opportunity from left half forward. They thump it deep inside the attacking 50. No mark paid. Going up off the Newman kick. It's come from the hands of a pack. Aaliyah going to ground, and so too, not surprisingly, was Charlie Curnow. It's out for a boundary throw in, about 45 out from Carlton's attacking goal. At the Riverbank stand end to the right of our broadcast position, the Blues lead by 7 points, 22 gone in the third.
Toss back in. Soto and De Koning battle once more. The power ruckman wins it down to Boak. Got a handball out to Wines. Quick kick as he hacks it out of there towards the boundary line, and Evans does enough to escort it over in front of the Foss Williams stand. On the text line, Oscar says, listening from England, loving the footy, getting me through work and cleaning my university student accommodation.
Ugh.
And Pudu from Perth is loving the tones of Chelsea Randall, as are we. Always a privilege to have her. And the West Australians outnumber the South Australians tonight as it's tossed back into play, and off the ruck contest, Butters again paddles it to the boundary.
Is he cleaning his uni student accommodation or others for a job? Because that would not be fun.
Yeah. Get back to us, Oscar.
Remembering my time as a university student, dorms are always just a mess.
Carlton by 7. We're in the third term at the moment on ABC Sport. De Koning wins it down straight to Horn Francis, who breaks out of the pack. Handed it towards Houston. Little 1-2 with Butters. The rocket into the 50 from Houston. Launching is McEntee, as was McGovern. Big collision in the air. Wiedering was waiting down for the ball drop. And he hands it to Saad. They'll get the exit to the outer wing. Newman pulls it in uncontested. Turns and chips it over the top, looking for Kennedy. Little long and heavy. Coming by the tackle laid by Houston. He'll hold him up in front of the Williams stand. Ball up to come. End-to-end footy right now at the Adelaide Oval. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, Port Adelaide has made it sub. Charlie Dixon, not for the first time this season, finds himself on the back bench. Did come into the game fresh after being managed last week, but hasn't last 3 quarters. So Finlayson into the game.
Going on between Soldo and De Koning at the moment as well. Keep hitting each other as they walk away from contests.
Well, Dixon's disposals 1, metres gained at -4. So he hasn't had a big night, Charlie.
Rucks more interested in each other than the footballs. It spills in the direction of Chincotta. He can't take it cleanly as he goes to the ground. It spills out to Mead. Kicks around the body for Port. Hitting it first is Cowan. Tackled by Evans. Ball jarred out. Came to Butters. Now onto Horn Francis. Sweeping hand pass again to Burn-Jones. Kicks inside forward 50. Simple mark. And a chance to go back and have a shot for Georgiadis. His opponent lost his footing and went to ground. And Georgiadis will line up and have a shot from about 35 out. He'll start in line with the left hand behind post.
Well, I'll tell you what, I reckon there's 2 things from that passage of play. There's nothing better, I'll go on record as saying, than Jason Horne-Francis in full flight. The speed, the blonde hair, he looks unbelievable. And that kick inside 50 from Burn-Jones was outstanding. Just great composure. Identified Georgiadis, kicked it to his advantage. Superb.
Georgiadis is on his way with the kick, and it's through for his 4th.
Couldn't say it better, Josh. The luscious locks of Jason Horne-Francis in full flight is something pretty to watch, isn't it? And Kemp, unfortunately, had a bit of a slip as the defender for Carlton there, and it took an easy mark, but they polished that off really well.
So Carlton's lead is cut to a point. The Blues are 7-10-52. Port moved to be 7-9-51. 1 point ball game at the 25-minute mark of the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Mitch Georgiadis with 4 goals for the 3rd time in his career, taking over this contest under lights in the primetime fixture to kickstart round 12. High bounce in the middle. Soto launches. De Koning stayed down and waited for the drop. He'll hand it to Hewitt. Carlton out of the middle. Cripps breaks away from Horn Francis. Arched the back. Sent it in. Mackay not paid the mark. He took it on the chest and fell into the back of Georgiadis, and it's popped out. Spills towards the goal square. Williams puts it through. A gift. Just ricocheted his direction. And just like that, Carlton back up by 7. Williams has his first of the night. And the Port Adelaide crowd silenced once again. Carlton moved to 8-10-58 to Port Adelaide 7-9-51. Still 3 minutes to go in the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, we thought that was a mark for Harry Mackay there, but it bounced off the chest and on we play, and Williams got off the back of that. It was really clean to watch. But Paddy Cripps, I actually thought he was going to knock it over from 50, but he lowered the eyes and popped it in there, which is what we want, so you've got some space for the forwards to lead up into. Inside 50s, Port with 7, Carlton 15. So they're peppering away, Carlton.
Here's the restart. The Koning won it down straight to Cripps. Tackled by Wines, but got a kick away only as far as half forward. There was Houston. Mopped up for Port, worked it out to Boak. He's at right half back. Stepped around Ollie Hollands and kicked down the boundary line, and Horn Francis couldn't quite take control. It's a cross for a boundary throw-in.
You were right, Clint. Oscar finished uni in Australia and has gone to England on a gap year and is cleaning student accommodation right now.
My deepest sympathy for you.
Loving the call, though, so thanks for reaching out, Oscar. Hopefully it does get better across the day.
Ball's put back into play. I know someone has to do it, but yeah, good luck, Oscar. One down by Port. Getting it now to Horn Francis to Burgoyne. Comes back to Jones. And he'll steer it out in the direction of Farrell. We know he's a thumping kick, but he's just shy of the wing. Broadcast side of the ground. Sends it back into Ratugolea. Just in front of the defensive edge of the centre square. We'll move it short to the logo. In front of the Max Bashir stand where it's marked by Boak. Doesn't even take a step, but stabs it short to Houston. So Port at the moment, a little bit what Carlton did in the second term, holding onto the footy. Houston will put it into the right forward pocket. De Koning had hands on it, slipped through them, out the back. It's been locked in. Ball up will be the call. Attacking it with real aggression was Cowan, but was tackled to ground the moment he gathered it. Throwing up again. Finlayson is out there. He got the telling tap down to Wines, threw it on the boot, only as far as Newman though. Wobble to kick beyond defensive 50. Marked there by Jones. Has it 51 out from goal. Getting plenty of advice. He'll go across half forward. Marked on the bootstraps by Farrell. Now he steps off his line. He's told to play on. He'll move it short inside forward 50, just to the top of the arc to Wines, who marks.
Well, they got there eventually, but they made hard work of it, didn't they?
I'm not sure whether Farrell knew that he'd marked the footy, because it was like he was wandering around.
Well, Lockie Jones was a little bit indecisive too. He's looking to handball off to Houston, I think, was lurking. Couldn't use that option and then messed it up a little bit, but landed in the hands of Wines. Probably a little bit too far out.
So here's Wines, the Brownlow medalist. Won't have the carry it needs. It's going to land short at right full forward. De Koning tapped it out to Newman. Oh, that was a little bit fortunate for Port, because gathering it was Ollie Hollands, and he kicked straight into the back of Horn Francis. He knew nothing about it as it's ricocheted over the boundary line for a throw-in in the right forward pocket for the Power.
And from Carlton's perspective, Horn Francis is the bloke to watch at this stoppage. He'll get on the move and on the fly.
Blues by 7. De Koning got the tap down. Very high bounce as it hit the deck up towards the scoreboard. Gathered by Drew. He hands it off to Evans. Darts, dances, snaps across the face. And off hands, it's over for a boundary throw-in, I should say, just on the other side of the left-hand behind post. So it will be tossed back in northern end. Carlton by 7. Late stages of the third term. Still enough time for Port Adelaide here to close it to a 1-point game. Tossed back in. Finlayson pushed into the ball drop, tapped it down to Drew. Funneled a handball out, only found Walsh. She fumbled. Charging in Wines the bull. Bulldozing his way through, couldn't get it out, and Evans is wrapped up. Straight in front, 25 out. Port Adelaide's attacking 50.
Umpire heaves it aloft. De Koning wins it down. Hitting it at pace was Walsh. Elects to go by hand to Akers. Gets the clearing kick for Carlton towards the wing. Ratugolea brought it to ground. Soldo at the drop. Short hand pass to Zerk Thatcher. Hands it back to Houston for Port. Goes into the centre square to Aliir. Measures the kick short, finding the chest of Boak on the outer edge of the centre circles. Gets told to play on. Spots a teammate in Evans. Plays on again by foot towards right half forward. This is Finlayson. As the siren sounds, just as he was trying to put the ball inside forward 50. A 7-point game. It's oddly quiet here at Adelaide Oval, despite the number of Port fans in attendance. What are they making of it all? There'd be 40,000 or so, I reckon, in the house. And with a quarter to play, it is eerily quiet. They trail by just the 7 points, mind you. They're not out of it. Carlton are 8-10-58. Port are 7-9-51 at three-quarter time.
Well, it's a tricky one to pick, Clint, because Carlton and Port are both 8-2 in the last 2 seasons with single-digit margins. So it could go literally either way. But at the moment, the Baggers do have that 7-point lead. The goal scorers heading into the final term, 3 to Curnow, 2 to Mackay, singles to Williams, de Koning and Kemp. For Port Adelaide, 4 to Mitch Georgiadis, an equal career high, and singles to Horne-Francis, Soldo and Burgoyne. Wherever you are around the country or around the globe, it's great to have you with us for the start of round 12 on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
If your brain is hungry for insights, the ABC Listen app has a feast of podcasts. Try The Minefield.
Today we're going for the problem of evil. Injustice and evil, if they're the same thing...
You might also like Future Tense.
And there is a sense of privilege in that idea of natural, isn't there? Which can easily be manipulated. Without a doubt.
Or Dr. Carl.
You can feel a slight cooling, that's latent heat of vaporisation or something.
Load up a podcast and feed your mind with the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Instead decides to go inside forward 50. And in the right forward pocket, Georgiadis takes the mark. He's got a chance to go back and kick what would be his third. He'll put boot to ball from about 35 out. Looking to become the game's leading goal kicker. He's on 2. He wants a third. He's got it. Never looked like missing. Mitch Georgiadis has got 3. Port Adelaide are back in front.
Hot footy up towards the attacking edge. Kick found Curnow. Wheels around. Deep kick towards Mackay. Knew exactly where it was going. Separated himself from Aaliyah and took it on the chest. Mackay comes in and spears it hard and strong into the Riverbank stand. 3-2 of the night. And just like that, Carlton are back in front.
What a game he's having as well. 14 disposals. He's hit 1 goal, 2. And he, again, is threatening as the game breaker.
Came to Butters. Down to Horne-Francis. Sweeping hand pass again to Burne-Jones. Kicks inside forward 50. Simple mark. And a chance to go back and have a shot for Georgiadis. Georgiadis is on his way with the kick and it's through for his 4th.
Trips, breaks away from Horne-Francis, arched the back, sent it in, Mackay, not paid the mark, spills towards the goal square, Williams puts it through, a gift, and just like that, Carlton back up by 7.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It's a Thursday night thriller on ABC Sport. We've had 7 lead changes between the Power and the Blues, but the visitors are up at the final change. Carlton 8-10-58 to Port Adelaide's 7-9-51. Mitch Georgiadis with 4 goals. Charlie Curnow with 3 of his own. Been plenty of highlights and a lot of contested footy between these 2 top 8 sides. Port Adelaide get the job done tonight. They're into the top 2. If Carlton can, they're into the top 4 as we kickstart this round on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans and Clint Wilden calling the action. Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco. 5 All-Australian Blazers between them. Your experts this evening. Josh Franco downstairs. Josh Money downstairs as well, although Josh, we could send you down there for a bit of work. The text line 0437 774 774. 4 Aussies have texted in driving towards Belfast, listening in the car and enjoying the call. Best of luck with the trip, gents. Pete in Ballarat says, "G'day team. Once again, the league tinkering with rules has achieved absolutely nothing. We've seen at least 2 iffy holding the ball kicks paid, whilst 3 completely obvious ones not been paid." We'll touch on that a bit more in the post-game, Pete, but I reckon it's been all right so far tonight. And fan from Melbourne says, "Hi team, enjoying the call. Horne-Francis and a couple of others are carrying this side. Where are the other Port players? You would think they are not on the ground." One of them was Charlie Dixon, who had 1 touch and was subbed for Jeremy Finlayson, but there's been a few others. Ollie Wines has 23 touches, which takes him to bang on 6,000 for his career, so he's the 3rd Port Adelaide player to do so. Jackson Mead's got 21 as well. For the Blues, Nick Newman, 25, and Sam Walsh has 23, which Simon from Largs Bay says he has a high disposal count of metres gained, but his disposal efficiency is low, and you're right. 11 kicks at 18%, Sam Walsh. Let's get the thoughts of our experts. Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco as we head towards the final term at the Adelaide Oval.
Well, Chelsea, it was an interesting quarter of footy. Carlton dominated field position early off the back of clearances, so they're able to turn that stoppage work around in their favour in that third quarter. They ended up +4 for the quarter, and they were +6 for inside 50s. But unfortunately, from the Blues' perspective, they kicked 3 goals 5, so inaccuracies in front of goal. Will that come back to bite them, particularly when you're playing away on a ground against a South Australian team where you've never beaten them here at Adelaide Oval. So will that come back to bite? We'll wait and see. Some of the interesting matchups going into this last quarter, Soldo and De Koning. Soldo's been pretty good. De Koning does look threatening at times. Butters has been well held by Cincotta, but he's potentially a game breaker as well. And we've talked about Jason Horne-Francis. He's also electrifying when his movement is at full speed through the stoppage and he gets on the end of it, sets up forward, thrusts and inside 50s for Port Adelaide. So a couple of big matchups going into this last quarter.
Huge matchups there, and one I'd really love to see just find the footy a little bit more and turn this game around for him and his team is Paddy Cripps. Paddy Cripps, he's had the 13 touches. We know what he can do and what he's capable of doing for his team. So I'd love to see him take it to the next level for this quarter. So bring it on.
Here we go. Strap yourselves in. Carlton by 7. The first game of round 12. We've got two heavyweights colliding at the Adelaide Oval. Nice bounce in the middle. De Koning tapped it into the face of Soldo. The Falcon ricochets to Butters. Hacked it forward. Only found Saad, who toes it up towards the Blues attacking 50. Williams bursting out, gathers. Handed it to Fogarty. Cripps lost his footing. Pops back up. Snaps from 40. Around the body. A bit too long. And it bounces through. Radaglia nearly got a hand to it. Misread the drop, and Carlton strike first in the final term. Patrick Cripps on the board, and they're up by 13. 9-10-64 to Port's 7-9-51.
Well, we were just talking about him and how I'd love to see him get his hands on a little bit more and take it to the next step, and right on cue. Paddy Cripps get that ball in his hands and start this quarter off really well for his team.
And once again, Saad off the ground with another soccer.
It was another 50-metre soccer kick, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's worth its weight in gold. And yeah, true, played there again from Saad. Just I guess the foresight to get the ball moving instead of picking it up, but just get it going forward and let the forwards and the mids do their work.
It was effective, no doubt. I almost saw two unbelievable soccer goals earlier in this game, one from both sides. Soldo with the more telling tap, it came back to him. He's met immediately by Cripps one way and De Koning the other in the centre. Most of the two centre circles. It's to be balled up again. Rucks lock hands. Soldo palmed it down. Butters out after it. Gathers. Kick smothered by Cincotta. Well done. Ricocheted away. Ollie Hollands tapped it back to Cincotta. The Blues still have it. It came to Cripps and now to Walsh. Measures the kick, and that was precise enough. It was short towards left half forward. Found its way to Ollie Hollands. Will kick the Blues towards full forward. Coming for it, Mackay. Got a hand on it. Knocked it away. McEntee slides out, can't gather, still there to be won. Players are over the top of this, inside the right forward pocket for the Blues. We'll ball it up. Carlton's lead is 13 points, 2 minutes gone in the last. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
De Koning wrestles Soto out of the ball drop and then gets the belly of the ball up and under towards the top of the goal square. Big fist from Radaglia, back to De Koning, got the handball to Walsh under pressure, releases Cripps, tight in the pocket, the skipper strikes for the Blues. Bang, bang! 2 to start the final term from Patrick Cripps. And Carlton is up by 19. 10-10-70 to Port Adelaide. 7-9-51. 2.5 in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, 3-time premiership skipper Chelsea Randall, 3-time showdown medalist Josh Franco.
Unbelievable, especially when you need a guy to step up. He's kicked 2 in 3 minutes it feels. So yeah, he's having a ripper start to this quarter.
And obviously really good call too, Chelsea. You were asking for Patrick Cripps to step up in this last quarter, and he hasn't let you down. Already 3 disposals, 2 goals. Really influential.
Yep, 2 in 2 minutes to 1P Cripps. Carlton's lead now to 19 points. Walsh tried to get the start away again from the clearance. The hand pass, though, intercepted by Horne-Francis to Butters. Moving it forward quickly to Mead. Now to Burne-Jones. Centering kick from the right forward pocket. Marked in front of goal, and an opportunity to go back and have a shot from pretty much right in front. Really, they need to convert this, Jed McEntee.
Just having a look at the replay. Looks like Mitch McGovern wasn't all that happy with not being paid a free kick, but I'm not sure what he's complaining about. He just needed to go up the footy instead of trying to draw a free kick and milk a free kick from the umpire.
McEntee will start in line with the left-hand goalpost. He'll kick from 25 metres out. Must convert and does. There's life back in the power. They cut the Blues lead to 13 points at the 4-minute mark of the final term. Carlton at 10-10-70. Port moved to be 8-9-57. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and streaming on the ABC Listen app. Clint Wilden alongside Aaron Bryans, our experts, Josh Franco and Chelsea Randall.
It's what Port do so well is, straight from a centre bounce, they're all spitting forward. They're mids, they're wingers, everyone is going forward, and it's really easy to lose them. And obviously, Port's just popped up, nice, easy, uncontested ball there. Carlton mids need to be a little bit better and harder in pressing and getting back to a body.
Carlton by 13 once again. In the middle, Finlayson battles with De Koning. Neither get a tap. De Koning does the crumb work, though. Hands it to Walsh. Carlton out of the middle through Cripps. Penetrating kick in the Mackay direction. Lockie Jones got a hand on it. Spilled to Owies. Towed it to Williams. Hooks it around the body. Quick finish for the Blues. They bounce their way towards the goal square, and Zach Williams has his second of the night. Back up to a 19-point lead. 11-10-76. Port Adelaide 8-9-57. 5 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, Aaron, Orazio Fantasia has battled all night with that sore shoulder, but he's done for the evening now. Come to the back of the bench. He is subbed out of the game, and Jack Carroll comes on for the Blues.
Well, a terrific reply there from Carlton. And Port Adelaide at the moment, they've got Finlayson v De Koning, and they look really vulnerable on the centre bounce. And De Koning was influential in that passage of play then, and he's getting his first hand on it, given his mid-first look at it. So it's a really dangerous period here for Port Adelaide. They can't allow this scoreboard to get away from them.
Cripps and Walsh have been influential for the Blues. They both had 4 disposals in this quarter alone. De Koning got it down, only as far as Wines. Hand pass to Finlayson. Stolen, though. Well done by Hewitt. Read that beautifully to Elijah Hollands. Worked it forward. Fogarty tapped it on in the direction of Cripps. Sends it inside forward 50. Battle here. Burton brought it to ground. Kennedy got a hand pass out. It'll come back to Chincotta. He'll snap. He'll goal. Big moment for Carlton. 12-10-82. Their lead is now a game-high 25 points. Quarter 8-9-57. Oh, he's just shoveled the hand pass in traffic back to Chincotta, who made no mistake in his first of the season. Could be an almighty moment in the context of this game.
Well, could that 5-minute period when Finlayson was in the ruck, could that be the game? They gained momentum. They had control in the centre bounce. De Koning was getting his hand on it. He was terrific at ground level. And even though he wasn't directly influential in that bit of play, the Carlton mids just have confidence when he's in there. Soldo now back in the ruck to hopefully stem the flow.
Carlton by 25 points. A game-high margin in the final term. In the middle, De Koning again wins it down. Butters, though, there. Gathers and tucks it under one arm. Races away towards the outer wing. Kicks it up towards Horne-Francis. A dynamic duo combining. He's too far out to score. Opens the angle, and Owies knew he was coming. Closing, forces him to just rush a kick. Rolling up towards Bergman. He heaves it off a step. High into the 50 for the power. No one knew where it was going. Marshall at the back. Kicked it straight into Kemp, who smothers it out towards Boyd. He's buffeted off it by Georgiades, but Cripps is there. Strong. And gets the exit for Carlton to the outer wing. It's going to come straight back, though. Horne-Francis took the mark up against Mackay.
Cripps has been huge, hasn't he?
Enormous.
This quarter.
5 disposals for the quarter. 6 now as Horne-Francis kicks it into the left forward pocket. Boyd stretch, couldn't mark. Georgiades tapped it out towards Finlayson. He'll have a shot at goal. That is truly remarkable. Hard up against the boundary at left full forward. He would have had nothing to look at between the big sticks, and yet he's found a way to put the yellow Sharon between them. Sensational strike. Carlton's lead is back to just 19 points with that Finlayson goal. Super stuff from the sub. Quarter 9-9-63. The Blues 12-10-82. 9 gone in the last.
He didn't even look at the goals, did he? He just grabbed the footy straight on the boot. Wow. He's dangerous in front of goals, that's for sure. Unbelievable goal. Great finish, Finlayson.
I'll tell you what as well, Boyd, I reckon, would like his time again. Not going back strongly enough with the footy. Potentially could have marked it, but didn't commit. Allowed the ball to stay alive, and as you said, Finlayson just did the rest.
Back down to 19. We're 9 minutes into the final term. Carlton up. In the middle to Koning. Beats Soldo once again. Taps it to Kennedy. Reeled it in. Too much. Slipped out of his grasp. Walsh now set upon. Caught by a couple of power players holding the ball. It's almost tucked in a headlock and couldn't get it out. Drew receives it. Pops it to Butters. Now over the top to Boak. He can run into the open half forward line and spray his kick. Wide and low. Out on the full. Free kick to Carlton. Kemp will get the exit to right half back. He finds Elijah Hollands. One of 3 South Australian baggers out there tonight. Born in Adelaide, spent his first 9 years here. On the left, he goes up through the outer wing in front of 40,000 tonight. Kicks it to the stoppage. Players converge. Bounced off Fogarty's boots. Kennedy shoveled a handball out. Jones pulled down Fogarty without it. Releases Mackay anyway. Racing towards half forward. Kicks it straight to Aaliyah. Cut off by the power big man in defence. They're down by 19.
Port moved short. Zerk Thatcher again short and finds me. Still standing inside his defensive 50. Short again. Have to be precise at the moment as it comes to Drew at centre half back. He'll pop it again forward to Finlayson. Trying to pick their way through the Blues here. Kicks to a packet right half forward. Leaping up Bergman. Had hands on it. Couldn't complete the mark. It spills down out the back. It's been locked in. Cowan alongside Akers. Wrapping up the Port player underneath all of that. It's Evans. They'll throw it up at right half forward. Umpires wearing yellow tonight. The Blues in white. Sporting their home colours. And the tap, it comes down to Burgoyne under pressure. Is it out of bounds on the full? No, touch on the way through, according to the officials. That would explain why it went such a skewy angle to the right. Went about 15 rows back. It's going to be thrown in right half forward for Port. They trail by 19 points. The Blues at 12-10. Port 9-9. 12 gone in the last.
Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Toss back in. Soldo leading out, taps it in front of Mackay, straight to Horn Francis, arches the back, puts on the jets and spears it into Finlayson, who marks tight on the boundary. 30 out. There's a heartbeat at Alberton.
Well, what a great kick from Horn Francis, wasn't it? Didn't have a lot of room for error, had virtually no room for error, running at full speed, and McGovern could do nothing about that kick. Outstanding.
Finlayson makes the cameraman move. He'll start bang on the fence. This would be a shot if he gets it done. Crosses the boundary line on the left. Misses. No chance. Started right, was never coming back. Maybe he prefers it on the tight angle. Minus score for the Power. The deficit now a straight 3 goals. Carlton 12-10-82 to Port's 9-10-64. 12 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Cowan on a run. Beyond defensive 50, or Newman rather. No mark taken. Spilled down to Jones. Swept the hand pass over the top of Finlayson. As he kept it in, he has. Hand pass back into traffic to keep the ball alive. Curnow gathers. Mead tackles him. Now that almost might be holding the ball. It's just come out the side. Newman emerges with it. Gives it to Walsh. Kicks the Blues towards the logo commentary wing. Cripps can't mark. There to gather though was Aaliyah for the Power. Sends it to Farrell. Kicks to Boat. Marking just on the defensive edge of the centre square. At centre half back comes to Houston. Marks through the centre square, turns and plays on. Kicks it out towards left half forward. Chance to build again. Georgiadis into the left forward pocket. Diving out Marshall, can't quite get there. It's off his hands and over for a boundary throw-in. 30 out from Port's attacking goal. The Power kicking to the Riverbank stand end in this, the final term, to the right of our broadcast box. Carlton's lead remains 18 points, 14 minutes into the last.
Toss back in. Finlayson battling with Mackay. Mackay takes it with one arm out of the ruck contest and jams it out of there. Found Fogarty. Defensive edge for the Blues. The youngster on the 45 rewards the leading Curnow, who takes it behind centre wing in front of the Bashir stand. Carlton by 18. One more goal might just bust the hearts of the Power. The Coleman medal leader has 3 tonight and is called to play on the outer side. No immediate pressure, though, from Radaglia, so he takes his time with the kick. Banging it up towards half forward. Mackay floats above the pack, clunks it, too far out to score. He'll set it up, 30 out, falls towards Akers, slipped through his grasp. At the back, Elijah Hollins hands it to McGovern, who tumbles it through on the left. Mitch McGovern, the defender, strikes in the big moment, and Carlton's up by 4 goals. 13-10-88 to Port Adelaide's 9-10-64. They're starting to run away with it now, the Blues. 14 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Chelsea Randall, Josh Franco, your experts.
I'll tell you what, it was Harry Mackay's mark up the ground there. Evans Aldo didn't actually come with him there, and he had a free jump at it. And then that set up the play, just go inside forward 50 there, and wow, what a finish.
Yeah, really well spotted, Chelsea. And, we spoke about Soldo coming into the game. Hasn't played much footy, or has played no footy in the last 4 or 5 weeks. Is he a little bit underdone, but just couldn't go with Big Harry on that occasion. And, yeah, spot on, really influential. Great play, Harry Mackay.
Good bounce in the middle. Soldo won it down for Port. Can still merge with it. Cripps got it out to Walsh, couldn't take it cleanly. Sat there, though, for Akers, gathered and gave it to Walsh, who ran alongside him past the logo, handed it off to Mackay, kicks inside forward 50, Curnow couldn't mark, spilled to Farrell. Hands it off to a fellow Port defender in a leer, dangerous kick up the middle. Evans is able to gather, gave it to Burne-Jones, hand pass over the top to Georgiadis, through the centre circles, receiving the hand passes. Boak kicks inside forward 50. The kick goes over the head of McEntee. Gathers it right full forward. Doesn't have a shot. Spots Marshall. Goes back to him with the kick. And he marks 25 from goal in line with the right hand behind post.
Well, it's a game of inches, isn't it? You go back 10 seconds. Curnow drops a mark which 99 times out of 100 he'd swallow and probably go back and nail it. The turnover happens. Port Adelaide now shot on goal through Marshall, who hasn't had a big night, just quietly. He's only had the 5 disposals and has not troubled the scorers thus far.
So Marshall looking for his first score of any kind of the night. Needs to kick it for Port. Steers it through. It just keeps them in with a sniff. 10-10-70 Port Adelaide. Carlton's lead back to just those 3 majors. They're up by 18 points. The Blues are 13-10-88. 17 gone in the last downstairs on the boundary. The best dressed boundary rider in the business, I have to say. Josh Money.
You're too kind. I've got to cover for my inability to do anything else. Clint, Ivan Soto's just come to the bench. As Chelsea and Josh have quite rightly pointed out, he looks absolutely gassed. Played just the half of a sample match last week, so that's his only real lead-up in 6 weeks. Jordan Sweet was fit and ready to go. So if Port do go on to lose this game, that will be just a question for Ken Hinkley post-game.
He's in the suit, by the way, which I just admire someone who likes to take care in their appearance when they roll up to work, as opposed to those of us who wear jeans and a polo.
Carlton by 18. Mackay wins it down in the middle in the ruck contest against Finlayson. Whistle from the non-controlling umpire. High contact, and it's going to Port Adelaide. Willem Drew receives it. He can release Farrell. Riding shotgun. Lethal left. Booming kick into the 50. Clears the pack. Georgiadis behind it. Hacked the footy towards goal, but didn't look at any sort of direction when he was kicking. And it rolls over the boundary line. Left forward pocket. Riverbank stand end.
They'll be happy with a stoppage here. Forward 50 stoppage, Port.
Need a goal. 17 minutes into the final term. Down by 3 of them. Toss back in. Marshall in the ruck. Beaten to it by Cripps, who paddles it to the boundary line. Wines wants to keep it in, but runs out of room as Hewitt pushes him towards the fence.
Really important for the Port defenders to be really well set up. If this ball comes out, that they can impact this and re-enter.
What have Port got up their sleeve? Throwing in again. Wiedering did the ruck work and won it down for Carlton. It came out to McEntee, who has a shot at goal. Touched on the way through, we think. What are the umpires going to say? They're going to send it upstairs. I reckon it's touched an arm on the way through. That's the consensus in the box. And downstairs to the boundary in just a moment as we keep a little eye on all of this. There's Snicko on the post. And we'll see it officially at the moment. There it is. So behind.
It didn't look a big spike.
No, but enough.
It just has to be enough.
Just a little caress.
Yes.
Blues by 17 points.
They're not going to try and hold on to this lead either. They want to win it as Sard goes long through the broadcast wing. Players converge. At the drop is Fogarty. Got it to De Koning. Kick towards an empty 50. Alir was waiting, and it's knocked away from him by Kennedy. Over the boundary line in front of Josh Money.
If the nerves are leaving you a little queasy listening to the call, you're not alone. Yvonne Soldo, we talked about him not feeling too well, just vomited on the bench. So very much an underdone man. To be seen whether he comes back on.
Now, last touch by Kennedy must have come off his boots, so they're giving it to Alir as he brings it back into play. Thanks for those images, Josh, as he kicks it towards the centre square. Waiting there was Kemp. Had one arm tucked in the tackle from Georgiadis, dropped the footy, and a free kick's going to Kemp. Might have been high on the second tackle, but the Blues get out of one there. Kemp looks wide to Sard. Marks alone, uncontested, behind centre wing on the broadcast wing. Now searching for an option up forward. The big woof as he leans back on the kick towards half forward, and Radaglia. And the 2-on-2 clunks it. The intercept mark for the power big man.
He's been solid tonight.
Down by 17. They'll switch through defensive 50. Radaglia to Zerk Thatcher. Tried to get it to Burgoyne, who lost his footing. And cashing in is Akers. Charging across to take the intercept mark. It's a moment to forget for young Jace. And Blake Akers said, "Thank you very much. That might just do it."
So unfortunate as a player, isn't it, when you slip over? But it's the reality of it, and Akers read it best, and now he's having a shot on goal.
Well, you can coach game plan and everything else involved in this game, but it's hard to coach that.
Akers comes in. 5-6 for the year. To ice it. Threads the needle. And celebrates with the Blue Baggers at the northern end. He's punished Port Adelaide for a costly error. They're up by 23 points with 8 minutes to play in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco.
We're just looking at the replay, Chelsea. Actually, it wasn't a great kick from Zerk Thatcher. Wasn't Burgoyne's advantage. He had to try to stop and prop and change direction to come back to the ball and just lost his footing. I'm not sure he could have actually influenced that even if he did keep his feet.
So
Not a great kick.
We won't blame Jace then, hey? It's not for that one, the poor lad.
I reckon that's on Zerk Thatcher, that one. But look, Port Adelaide will keep coming. We've still got 8 minutes and 20 seconds left in this contest. They will keep coming. They've got belief. We saw it a couple of weeks ago against Hawthorn. So Carlton have to win this.
De Koning wins it down, but it's Wines who soccers it forward towards centre half forward. Newman picks it up off the ground. Had it for the Blues. Sent it towards the commentary wing. Houston gathers. Chincotta's got him. Takes him to ground. No Pryor. Ball up the call.
And Carlton have to win this because Port Adelaide, they won't roll over. They've still got that belief and they'll have it.
Soldo won it down. He's back on the ground. As far as Walsh, though, kick towards centre half forward. And to knock it out here. Chance to kick around the body. Nicely worked by Fogarty. Curnow went up. He couldn't mark. Burgoyne tries to gather. He can't. Akers could. Clever hand pass, trying to bounce it along the ground to Cripps. Cripps didn't get to it. Akers could. Gave it to Walsh. Tackled by Houston. That's got to be holding the ball, it is.
What a tackle.
Ripping tackle. Got him both arms. No chance of disposing of it. Houston will have it in his defensive 50.
Last chance saloon, they've got to go. Houston to Burton. Spots Bergman behind centre wing. Quick ball movement from the power, but it'll come at a cost as he hacks it towards half forward. McGovern was waiting with the intercept mark. Kicks it to Hewitt.
And interestingly as well, Carlton, they can't just shut up shop here. They've got to play no-risk footy, but they've still got to have the mentality they want to score.
The former Rooster sends it up through centre wing. Radaglia rose above the pack and dropped the uncontested mark. Crumbs anyway. Kicks close to the boundary line as he curls it towards half forward. Marshall rises, knocked away from him. Newman hands it. Dangerous one to Hewitt, who's wrapped up by Horn Francis. He flung it out. Umpire had his back to it. Spills out towards the boundary line. Players converge. Head over, it was McEntee. Just can't wrench it out. And eventually a ball up called with Numerous players having their hands on the pill, throw a blanket over them. We're at right half forward at the moment for the Power. They're down by 23. Tossed up to Koning, edged out of the ruck contest by Soldo, was pushed. And a free kick goes to the Blues. Ruckman, who's been everywhere tonight, backing up his impressive performance against Gold Coast.
So to Koning, from left half back for the Blues, kicks high and long towards centre wing. Mackay flew, Radaglia in there. He won it down, but straight to Walsh. Attempted tackle of Boak. Walsh kicks the Blues towards the wing, and nicely marked. Leading out there is Elijah Holland, standing in front of the two interchange gates. Decides to go on a bit of a run himself. He'll put it into the left forward pocket. Mackay waits, and Mackay marks. 45 from goal. He'll be tight in the left forward pocket. You wouldn't back against him. He's got 2 tonight.
Well, that's a kick and a half from Elijah Hollands. That was superb, wasn't it? It looked like he was going to go long. He didn't want to go too quickly, too early, because Port Adelaide had an extra number behind the footy and then spotted up Mackay and pulled the kick. Outstanding. This is almost the game, this kick.
It would put it well beyond 4 goals. Carlton's lead is 23 points as we speak. Mackay starts out to the left. He misses. So it's even 4 goals now. The Blues lead by 24 points. 14-11-95 Carlton. 10-11-71 Port. 25 and a bit gone in the last.
Up the expressway go the Power. Waiting back was Kemp. He put down a mark he shouldn't have. Walsh is there with the assist though. Hands it to Sard, who sends it up to left half forward. Open territory as he put it in the path of Williams, but just a bit too heavy, and it bounces over the boundary line.
Both teams are holding boards up down here on the bench. Now, we can't see them, but I can see the back of Carlton's here. It's a red kind of power button, and I'm assuming that Power, the Port, are trying to go all green here. They need to. There's only a few minutes.
Toss back in. It cleared both rucks. Newman got it out towards Akers. Jams it into the 50. Mark paid. It will go to Carlton and Zach Williams. Mackay and he converge with Lockie Jones. A clash of bodies, but he's clung onto it long enough.
Well, normally known as a defender, isn't he, Williams? For the majority of his career, he's played down back, but he's actually been almost electric up forward for Carlton tonight. He's kicked 2 goals, 2. Should probably convert with this kick. Only the 9 disposals, but he's been really influential every time the ball's gone inside forward 50.
You're right, Josh. I think he had 140-odd games down back. Last week was the first time up forward. He kicked 4, and I think he's enjoying his time up forward at the moment.
The magnet has been flipped. Zach Williams up forward. He kicks from 40, and it's a master stroke from Michael Voss. Carlton are going to win at the Adelaide Oval. Williams has 3. The Navy Blues are up by 30 as they raise the bat at this great venue. 15-11-101 to Port Adelaide's 10-11-71. Final stages of the last quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Michael Voss is talking throughout the week about his players. Just play your role, know your role, and sometimes it might look slightly different. We can see here Zach Williams going up forward for the 2nd time in his career and making an impact in his role, and that's what they love most about their Carlton players, is everyone's just playing their role. Go to work.
Ball back in the middle again. That's all she wrote, you'd reckon, from here. Soldo palmed it down, almost straight to the umpire. Drew was able to pick it up. Bounces a kick towards centre half forward. Newman was there. Hand pass to Walsh, stolen away by Bergman. Coming the other way, Soldo. Walsh tackles him. Ball up the cool. Walsh has had it 9 times in this quarter. Cripps and Akers 7 apiece. And then Finlayson the best with 5. As Carlton win it away. Kennedy gets a kick that'll tumble into the left forward pocket. Williams couldn't quite gather that. It's over for a boundary throw-in. About 35 out. And Carlton's attacking goal, kicking to the scoreboard of the Cathedral end of Adelaide Oval in this quarter. They found things to their liking. Their lead is 30 points, the Blues, as we tick past or tick towards the 29-minute mark of the last.
Toss back in, De Koning front position, double tap towards Cincotta. Butters cut it off, got it to Soldo, tried to find Wines, only saw Cripps, got it back to Cincotta. Akers squares it up, Mackay at the top of the goal square. It's all coming up Carlton now. The dam wall has burst and the Blues are surging towards a big victory.
Yeah, had a great front spot there, Harry Mackay. Charlie Kerner was actually coming up as well for it, but must have heard him. Bailed out and allowed Mackay just to take that mark.
They're in the 4 on the live ladder, behind Port Adelaide by 5%. Harry Mackay comes in, speeds up his approach and drills through his third. Carlton are up by 36 points. It's been a single-digit ball game for most of the night, but they're racing away with it now. 16-11, 107 to Port Adelaide's 10-11, 71. 30 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, 3-time premiership captain Chelsea Randall and All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco.
Well, from Carlton's perspective and all their fans listening out there, they'd be obviously really thrilled with this result. They haven't beaten the SA team here at Adelaide Oval. I think the past 3 losses here have been cricket scores against, so they'll be really pleased with that. But I think on the other side of the coin, and no doubt we'll dissect it at the end of the game, it probably asks more questions of Port Adelaide and where they're at in terms of their season.
The bounce, Soldo had the telling tap, comes down in the direction of Carlton again. It was there to be won. Wrapped up was Carroll, who's a sub that's been introduced.
What was the margin at three-quarter time?
Three-quarter time, it was a 7-point advantage for the Blues.
Wow.
So they've got going a little bit like they did against Gold Coast last week when they were challenged for most of the first 3 quarters. In the meantime, here's Walsh picking it up. The Curnow at right half forward. Pops a hand pass over the top. It'll come back. Cripps was out after. It's a free kick, though, going the way of Walsh here. He'll have it for Carlton. Trots back in the bright pink boots. He's got De Koning on across half forward. Said he goes on a run. Takes a couple of steps. Kicks in the direction of Mackay. Goes over the top of his head. Alear was there. Takes the defensive mark. Gives it to Farrell. One bounce. Taken to ground by Mackay. Got a hand pass away, though. Advantage has been paid. He was infringed. It came to Burgoyne. Kicks quickly towards left half forward. Georgiades marks. Turns. Runs inside forward 50. Takes a second bounce. Hand pass was meant to go over the top of Newman. Instead it found Wines. Wines' hand pass is knocked down by the Blues. Fogarty with a chance to rebound to Akers, to De Koning, who marks at centre half back.
They deserve that, Carlton, because he ran an absolute mile from the paint of 50 to the 25-metre line without a bounce. Blues have the footy. Wiedering at left half back. They're up by 37 points. 36 points, rather. Wiedering through centre wing. Launching was De Koning. He was tunnelled, and it's a very heavy landing. Soldo got underneath him, and he's very ginger as a result. Landed on his left arm. It's Tom De Koning, and his skipper just comes in to check on him. Thankfully, he's popped to his feet, but he won't take this ruck contest. We'll head straight to the bench. Won't matter anyway. Carlton win it. Kennedy on the 45. Pops it out towards Williams. Too far out to score at left half forward. Get Josh to keep an eye on Tom De Koning, who makes his way to the benches. Williams back to Akers. Just forward of centre wing as Boyd running on the outside. Lazy little handball as he gives it off, and Boyd just kicks errantly towards the 50. Only found Bergman. Port Adelaide on the counter.
Bergman comes down the commentary wing. Oh, good attack on the football from Boyd. Was able to knock it away from McEntee. And then to follow up, he's able to find Curnow with a foot pass the left half forward. Curnow pumps it deep inside forward 50. He wanted Mackay. Front position Alear. Burton tried to shovel the hand pass forward. Williams got there first, though. Hand pass back only as far as Houston. It's been locked into him. We'll have a ball up deep in the left forward pocket. Carlton's lead is 36 points.
Tossed up by Nick Foote. Soldo wins it down to Wines around the body. About a 10-metre kick for Butters. He didn't know where it was going. Cincotta got a hand in and knocks it over the boundary line. We're going to be with you for close to an hour to wrap things up here at the Adelaide Oval. So do get in touch. 0437 774 774. The thoughts of Chelsea Randall. Josh Franco to come. Josh Money will head in both rooms as well. Toss back into play. Soldo slaps it away from Kennedy. Hewitt head over the footy, got it past Butters, hands it off towards Akers from 55. He'll pop it to the top of the goal square. 2-on-2, won't matter. Carlton's credentials are starting to stack up. The Blues secure an almighty road win and they rocket themselves into the top 4. They've defeated Port Adelaide by 36 points. Absolute arm wrestle early between these two top 8 sides. Scores level at the first change, 3-2-20 apiece. Carlton up by just 3 points at the half and 7 at three-quarter time. They kicked 8 goals in the final term to Port Adelaide's 3 to surge away winners by 36. 16-11, 107 to the Powers, 10-11, 71. Curnow, Williams and Mackay had 3 each. 2 to Cripps, singles to McGovern, De Koning, Akers, Kemp and Chincotta. Carlton, 8-4 for the year and in the top 4.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. We're all the champions. They like to send up. We'll keep our end up. And they will know that against the famous old dark Blues.
A big win for Carlton at a ground that has been a nightmare for them for so long. Consecutive victories in season 2024 at the Adelaide Oval. 36 points their victory to kickstart round 12 on ABC Sport. As I mentioned, with you through till 11 Eastern, so do get in touch. 0437 774 774. One listener's got in touch immediately and says, Port are pretenders. And Bill says the Blues are just unbelievably lax at times. They just coasted towards victory towards the end. Shout out to Scotty Randall as well, who's flipped us a text and says, what a nice way to listen to my sister's voice on the way home from work with a great game of footy.
Hello, brother.
Hang on, someone say Carlton coasted to victory? So they kicked 8 goals up until three-quarter time and then kicked 8 goals
in the final
term. With the greatest of respect, that's not coasting to victory. They went whack.
It was a demolition late.
Because Port Adelaide were right in this at three-quarter time. And then those 2 early goals, and Chelsea Randall called for him to lift, but from the skipper, Paddy Cripps, that gave them an almighty lift. And from that point pretty much onwards, it was, can Port hang on? And the answer was by, about the 22-minute mark. No, they can't.
No. And look, if you looked at the last quarter stats alone, it's quite damning for Port Adelaide. And I said with a few minutes to go, more questions are going to be asked of Port Adelaide when they're coming up against, potential top 8, top 4 sides, that they struggle to get the job done. And just some of these numbers. So contested possessions, these are all Carlton's way. When I read them out, contested possessions +7, tackle count +5, ground ball gets +14. They're the 3 big indicators around work rate mentality. Port Adelaide fell away dramatically in those 3 KPIs. The clearances, Carlton were +7, the inside 50s +6. The list goes on and on. Disposal count, they had about 26, 27 more disposals in the last quarter, Carlton, and it was a capitulation from Port Adelaide. And you don't often see 8 goals kicked in a quarter.
No.
And it just it just highlights they were just non-competitive. They lost their run. Were absolutely dominated by the Blues, and they thoroughly deserved the win.
Yeah, certainly. And I think, you talked about those stats there, and the uncontested possession just in that quarter, Q4, was Carlton with 54 to Port's 35. So they were able to maintain the footy. Their time in possession for Carlton was 46% to Port's 35% in that last quarter. So they were maintaining possession of the ball, looking after it, executing well. And when they went inside forward 50, those first couple of 10 minutes, they were able to just put the heat on, score those goals, and from there, Port just chasing them. And that last 10 minutes, I think they just kind of fell away, and you could see the energy and the body language, couldn't you? It was non-existent.
And I guess sadly for Ken Hinckley and Port Adelaide, the Hinckley Knockers will be in full voice again, and that's the sad part about where Port Adelaide's at the moment. I mean,
that's a selection thing on tonight, though, isn't it? Charlie Dixon comes back from a rest and has one touch.
Yep.
Ivan Soldo was competitive but ended up being gassed by the end. Jeremy Finlayson as the sub probably had more of an impact once he came on, but wasn't there for 3 quarters.
Todd Marshall up forward. He had minimal kind of impact up there. Yeah, it was challenging for them to try and get something generated from their bigs down in the forward line for Port.
How do you see the midfield, Josh? Because no Connor Rosie is always a tricky task to balance the loss of his experience and leadership. But Jackson Mead again has shined as that third in. 23 disposals. I think he's averaging about 21, 22 across the last month. Wines and Butters saw plenty of it, but Butters was kind of curtailed a bit by Chincotta across the night. Do they have the depth to match it with the best if one of those big 3 falls out?
Well, look, I don't know. To be honest with you, it's interesting when you look at Port Adelaide's midfield mix. They are very obviously reliant on Connor Rosie. He's missed a few games this year and obviously out with that ankle injury. And look, without sounding too critical, I mean, looking at Ollie Wines' numbers, they're good in terms of purely numbers. He had 26 disposals, 11 kicks, 15 handballs. He's had 12 contested possessions, 3 clearances, but he doesn't impact the game like a Paddy Cripps does. Butters, they continually rely on Zach Butters to get them going, and he's fighting out of his weight division. He's got a heart the size of a lion, and that's the way he plays. But a lot of responsibility rests on the shoulders of someone like him, where an Ollie Wines in my opinion, needs to carry more of the load in that space. Jackson Mead, you mentioned, he's a developing player. Jason Horne-Francis is another player that's going to get better and better, but I just think there's too much placed on the shoulders of too few at Port Adelaide, and unfortunately, if Connor Rosie's not playing, Zach Butters isn't firing to the point, and he got well held at, I think, after quarter time by
Chincotta's role was
Chincotta, and he did such a good job.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if he's not influencing the game like we know he can, then they do look a little bit vulnerable, Port Adelaide. And I know I mentioned it at the start of or before the game in the pre-game, but I personally have big question marks over Port Adelaide. The expectation of playing, a big Melbourne club here tonight, Thursday night footy, the spotlight nationally is on you, and they can't and they didn't get the job done. And it's a book we've read too often for Port Adelaide. And I know that sounds really critical because they're 8-3 and sitting third on the ladder. But the cracks, and we didn't get to do a post game after the Hawthorn game a couple of weeks ago because we had to go to Perth for that call. But that game probably, or the win. Was it the Burn-Jones goal? Probably covered up a few cracks which I thought were starting to appear for Port Adelaide, and they appeared again tonight when they're under the most pressure.
Meanwhile, Carlton season starting to come together quite nicely after a hit and miss kind of start. They've knocked off a couple of pretty good sides along the way. I've been pretty impressed, I think, with the past month of form. It does feel like the big names have come back into the side, and they're starting to find their feet a little bit. So they've knocked off Melbourne, the Giants, and now Port Adelaide in terms of big name teams. Brisbane amongst it if you count them. The Gold Coast around the mark as well. So their losses this season, Adelaide, Geelong, Collingwood, Sydney, which there are a lot of teams that are around that conversation as well. But it feels like they've got their best names back out there once again, and they're starting to get season 2024 back together. A win by 36 points here at the Adelaide Oval, their first ever against a South Australian team at this venue. Let's get the reaction from the room with Josh Money.
Well, that's right, Aaron. As you said, never won at Adelaide Oval before Carlton. That's now 2 in a calendar year, and that is an enormous win against a fellow premiership contender in Port Adelaide. So you can imagine that this team song will be sung with a fair amount of gusto. A big win for the Power to climb back into the top 4 for the Blues. Zach Williams, the newfound goal-scoring hero, is just joining the huddle, as is Mitch McGovern, who snuck forward late. Here's the song. Plenty of feeling in that one. We'll be back with Zach Williams very shortly.
The Blues are in the 4, locked with Port Adelaide on 32 points and a slightly less percentage, but they won't mind because they cannot drop out of the 8 now, regardless of how the rest of this round plays out. So they're up in 4th. Behind them, Melbourne, the Giants, Geelong and Collingwood as part of this, the first of 4 bye weekends. Carlton winners by 36 points. Aaron Bryans and Clint Wilden with you alongside Chelsea Randall and Josh Franco, wrapping up what was a blockbuster Thursday night fixture to start round 12. On the text line, 0437 774 774. Rod from Hobart says Port Adelaide are not a premiership contender. They missed Big Charlie tonight. Marshall went missing as well. That's from Rod. Adrianne's stoked. She says 2 in a row at the Adelaide Oval. Go Blues. And a plethora of exclamation marks as well. Judy's brought up an interesting point, and this was off the ball during the contest, and we've seen some replays of it. Judy says, should Ivan Soldo be reported for the reckless contest against Tom de Koning? We've been able to pull up the vision. What did you see?
I don't think so. Look, here's the dilemma. That Soldo's shoulder makes contact with the head. There's no doubt that happens. But Soldo only has eyes for the football and he's turned. And the player coming in, and was it de Koning or I thought it might have been McGovern? McGovern?
Yeah.
I thought it was McGovern. Anyway, it was a while ago. I didn't think when we saw it was actually that big a deal. Fortunately, the player involved, be it McGovern or de Koning, I'm pretty sure it was McGovern, no problems played on, and we know that has an impact. But watching it again, and I'll show it to Chelsea in
Paint
a
the
second.
picture for the listeners who haven't seen it.
Well, they both are going for the football, and Soldo is only looking at the football. He has his hands down to collect the football, and he goes in to gather, and as he does so, he can feel that someone's there, as you can do, and he turns slightly to make sure he gets the football first. And McGovern comes the other way, and his head makes contact with Soldo as they're coming together. Now, most years I would have said that's absolutely no problem. We know that we are trying to make the head sacrosanct, but in my opinion, that there's no way Soldo should be in trouble for that because he only has eyes for the football. That's where I sit.
Well, it's nowhere near as offensive as the Zach Butters one earlier in the season when he flew in, but was the same positioning where his hands are, he's over the top of the footy and his hands are on the footy. And at that time, he got off. And this one is much more lenient in terms of the impact and, the actual offence. And I reckon the incident Judy's actually talking about with Tom de Koning was the tunnelling one.
Right.
Fell on his back. That's probably where we've got misconstrued there, Judy. So I don't think he gets reported for that either, to be fair. But, the bump is the one that most people are going to be talking about. Chelsea, quick thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think you're right in that one, Clint. Yeah.
I think he's okay, but what do I know?
Let's get some reaction from the Carlton rooms. Josh Money downstairs, the Blues winners by 36 points.
Thanks, Aaron. He's long been one of the star defenders of the competition. Zach Williams, 7 goals in 2 games up forward. You've been played out of position all your career.
I actually played a little bit forward early days when I was at the Giants. So I'm a failed forward going back, and then I've had the opportunity over the last couple of weeks to go forward. So taking opportunities, and the forward line boys are really putting me into positions where I can impact the game. And really, like I said last week, I really just listened to Harry and Charlie really. So good win by the boys tonight. I think it was a really hard fought game, and Port's a really good team, so we knew they were going to come right down to the last second. So great win.
2 good boys to learn of. How were those conversations with Michael Voss? What did he want to see from you in that new role? It's a role that you've taken with both hands.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a role change. Obviously a few injuries with Jack Martin and a few other boys. So there was an opportunity. Lockie Cowan and Sincotta were playing really good football in the VFL, so they got their opportunities to come into the back line, and they're playing really good football. Cowan and Sincotta were unbelievable today as well. So the opportunity opened up to go down forward and be at the feet of the big boys, and it's been a fun couple of weeks.
And you talk about the quality of that win tonight. You've never beaten a South Australian team at Adelaide Oval. I'm not sure if you knew that, but a big win over a team in Port Adelaide who, of course, have their own premiership aspirations. What does that do from a belief point of view to go on the road and get the 4 points?
Yeah, I think over the last couple of weeks, last week and this tonight, just really honed in on what we're really good at. And I think I said it last week too. We shined a light on just celebrating little things, chasing down tackles, smothers. And I think in that first half we had a handful of smothers. So, we really honed in on just doing the little things really well. So I think that's really paying dividends over the last couple of weeks. So, and boys coming in, playing their roles, and just getting the job done, which is really good, and it's really good to get the win in Adelaide as well. I know there was a bit of talk about we haven't beaten Adelaide team here. I did not know that until you said it. So, whether it was here, Melbourne, wherever we put Port Adelaide, always going to be really hard to beat. So just to get the win over them tonight, it was great.
And how about the luxury of the game being on the line at three-quarter time, and you've got a captain in Paddy Cripps who can kick 2 goals, 2 clutch goals to really break the game open. What a boost to have a player like that at your disposal. Yeah, he's a mountain of a man. So almost mumbled up my words there. That was hard to get out. But when Cripper's doing stuff like that, it's really easy to fall in behind him and want to start playing really well. So I think Cripper's led from the front all year, and our midfield brigade, they were really good tonight and really tough, and Cripper's at the forefront of that as well. So I think the boys celebrated pretty hard for Cripper when he kicked those quick 2 goals. So it's awesome to see, and it's easy. Like I said, it's really easy to fall in behind Cripper when he's doing those sorts of things. No doubt. I'll throw you up to the experts.
Zach, Josh Frago, congratulations on your game tonight. I thought you were outstanding. Kicked 3 goals, 2, and really influential. Just going back to the last quarter, first question is, what did Michael Voss and the coaches say to you at three-quarter time, and what was the difference in the last? It was an arm wrestle up until three-quarter time, and then you just blew the game open. When you spoke about Paddy Cripps having an influence, but surely it was more than just Patrick Cripps having the influence in that last quarter.
Yeah, I think I said it before, just boys playing their role to a T, really. We've honed in on really focusing in on our contested ball and being physical and laying our tackles over the last couple of weeks. So it's something we've really got to work on, and I think we've done that really well in the last quarter. We really put Port Adelaide on the back foot, and it starts in the centre bounce. Our midfielders got to work and gave the forwards a lot of opportunities to get to work and kick a few goals. So, it's really good to see that boys are, paying dividends. Like Cripper kicked 2 tonight, and, the boys getting a lot of tackles. So, it's really good to see.
Excellent. One player, if you could elaborate a little bit on his Big Koning, how important he is to the side.
Yeah, really important. He's had a big couple of weeks, with one out ruck with Big Pitto on the sidelines for a couple of weeks, and he's done an awesome job over the last couple of weeks. He's really stepped up and really taken that ruck position to another level, I think, compared to previously when he's done it. So, he's been sorry guys, Aaron Hemmel was just trying to throw me off here a bit. So, but no, TDK's been awesome over the last couple of weeks, and I think he's been really tough in there, and I know he's been really getting to work with his contested footy and his ruck craft over the last few weeks. So it's great to see him getting to work.
That's awesome, Zach. It's Chelsea Randall here. You move on to Essendon next week. What are some of the things that you take from this game that you really loved, or what are some of the things that you think that Vossi will be talking to you about? We keep growing and learning in this phase, and what more can you guys keep bringing in that space?
I think we just got to keep really honing in on our contested footy. It's what we're really good at. So Vossi's really gone to work and put things in place in training to get to work on our tackling and our contested ball on the inside, and then keeping our balance on the outside too. So boys, to the boys' credit, the boys have really gone to work on their roles as well within the team. So boys are executing their roles really well, and it's obviously paying dividends.
Zach, Clint Wilden here. I just wanted to ask you a really simple one. Is that your best win of the year?
Oh God, you really put me on the spot there, but it would have to be up there. Like it was mentioned before, I had no idea that we hadn't won here in a while over in Adelaide. So I think we'll review it, and it'll be one of our better wins up until this point. But we definitely got a lot of things to get to work on as well, going forward. So the boys are really looking forward to facing Essendon next week, and then obviously having the bye, and then we reset from there and attack the second half of the year.
In my defence, I was thinking it was either this one or the one when you stunned everyone up at the Gabba to start the season, because this was a terrific one. One last one from me for you. The efforts have been touched on, but Alex Cincotta and his ability to shut down important players. He had another outstanding game tonight when he went to Zach Butters.
Cincotta, he's been doing that role really to a T. every time a name pops up, he really gets to work and studies through the week. And, all the midfielders have been helping him out a lot too around the stoppages. And I think that's as a whole team, we've really worked on our connection over the last few weeks as well. And, St Cotter's at the forefront of that as well. So I tell you what, if he keeps playing like that, I'll definitely, if he was come and played to me, I would hate it. So he's playing really well, and he's a gun.
There's no bigger rap you could give a bloke than that one, I reckon.
No, I love him. I love that bloke. He's funny as.
Hey, Zach, Aaron Bryant's here. I wanted to ask you about holding the ball. It's been a contentious debate throughout the week. How did you see it play out in the new interpretation tonight?
To be honest, mate, I didn't really notice, if I'm being honest. I was pretty far removed from the footy and the contest. I was playing deep a lot tonight, so I didn't really notice too much, to be honest. But, I'll leave that up to you guys to discuss that.
Did you receive any extra instruction from Michael Voss or a different way to approach a contest or a tackle?
No, he just mentioned it before the game that obviously it was a big talking point through the week. So, sorry, I'm holding my daughter and she's patting me on the face at the moment. So. But, he did mention it before the game that we probably wouldn't have as much time and with the ball when we're getting tackled. So it was mentioned, but nothing really changed from our perspective in terms of taking on the game and attacking the game.
Big match up next week. You've got the Bombers on Sunday. A couple of big names still to come back in as well. So Adam Chera, we're waiting on the outside, Jack Martin as well. Do you feel like you're still improving as a squad?
Hold on, guys. I think my daughter wants to say something. Can you say go Buggers?
So amazing.
Sorry, guys. Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
That was lovely.
That was excellent. Just wanted to ask you about next weekend. You got the Bombers. You're building quite nicely. Do you feel like you've kind of peaked yet? But you've still got some big names to come back in.
Yeah, we do. Like I said, we have Jack Martin out at the moment, and he plays a really big part in our team system as well. So, and Adam Chera, like you mentioned, he's a really good midfielder and defensive midfielder, and he really uses the ball well. So they're really two big inclusions over the next probably month that we'll get back. And over the next probably month, we'll take on Essendon next week, and then go into the bye, and then like I said, reset, and then attack the rest of the year.
Zach, a non-serious one. What's your daughter's name? Because she's a natural.
Yeah, I'll get her up, see if she'll say her name. Ayla. Oh, I just said her name.
Get her to say something for us.
Come on, Ayla.
Say your name, Ayla. Sorry, guys. Yeah, she's a bit shy at the moment, but yeah. Her name's Ayla.
She's a media guru in the making, Zach. She's done an excellent job. Congratulations on the victory. Thanks for your time as well.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Great to have Zach Williams and Ayla Williams downstairs on ABC Sport. Carlton winners by 36 points, their 8th victory of the year. And it's pretty incredible when you look at a lot of players. Sam Pepper's one that immediately comes to mind, and Zach Williams as well with Ayla, who's only a couple of years old. It does change players' mindsets, doesn't it, when they become fathers? And Chelsea, you know a bit about this now, coming into your season as a mother. Like it feels like it matures them a little bit. Zach Williams is in ripping form.
Oh, definitely. Like, it's amazing because I think you just have like another perspective, or a different perspective, I guess, when whether you win, lose or draw, you've got your family to go home to, and the kids, they don't care whether you've won or lost, do they, Josh? Like, they just want to give you a big hug and rip up the grass and hang out and kick the ball around. So I can't wait for those opportunities when Tommy starts to kick the ball and stuff. He's only 7 months at the moment, but yeah, it definitely just gives you, I guess, that relaxed vibe going into footy. You just still enjoy it and cherish the moments. And if you get to share that with your family, it's ultra special. So it's so beautiful to hear Zach and his daughter Ayla up on how beautiful was she there?
Go Baggers.
Go Baggers. Excellent. So cute.
I always love to throw your hospital handball, Josh. So where do you see Carlton now in the grand scheme of things? Are they a premiership contender for you? Are they a top 4 hopeful? Where do you currently sit them in the grand conversation?
I think they're a top 4 hopeful. I must admit, again, this is just personal perspective and opinion that I'm not sure they're quite there and have the consistency that you would probably like to put your money on the line to guarantee a top 4 spot or cement them in that top 4 spot at the end of the year. But they can only come over and do what they've done tonight. And as I said, that you probably ask more questions about Port Adelaide and where they're at, but having never won here and having lost the last 3 games by big margins, to come over here and do that, it only enhances their, I guess, the supporters and general football public's opinions of where they're at.
I think they're 100,000 members that they just got announced the other week. Will be pretty happy with that from Carlton. But I'm a bit the same. Still got a question mark around some of their defensive stuff where when they're going inside D50, you know, their ability to then get back to a body. Sometimes you just had Port players ripping forward with no one around them. So, yeah, can Carlton kind of continue to get some consistency in getting back to a body in that kind of space? But their momentum forward of the ball was, you know, terrific.
And I guess the reason why I have the trepidation with Carlton is because I look at their list, and their list is, or their side that they roll out tonight with Chera and...
So Chera's out, Jack Martin's out. No Mark Pitnet, which we can talk about whether they're better with him or without him, because De Koning's really starting to flourish.
Yeah. So with those 3 guys to come back in, you know, we should be sitting here saying they are almost an absolute no-brainer to finish top 4. But again, in my opinion, I don't think they are at this stage. But not to say they won't get there.
On the text line, Robin Greensborough says, how does the injury list for Port stack up against Carlton? So we've just rattled off some of the Blues' best 23 that are missing. Port Adelaide obviously didn't have Connor Rosie tonight. No Willie Rioli, and didn't get a chance to mention this in the pre-game, but the ground ball gets a bit an issue for Port Adelaide across the season. If you lose Willie Rioli and you've already lost Sam Pepper, did that play a bit of a factor tonight at all in terms of the way they attacked?
In quarter 4 it did, because Port had 14 ground ball gets to Carlton's 28. So they were able to get on that loose ball get and inflict off that. But throughout it, I mean, if you look at the actual game throughout, it was 85 Port, 90 to Carlton. So they really just kind of evened it up, but it was important in that last quarter.
Well, I guess it also begs the question around the 3 tools taking. I know Finlayson started as the sub, but they played Finlayson, Marshall, and Dixon a lot in the starting 22, and it probably begs the question that can they take those 3 tools in as a forward group?
Plus Georgiadis.
That's the other thing. Yeah, absolutely. And then you're always trying to get the mix of your forward line right, because you still need that speed there to be able to lock the ball in your front half. And Port Adelaide do pride themselves on being a front half team, and with those big guys that can't get at the opposition as quickly as the Riolis and those types and those small nippy forwards, then I guess it does pose a few challenges for Port Adelaide.
We talked about it a lot at the start. We asked the question, well done asking the question too, to Zach Williams, who played a very straight bat with it, which I understand. How did we think the holding the ball incorrect disposal was umpired tonight? It wasn't a substantial difference. Like, it didn't leap out off, oh, goodness me.
Yeah.
There were a couple of times where I thought they got it right. A guy had one arm pinned. Well, for example, Charlie Curnow early on. Always thought that should have been holding the ball. They called that tonight. There was one questionable one, and this is to give the umpires a little bit of leeway, because we know it's tough when Walsh got done in the middle with Soldo had the arm over. I thought that probably wasn't one. But generally, I thought they actually called them more often tonight when you thought that's probably holding the ball. There was only 1 or 2 that weren't. I mean, it's not we're not talking an enormous change, like something like when the stand rule came in or the 666.
Yeah.
I thought there was a number of things that they got right.
The only thing I would say to that is if we didn't know that there was narrative going on with the AFL and there was going to be a different interpretation, I reckon you'd watch tonight going,
you wouldn't have known.
I agree.
You would have known.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
We'll elaborate on it a bit more, but let's get some reaction from the power rooms. Carlton winners by 36 points tonight on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Josh Money's down in the power race.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Joined by Dan Houston. Dan, thanks for joining us after a tough loss. What did Kenny have to say?
Yeah, Kenny basically said to us we're in it until 3/4 time, and then they took serious control in the last and scored heavily from stoppage, which is something we definitely could have controlled, and Carlton were just too good in the end.
How concerning is that when you're coming up against the bigger teams and the teams that can go all the way, and you see yourselves there when the game's on the line to not be able to seize that contest? How disappointing.
Yeah, it's frustrating. We put ourselves in a good position, and to concede like that late, definitely doesn't help. And the boys will be a bit flat going into the bye now, and we'll look to turn things around after the bye and hopefully come back and get a little bit better each day once we come back to the club.
Ken said during the week that these sort of forward lines and the twin towers of Curnow and Mackay and their smalls as well, that's the reason that you recruited so heavily down back. in the off-season. How you're seeing the gelling and the coming together of that new-look defence? It was tested again tonight and probably failed in that last quarter.
Yeah, I think, it's a week-by-week progress. We've seen some good signs from Zerk Thatcher and Radagalia, and it's definitely not happening week to week, but we are seeing some progress and some good signs, and hopefully by the end of the year, that gelling and connections, a bit better. But I thought tonight, Curtin Mackay, the best in competition, and we got tested, and hopefully we can learn from that.
I'll throw it up to the experts.
Dan, commiserations tonight. Josh Franco up here in the commentary box. Just breaking down that last quarter a little bit more. You said that you didn't quite get things right. Looking at all the KPIs, the contested ball, the ground ball gets, the uncontested possessions, the tackles, the inside 50s, the list goes on. Quite damning in terms of Port Adelaide's performance in that last quarter. What do you put your finger on? Is it mentality? Is it structure? Is it personnel? I know it's only sort of soon after the game and it's difficult to debrief, but what do you put your finger on there?
Yeah, I think, obviously we conceded 7 goals from stoppage, so that's something that happens, inside. And then I thought behind the ball, we weren't ready to pounce onto their kicks going forward. And I think when you look at it, we probably tried to get on the move a little bit too much, and then defensively we didn't structure up defensively from those stoppages to pounce on those loose balls and those surge kicks forward.
So how do you address that? Is that something you can train throughout the week? So leading into the next weekend's game, whenever you play again, is that something you can train during the week?
Yeah, I think we stuck at it for 3 quarters and we did it right, and then not being able to produce in the last quarter is really frustrating. And it's definitely something we talk about and we can train during the week. And I think the boys know what went wrong. It's just being able to apply that in the big moments.
Dan, Chelsea Randall up here as well. Commiserations, mate. But obviously you've got going into the bye. How much does that play into just, get a really good refresh in the bodies? Potentially, see if you get some guys back in with Willie Rioli or with Connor Rosie. How much did you either miss those guys, and how much will the bye freshen you guys up? And
I think the bye is good just to chill and get some recovery in, and I think we played about 3 games in the best part of maybe 11 or 12 days. So we'll definitely waiting to get that recovery, and it'll be good to get Connor and Willie in. I think we have something like 7 days between now and our next game, so hopefully we can get those boys right and get a healthy list going into the back half of the year.
Perfect.
Hey Dan, consistency, a bit of a problem with Port Adelaide, I think, across this campaign. There's been, we saw against Hawthorn, even against Geelong, where you have passages of absolute brilliance that feels like at your best you can be the winner of the premiership this year, if not competing with the best. And then there's other times where you're falling away against sides maybe you shouldn't be. Has that been addressed internally by Ken Hinkley, that 4 quarters just hasn't really been showcased across this year?
Yeah, it's a tough one to answer. I think we have beaten some better teams. We've gone down to Geelong and beaten Geelong, and then we've clawed our way back against Hawthorn, which we definitely weren't, thought we would be in that position, but we did it anyway. And then you look at tonight, we were in a really good position, and then we coughed that up. So it's something, that little bit of inconsistency that we'll address, definitely. But I think the boys have put in a pretty solid month. I think we just fell short in the last quarter there.
Dan, Clint Wilden, we were discussing the changes to the interpretation of the holding the ball rule from up here. What was it like where you were in the thick of it? There were 8 called tonight. Port got 7 of them. Did you notice a difference?
I did notice a little bit of a difference. I thought they held onto their whistle a little bit longer than what I thought they did, but that's good because I thought they'd be a little bit trigger happy. I thought they umpired really well and adjudicated that holding the ball, and we were trying to get used to it. We didn't know what was going to happen, if it was going to be 20 holding the balls or it was going to be 4. But I think they umpired really well from what I saw, and it's good because you don't have to get in that position where you have to take the player to ground to get that reward.
And inaccuracy, Dan, as well. It's been a little bit of an issue that's popped up now and again, and it ultimately didn't play a massive factor because Carlton had the same amount of behinds, but it felt like it was really impeding you in that 3rd quarter.
Yeah, we always speak about with our forwards, if they follow the process, which we train at the club, then we'll be happy if it doesn't impact on the scoreboard and the results don't go away. And I thought that the forwards stuck to their process and missed a bit. It was actually quite windy out there. So I will give the forwards a little bit of leeway with that one.
And what are you going to do during the bye, Dan? Do you stick hard at the training track, or do you actually kick back and mentally refresh?
Yeah, straight on the training track tomorrow. I'm heading back to Melbourne, and then my girlfriend's got a place in Bright, so we'll head up there for a bit and see a bit of snow, hopefully, see how we go.
Sounds like a nice weekend, Dan. Commiserations for tonight, but thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Great to have Dan Houston from the Port Adelaide Football Club. Carlton winners by 36 points on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 16-11, 107 to 10-11, 71. And that was a great elaboration there from Dan on the holding the ball rule, I think, and probably a little bit in terms of not what we were expecting when he said they held the whistle a little more. I thought, like he said, that they'd be a little bit trigger happy and over-correcting, as we tend to do when a rule is changed or the interpretation is changed. But
which I thought you summed up really well, Josh, in that if you were just tuning in tonight, you wouldn't have thought, oh, they've made a massive change here. But there were a couple where I thought they got absolutely right. And we sort of spoke about the experience of the umpires. And look, they always get a call wrong here or there. But overall, I thought they deserve a rap tonight for the way that they sort of massage the interpretation rather than going, as we quite often do, going ridiculously the other way.
Full throttle on the other side, yeah.
I thought they did a really good job, and I really liked most of what I saw tonight with that.
Thoughts of Clint Wilden, Josh Franco, Chelsea Randall, Aaron Bryans with you as well, wrapping up Carlton's 36-point victory over Port Adelaide on ABC Sport. Let's get some more reaction from Port Adelaide. Ken Hinkley's just started his press conference downstairs.
When Cripps is in that kind of mood, especially in early on the fourth quarter, what can you do to stop him? What do you do to try and stop Cripps when he's in that kind of...
We had opportunities. We had hands on balls at time, but we weren't able to control the ball well enough. And when you do that, you play into their hands a little bit. And Cripps is smart enough and clever enough to go forward and hit the scoreboard. He's like, we're talking about pretty good players, Brownlow medalists. So sometimes they are hard to stop. But our players know that, and they just need to take some responsibility in those moments to control their weapons, which they've got a few.
I feel like there were more skill errors from your team than usual tonight. It seemed like the times are probably more than we expected.
Yeah, I think that'd be reasonable that we turned the ball over a little bit more than we would like to when we're going forward, particularly in the first three quarters. Last quarter we didn't really get to the footy that much, but in the first three quarters we opened ourselves up a little bit when we looked like we were through and we were clear. But I mean, that was Carlton's pressure probably and the pressure of the game.
Charlie obviously only had one touch. Was there an injury there, or that?
No. He's just tactical sub. It was a decision. We knew that we were coming into the game with an extra tall forward as a sub, and we thought that might have been able to get Carlton in some trouble on the ground at times with Jeremy, and didn't quite work for us the way we would like it, but it has previously.
Can you take us through that decision to have Finlayson as a sub?
Yeah, we just thought it was an opportunity for us, and we knew that there was plenty of leading into the game with the weather the way it was predicted, we thought, and actually when we got to the game, we thought, no, it's going to be okay, so we'll be able to use our height, hopefully, and if we can get enough supply in our forward line, and Jeremy comes on and gives you fresh legs as around the ball as well. But, clearly the last quarter when Jeremy was on the ground was all going one way.
How do you feel the defence held up their own the siege for a fair bit of the game, especially with the inside 50 count on Carlton's way?
Yeah, I thought they held up pretty well for three quarters, clearly, but for the fourth quarter, no. We exposed them to too much clean ball, simple ball, and they were first to react, and we were second to react in the last quarter behind the ball.
It's one of the positives, Cannons, obviously. Mitch Georgiades.
Yeah, it was really good.
Best game back since his knee. Obviously, his scoring returns, but do you think he's been building towards that?
Yeah, I think he's been really, really promising this year, and it is the positive. It is the positive that we get to, reflect on Mitch, and he's certainly getting better. He's very much a young forward who's, starting to grow into a pretty dangerous forward for the opposition. So we just need a few others to help him. That would be, and that's what we've been. We've been a little bit one or two players in front of the ball, not enough sharing the load at times. We've played. Let's not get. We're 8-4. We've played pretty well to this point. We were accurately where we are. I think we're in that mid tier. That's a big group of teams that are fighting. There's clearly one side that's standing out, but the rest are trying to still sort it out. On tonight's game, we've still got a lot more to do and a lot more to sort out. But I'm sure that each of those teams through that section of the ladder all think at some different times we're going okay, and then we've still got room to improve. We're no different. We know we've got a lot of room to improve, but. We go to the bye at 8-4 going, you know what, that's a pretty fair reflection, I would say.
Thoughts of Ken Hinkley downstairs after Port Adelaide's 36-point loss to Carlton. Wrapping things up here at the Adelaide Oval for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. And I'm going to play the cheeky bugger here. Ken Hinkley has had a lot of apologies this season in press conferences. So the main one, obviously, that springs to mind is the Connor Rosie hamstring. Dirk Thatcher as a sub, as you touched on. Now tonight it's Jeremy Finlayson. And there will be critics that will come for him, but you can't, as he mentioned, you can't throw the baby out of the bathwater when you're in the top 4 right now. It's not all doom and gloom, but there's been a couple of coaching errors made by the man in charge that's going to draw some criticism.
Well, the Finlayson one tonight, a small could have easily gone down in the first 5 minutes of the game, and then you're stuck with a Finlayson, an underdone Dixon, and an underdone Soldo. Yeah.
But on the flip side, you lose one of your tools as well, and then what do? It's a bit of a roll of dice sometimes, isn't it, with the sub? And you just don't know. Like, it's a constant unknown, because it could be 5 minutes into the game that you're going to have to use this sub, or it's going to be maybe the last 5 minutes. And so you just don't know exactly what's going to unfold.
Do you prefer taking a gamble or playing it safe?
I think often you see these sub roles being a little bit more of the runners, and players that will actually, just in case they do go down, there may be a bit more of a utility that can kind of be played anywhere and everywhere. But I guess in this case, Finlayson could, jump in for Soldo, who we saw that he was vomiting on the sideline. So to give him a chop out and run through the middle and do some CBs. And up forward as well, where he did impact and kick that goal. But, yeah.
My only worry, though, was coming into the game, you lose Rosie and you lose Rioli. So 2 smalls already come out. So then, as I said, if you go and hypothetically or, worst case scenario, you lose another small early, then you do look a little bit top heavy. But having said that, to your point, Chelsea, they've played Dixon, Marshall, Finlayson and a genuine ruckman before.
Yeah.
So, and Georgiades as well. So it's probably nothing foreign to Port Adelaide, but I guess when you're taking a Dixon and a Soldo who are physically underdone through lack of footy, then it does potentially pose a few concerns.
While we're on the ruck discussion, one of our texters on 0437 774 774 says, I was at the game and it looked like the Carlton ruck made the effective difference. And this is the second consecutive week where Tom De Koning has had a big impact. Clint, you've actually got the stats.
I was having a look at this earlier because I'm always interested in this sort of stuff. Stoppages, Carlton from stoppages kicked 9-3, 9-3-57 and Port 5-7-37. So Carlton have dominated that. You look at the individual stats. Hit out Soldo 31-28 to De Koning, and hit outs to advantage Soldo 11-8. So it's not as obvious there. And then you chuck in Horne-Francis, who had the most clearances of 10, but then De Koning and Walsh with 8 apiece after that. But when you look at the damage done on the scoreboard from stoppages, 9 goals 3 to 5-7 to Carlton.
And I think 7 goals 1 was in the last quarter.
Yeah.
And there were times where it was De Koning v Finlayson, which is just a disaster matchup with the form that De Koning was in. And the thing that impresses me about De Koning is his ground level stuff.
And that's when they did get hold of it. You're absolutely right. 7-1 to 1-2 in that final quarter. And Patrick Cripps, we've mentioned, but I just had to give you these stats. Final term, 2 goals to get things started, 9 disposals, 3 tackles, 2 clearances and 2 inside 50s. And that is a captain's quarter.
He had 5 score involvements. So out of the, 7 goals there, he was basically in all of them, just about.
Can I ask you guys a question? So I'm grappling with this, that we get the text messages from the listeners. We talk about it up here. Maybe, again, I'm thinking it's just coming from me. I talk to Port Adelaide supporters in the street, and there's this real negativity towards Port Adelaide and Ken Hinkley. It's
been there for years.
It's been there for years. So I guess the question is, when you're playing the big games and on the finals that have happened over the last couple of years as well, they've fallen short. Would Ken Hinkley put his head on the pillow at night, hypothetically, and have those doubts as well? You don't hear it in the press conference. Obviously, he's not going to come across as doubting what they're doing. Would there be any trepidation or doubts within the inner sanctum at the club that they're sort of agreeing or
I don't think
supporting what we're saying?
I don't think that he could ever think like that, because if he does think like that, then his time has come.
Yeah, fair.
So I would think that he's absolutely convinced of where they're going. But if I'm a Port supporter, I've got every right to be filthy with the way that played out that last quarter tonight. And again, if you're a supporter, you are absolutely allowed to go, I'm tired of when we get to these big games where we need to make a statement, we can't get the job done. For whatever reason that is, we just don't get the job done. And supporters are absolutely allowed to think like that because they've put their finances, their emotional involvement, and they have no ability to control what's happening out there. You absolutely, I'd love to hear more from support fans. If I'm a Port fan, I'm filthy with the way that game played out.
And I guess that's my point, that's in black and white. That's fact. So would Ken Hinkley sit there and go, I'm just ignoring that, or that's why I guess the question is there sort of scratching his head a bit.
I don't think he can ignore it, but he would be looking for, as he said, look at where we are in the ladder, look at what we've done so far. We're putting ourselves in a position where we can have another crack at it. He can't think like that because if you're a senior coach and you think like that, you're done.
The issue is, do the players think like that? Because they've had 3 top 4 finishes in the last 4 years. And you go, that's awesome as a supporter. We're competitive. We're getting there towards the end of the year. But what ultimately ends up happening and what seems to be playing out once again in a sense of deja vu is they're probably going to make the top 4 again, if not 5 or 6. But come finals, if they know they cannot get it done in these games, as they haven't done over the past few years, that's going to linger mentally.
Yeah.
And Ken Hinkley may still believe in them, but do they believe in themselves?
And I guess further to that, coming into, again, fast forward, Port finished top 4. I think every Port supporter would be going in with everything crossed, fingers, toes, everything crossed, hoping that they get the result. So I guess so when he puts his head on the pillow at night and he's really thinking about where they're at, does he have the same sort of doubt? I don't know. And to your point, Clint, no, he wouldn't. But that's what you keep hearing.
The noise is loud.
Yeah.
It just doesn't go away.
No, it doesn't.
Even when they win, still supporters flood the text line that aren't happy with them. So it's a really odd one, the relationship with Ken Hinkley and the supporter group, that they've just never really latched on to him. Funny old one. Whereas Michael Voss, I imagine, will have plenty of supporters with the Blues right now. They're continuing to rise on the up and heading towards, hopefully, what will be another finals campaign this year. Your votes, who's got the task of the 3-2-1 tonight? While you're figuring that out, I want to quickly get Clint to work as well on the champion data numbers, because while we're on Tom De Koning as the sole ruck, we want to see the points from turnover differential, if you can find that for me, Clint. Because with Mark Pitney, they're 2-4, negative 31 points from turnover differential, but without him, unbeaten, 5-0 plus 131. So it feels like when he's by himself, Carlton are better with one ruckman. He just helps them dominate through the middle. And when they do turn the footy over, he gets involved to help them counter. So,
well, the luxury that Carlton have as well is that they can throw Harry Mackay in the ruck. So it's not like a Finlayson who's undersized and doesn't want to be in the ruck. That's the added advantage of Carlton, that they have the luxury of throwing a Mackay in there when De Koning or the number one ruckman needs a spell.
And he's a strong aerial contested marker around the ground. So when you need to do those long ball kicks down the line, he stands under them and can clunk them for you too.
Let's have a quick look. So we've got scores from stoppages and intercepts. So we might go from intercepts. Let's give that a play. So scores from intercepts for Port Adelaide. Where are we? Clint, you're the man who's across all of this.
Well, I will say in my defence, it's not set up the same way that it's set up at home, this champion data computer.
Maybe we should ask Chelsea. She's the one who's logging in the stats these days at the Adelaide Crow.
I've never touched ours at home. Don Pike, in the 1 year he did with us, walked into the box and went, right, this is what we need. Click, 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 click. He just walked out of the Adelaide coaching box, obviously.
Oh, here we go.
And we took a screenshot and went, that's what we're having.
Essentially, you're looking at CB. Carlton was able to score 4 goals, 1. And Port 1 goal, 1. So centre bounces, they were able to just go and enter, and that was brilliant from their part. And then again in attacking mid, 3 goals, 2. So from those stoppages, we heard Dan Houston talk about it. It was all from stoppage that they scored those goals from. So, which was unique because the first quarter or two, Port were up in numbers for clearances at stoppage. So they, went to work in there, obviously got their hands on the footy, those ground ball gets that were in the favour of Carlton as well, able to drive legs and actually get that ball moving forward and score off it.
giving that to big TDK. So 6-0, I reckon, from points from turnover differential when he's the sole ruckman. Votes, what did we land on?
We have landed on one vote we've given to Zach Williams. I thought his game was outstanding. He had, 12 disposals and kicked 3 goals too, and looked, as we mentioned throughout the call, electric forward. I've actually given De Koning 2 votes. I thought his game was very good, and as impressive as he is when he gets his hand on the ball in the ruck, his follow-up ground ball ability to hunt the opposition and hunt the ball was superb. And 3 votes, I've given to Sam Walsh as well, 34 disposals. His kicking efficiency, admittedly, wasn't at the level that he would have liked, but he's had 13 tackles, 15 contested balls, 8 clearances, 9 inside 50s, 551 metres gained. So pretty good.
He was consistent through there. I mean, we could look at Paddy Cripps, but it was really that fourth quarter that he came out. We challenged him at 3-quarter time. He'd only had the 13 touches as an inside mid, and then the fourth quarter he came out and led from the front.
Testament to the team effort that, Paddy Cripps, 22 touches and 2 goals. Didn't make the votes, and rightfully so. Walsh, De Koning and Williams all had excellent games. Carlton winners by 36 points. Chelsea, great to see you again.
Thank you very much. Great to
have you in the box.
Thanks,
Willie, enjoy the trip home.
Thanks,
Great to have you over. Big thanks to Josh Money downstairs, to Paul Brokenshaw and to Adam Jones back in the studio. So Carlton winners 16-11-107 to Port Adelaide's 10-11-71 to start round 12. It continues tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Collingwood and the Western Bulldogs at Docklands with Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. If you're a fan of the round ball game, the Matildas and Shine are here at the Adelaide Oval tomorrow. Our coverage from 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the ABC Listen app. And if you love your cricket, every ball of the T20 World Cup on the ABC Listen app from June the 2nd. Wherever you are, enjoy your night.
Tea vendor to temple builder.
सदियों की प्रतीक्षा के बाद.
He is the supreme leader of India.
1.4